This meme is very real.
What a great song to start our adventure off on. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the meme stream. I'm the host of the Nightmare, Shark30, and I'm happy to have you. I think we've got everything in the back end all figured out. Thank you for one so much, Evelyn Princess, for the Prime, and thank you so much, Avert GA for the 18 months in a row. Bless you. Remaining a part of the frenzy and being incredibly pog. 18 months is incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Also, if you're watching right now on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, when I said that, for the did the like button show up? Did it like glow if you're on desktop right now watching? Because I heard that if you say, I don't know, I saw something. I was watching a video and the guy said, click the like button, and the like button literally started to glow. And I was like, that's crazy. It was really cool. So I'm not sure if it works, but if you do hit the like button, it helps other people see the stream. Help us in the algorithm. And I hope, and I'm glad that you're here to join us for another adventure. Surfing the interwebs. And if you don't want to be a part of the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, and you want to show up on stream, the site chat is where you gotta be. !site if you're on Twitch, and you can go below the stream at the moment if you're on YouTube, and find sharky.cc, or just type it in, sharky.cc, sharky with a y.cc. It's pretty quick to make an account. All you need to do is click a couple of buttons. You can even use your Google account, your Twitch account, any account you want, and you'll go crazy. It's literally like 3 clicks. And the only reason is, for one, so I can ban you, and 2, so you can have a cool name. Because you have a really cool name online, don't you? Use it. Go on. Go get you some. Use it. Go on. Go on, use it. Go on. And you have super sick emotes. Go on, site chat. Show them your favorite emote. But I'm happy to have all of you today. Art of the Ashes, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. You all are very kind. Thank you so much. Thanks for the love, everyone. Thanks for the love. I appreciate you for all this. I appreciate you. It's good to be back. It's good to return, isn't it? Me loading up stream again, YouTube giving me the right to load up stream again is basically my right of return, if you think about it. I have the right to return to streaming. It hasn't been taken away from me. Apparently there's a trend on TikTok of white women twerking. That's crazy. It's 2020, it's 2014 again. I saw somebody said milkmen stay winning. That's crazy. Can you imagine that? I cannot believe the type of tomfoolery going on right now on the internet. But yeah, what have you guys been up to recently? You guys been doing anything fun, anything interesting? Super curious. What's been going on with you frogs, huh? Playing Factorio? Sounds lame. Fuck you. Anyways. I'm joking. Factorio seems cool. Lumao. Bodied. Also, TriStar, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the tier 1. Finally caught one of your streams. I'm so glad to have you. It's a peak autism game. Autismo. A game for our autismos out there. That's a beautiful thing. Wait, Moms for Liberty is doing like an underground charity thing called Operation White Christmas, where they want to give toys and stuff to white families. They only want to give it to white people. That's why they call it Operation White Christmas. That's crazy. I'm not sure how true this is yet, but I don't know. We'll find it out. We'll think about it. Wait, let me see. Operation White Christmas. Give one moment. So I found this. Okay. So I was able to find this. Platform. 1. The United States of America will be declared an outpost of Western civilization and a state dedicated to its European heritage population and their prosperity. It will be the policy of the state to set immigration and NATO policy that will ensure the permanent European majority. Oh yeah, okay. Anyways, so yeah, Giga neo-Nazi stuff. Giga Nazi stuff. I mean, just look at this. Anti-woke equals anti-white. So hecking true. The possibility of white nationalism. Anyway, they've been doing speeches, stuff like that. The possibility of white nationalism. Oh, they're talking about how is it even going to be possible to get their shit implemented? Ooh, that may be fun to mess around with. Star, Tier Star, thank you so much for the tier 1. The gifted. And to Left Frog, another freeloader being given their wings. That's a beautiful thing. Thank you so much. Anyways, moving on. This was posted today on Operation White Christmas 2023. The 4th annual Operation White Christmas is underway. Operation White Christmas is an online toy drive for white families in need. In the interest of racial justice and pro-white advocacy, we want to ensure that white families in need are not turned away, as they frequently are by other charitable efforts. Like what?
This meme is very real.
I don't know. My thing is like, who turns them away? Is it Toys for Tots? Like possibly the biggest toy drive, Christmas toy drive in the entire country? Is like BLM national giving toys to black kids everywhere or something? Like, what are you talking about? What does this even mean? Aren't white people the biggest benefactors of the Social Security net too? They be sucking that shit up. They be drinking it, man. They be slurping it out the bottle, like the bottle gets concave the way they be sucking out of it. And that's fine. If you need it, take it. That's all I'm saying. I got any poor whites here in chat? I got any poverty-stricken caucasoids here? Because I know there's a couple out there. I got debts.
Shark, hog.
Mr. Spicy Lemons, thanks for the 13 months in a row. Oh, I caught another stream. I'm back, baby. Hello, Mr. Fish Guy Man Streamer. It's me, Fish Guy Man Streamer. Nice to see you, partner. I'm glad to have you back again for 13 whole months. It's been over a year. I feel like it's only been yesterday that you've joined the frenzy. I'm glad to have you back, partner. Thank you for returning. My juicer returns to me. Bring me my juice. Bring me my juice. That juice belongs to me. Santa, sorry kids. You've been white this year. Here's a big lump of black coal to counteract your caucasity. Ho ho ho. That is actually what happens every single Christmas. Now I've never actually been there in like my white friend's household during Christmas, but I can imagine that this is actually just what it's like. This is probably exactly what it's like. I mean, that's why Home Alone happened, right? That's why those Home Alone movies happened, because Santa gave that poor white child a criminal enterprise looking to steal his family's wealth instead of actual presents that year because he was Caucasian. Like it's a sad world out there, honestly. Anyways, they've been doing this for 4 years, really. How's it work? We're not collecting donations ourselves. Rather, we're building anonymous gift lists for these families based on their own needs and what they will be shared in batches throughout December on the National Justice Telegram channel and webs. Okay, listen, how many people in need, how many white families in need are you going to find on Telegram? We're going to be passing this out on Telegram. I'm going to tell you now, this sounds like a great way to get scammed. Yeah, give Nazis on Telegram your your email address and your address, and I promise you everything's going to be fine. It's going to be great. And apparently Operation White Christmas was posted on Telegram to the Moms for Liberty section.
Unfortunately, what I'm about to show you is real. It's from my friend Laura
It's real.
Burkhart, who has all the receipts in the world.
What's her name?
It's real. It's from my friend Laura Burkhart, who has all the receipts in the world. This screenshot comes from the Moms for Liberty Uncensored Telegram channel. Operation White Christmas. The 4th annual Operation White Christmas is underway. Operation White Christmas is an online toy drive for white families in need. In the interest of racial justice and pro-white advocacy, we want to ensure that white families in need are not turned away, as they frequently are, by other charitable efforts. Now, I am the epitome of white, and I've done a lot of charity drives and toy drives.
She's the epitome of white?
I've never seen one with a race requirement. These people have nothing to offer anyone.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know any drive that has a race requirement. Who's out here like, sorry, little Timmy. We only give toys to little Jamal. Only little Julio will get a toy today. Like, what are you talking about, man? Why do you have to make up oppression? This is the craziest thing, because like there are poor white people that go through a lot of stuff. It's real, right? We've talked about this before. These people couldn't care less about actually impoverished white people who are living in places in America who look like they haven't recovered from the Great Depression, and whose families actually probably haven't recovered from the Great Depression. But like, I don't know, just like saying that this is going to be what changes their lives. And how about you do like soup kitchens or something, man? How about you do that? Like anything. Like anything good. How about you do that in those areas? Because some of these areas are still like 100% white. The blue Santa. Oh, is the blue Santa the Santa that goes specifically to those inbred West Virginianers living in the mountains who have turned into Smurf people? That has to be it, right? If only. This is true. This is true and real. That's the scariest part about it, is that it's so real.
One except for outrage. They are constantly playing the victim. If anyone should be oppressed because they are the epitome of white, it would be me. I'm not oppressed. I have never been judged by the color of my skin. Moms for Liberty is a hate group.
What a great W, Jess Piper. Thank you, Jess Piper, for the very insightful words. We love Jess Piper, isn't that right, crew? Isn't that right, crew? W suburban mom. W suburban mom. Finally, a suburban mom W. You don't always get a lot of those. So I will take them anytime I can get them. I will enjoy them every moment I can have them. Don't even care about CSA, as we already saw. That's true. And they love beating their children. I don't know why they love, I don't know what, you know, here's the, okay. Speaking of that, we can speak about something differently here in one singular momento. Listen to this. I was thinking about making a video sometime. All right. I know this is going to sound inflammatory as heck, but I still think it'd be like a good thing to talk about. I wanted to title it. I've got the title down already. I know it's inflammatory as heck, but here's the thing, okay? I wanted it to be titled "What's Wrong with Black People?" and to go over problems in and outside of Black people's communities around the country. Black people. What a title. Pausers. I think it's quite the title. Give us an advance notice so we can gear up. We'll ride into battle with you. It'll just be talking about normal stuff. It's just gonna be talking about like poverty and like, you know, growing up in households. There's some things that I wanted to talk about, especially after looking at the type of insane lunacy that goes on Black Twitter sometimes. Like, we got, as a people, we got some problems, and that's okay, because every people have some problems. That one YouTuber that used the slur is gonna be eating good? Possibly. But not because of anything I said, but mostly because they just want to lie, because they want to lie about what I say. Blacks have problems, Omega Low. Can we punch it up for a bit, make it even more inflammatory? What? Black people's problems tier list? Worst things ever done by Black people tier list. Yeah, there you go. Please no. Yeah, there you go. That's much more inflammatory. Shark, we're begging you, no. The actual, on a more serious note, the actual video I wanted to talk about was about problems that I've picked up with like in Black people's communities and in Black communities, and also generational issues that I think compound on issues already set for us with when it comes to like institutional racism, white supremacy, and being diaspora and whatnot, right? I think that would be way more, I think it would be a really interesting conversation on that topic, right? Especially when it comes, because like we talk about it every like a little bit, but it's very sparse. But the first way to fix a problem is to identify them, and the only people who are trying to really, and like a lot of the big people who are trying to identify problems with the Black community or with problems with the Black community are just like giga racist weirdos who are trying to reinstate normal lynchings again. Black people review disappointing. That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. Black people problems. 1, need new tires for car. 2, ran out of hot sauce. 3, cat needs to go to the vet. 4, fire alarm needs battery change. So true. Too much NBA hot sauce, bumping in day low rider. So true. Yeah, because every video that tries to talk about like problems in like intra the black communities are always like, 1, they shoot each other too much. 2, they stink. 3, they're ugly. 4, they're not white. 5, they're black. Which is stupid. Solutions? Yeah, I want to talk about like some solutions. I want to talk about things like I think like what got one thing that what I wanted to talk about specifically is like the traumatization with like a lot of black kids and not being able to express themselves, being grown up in very conservative black households where being beat is always like one missed dishwasher, like one missed like clean all the dishes before I'm home, away for all of them or something, or like make one mistake. You know, being beat is like one, you're one mistake from being beat all the time. You're never able to express yourself. You're always like be seen and not heard type stuff, or you will be beat. Stuff like that. Households obviously are a problem as well. Not always black people's faults, but yeah. Not the skibbity toilet. Community cohesion. That's a big one. Problems between like black men and black women. That's another one. That one's big there. You know, lots of issues that should be talked about for real. For realsy. Yes, being an Asian American happens a lot with us too when it comes to grades. Yeah, it's not great. Because I remember there was a video going around Twitter where these like little kids were at Christmas and they were like giggling when like the parents were trying to start prayer. And so instead of just being like, hey, so settle down everyone so we could do prayer, they just like got a belt and started like hitting everyone. Like the grandma just started swinging on everybody, right? And it was just, I was like, why is this, for one, why is that lady not in jail? And 2, why are there human beings out there who are like, this is like fine? It's so not fine. It's so incredibly not fine. I've never seen anything less fine than this, actually. Child abuse is super normalized in American society. You're right. Remove the glasses? Okay. Cool. I thought that could be interesting to put together. And there's another video I want to make. I think I want to name it something like Why Cops Hate You, or Why Cops Hate Us. Something along those lines. Because there have been a lot of stories about cops doing crazy things. Like there was this recent, I forget where it was exactly, where these cops were caught for torturing a guy recently. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Why would you do something like that? Guy was like literally chilling and then they like sexually assaulted and tortured him. This is crazy stuff. And that recent thing where that cop ran over that girl in the middle of the street while he was speeding, while he was being recorded, and then laughed about it and then said, we'll just give him some money for it, who cares? And then didn't turn around to see if she was okay. What? Yeah. And obviously the recent, not, it's not super recent, but the recent one where it was the cops that left this person in a cop car on train tracks, and the train came and then hit the car and they almost died. Like, what are these people, man? Could be something wrong with you to be a cop. Yeah, have you seen Operator Donut? So it makes sense. Or Donut Operator? Yeah, there you go. The dick danger in the thumbnail. We don't talk about that. Only the sharpest eyes can witness dick danger in the thumbnail. Cops make up the majority of traffic law violations. Is that true? I don't think that's true, right? Did you mention that cop that left a wheelchair bound inmate in the freezer until he died? Yeah, but we were talking. Yeah, but that wasn't about like specifically police. That was a prison guard. That was a prisoner. That was a guy in prison, as far as I remember, with that story. Yeah, he did. But we talked about that story in regards to specifically, how like racist white people hate poor white people more than they hate black people, and actually problems within the white community, stuff like that, between white communities, intra-white communities. That's what that video was about, and that one was super interesting. When you become a cop, you get to play GTA in real life. Now that's true. Or the police station that was musing the idea of hiring a hitman for a reporter. What? What? They are the hitman. Do they really need? They need one? They are the hitman. That's literally what they do. Recordings capture Oklahoma officials discussing hiring a hitman to kill reporters. 2 or 3 hitmen. They're very quiet guys. I promised they would cut no fucking mercy. Yo, that's crazy. And no, they weren't cops. They were politicians, actually. Were these the same Oklahoma politicians that were thinking about... Were these the same Oklahoma politicians that... Yo, I know this one. This is a really long recording. They're like, we hate black people, we hate Mexicans, we hate reporters, we should get them killed. I actually remember that, yeah. I remember this. We hate everyone, yeah. That's crazy stuff. I think they even said the N-word in there. The N-word. He said the N-word. All right, anyways, it's been fun, but we actually literally don't have any more time for lollygagging. We can no longer lollygag. It's over. I'm so sorry. We're going to begin today. After taking the anti-lollygag pill. Time for business, boys. For some work. More lollygagging swashbucklers. Hour-long analysis of the Fallout trailer. Sure, something like that. Or the 13-minute or the analysis of the 13-minute video recently uploaded by Carl Jobst about how the open hand charity by the Completionist is actually worse than they said originally, which I was hoping it wasn't going to be, but it seems like it's actually worse than it was. Now, originally, if you remember, the Completionist is a YouTuber who said that his mother passed away from Alzheimer's, if I remember correctly, at early onset Alzheimer's, and he and his family had started a charity over 10 years ago to collect donations to give to Alzheimer's research, to overcome this type of stuff and help people, all this type of stuff. He runs a charity. It's called Indie Land, where they show off indie games and then collect money from that, and it's supposed to help like indie devs and supposed to help people with Alzheimer's, dementia, all this type of degenerative mental diseases and stuff like that. They found out through court filings that they hadn't, over 10 years that they've been collecting money, not a single dollar had ever been donated that people have donated to the charity themselves. They never actually gave the money out to anybody who was working on Alzheimer's research or anything. And on top of that, also about $100,000 were also gone over the years through administrative costs. So they've taken money to run things like Indie Land and to pay people who they have working for them, but they hadn't actually used any of the money to do what they said they were going to do, which is give money to people who have Alzheimer's. This is where we left off. Friends Per Second kicked him off of the podcast, at least for one episode. I haven't checked out the other episodes, if they uploaded any other episodes, but I do know that that Skill Up and them did say that he was not going to be a part of any of the future shows until he gets everything figured out. They said that they don't hate him or anything, and he's still a friend, that it just hurts and everything, but he hasn't been back since. He said he was going to find a way to donate all the money and make everything right, but apparently they're coming out now and saying, I haven't heard anything about them actually donating the money yet, and it seems like they found things that are even worse. So let's figure out what's going on out there.
You absolute legends. Just over 2 weeks ago, I released a video covering the Open Hand Foundation, the charity organization that was created by the YouTuber The Completionist and his family. I outlined how in 10 years of operation, the Open Hand Foundation has not contributed a single dollar of the money that it has received from the public, despite the fact the Completionist, named Gerard Khalil, has been saying for many years it had been supporting various charities.
And so, we just, every year we try to raise as much money as possible, and then we go work with, Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've worked with big and small organizations across the board.
I will say, at first I was like, oh, maybe he wasn't saying all this stuff, but yeah, no, after remembering what I was listening to on Friends Per Second, they were like, yeah, he was just straight up like, yeah, we've been donating to all these organizations. And bro, that's just a lie. My man just has been simply lying. I don't know what he means with working with these organizations, as in what I really hope is that it's not they've been giving him money to be able to run things like Indie Land, and then he skims off the top to be able to pay for administrative costs, while also never donating any of the money, while claiming that they're going to donate it one day. I hope not, but we'll see.
To the tax filings, the Open Hand Foundation was sitting on over $650,000 worth of donations it had received. And when me and Mutahar spoke with Gerard, he assured us they still had all of the money and were ready to donate it. However, since that time, nothing has happened. Gerard and the Open Hand Foundation have been radio silent since my video dropped. We have had no confirmation the money still exists, no confirmation it has been donated, and it more or less seems like they are burying their head in the sand and ignoring the situation, hoping it blows over. The silence is deafening, but I think there is a very good reason why they are hiding.
Now, I will say That's a bit of a cynical take on it. Maybe it's them trying to wait for everything to blow over and then just pretend it never happened. Or maybe he is actually doing something. At the end of the day, he doesn't control it is true that he doesn't control the charity. I believe it's his dad and his brother. He's just a director. The people who are actually like runners are not the people who are running, who operate the charity is more than just him. I always thought that it was just his charity, but apparently it's his family's charity. And I don't think he's the biggest dog. He's the face of the charity, but I don't think he's the biggest dog who can make all the decisions. I just don't think that's true. So maybe he's working on it and they're trying to he has to work with other people, or maybe he is just being like a bad person. I don't know.
There is more to this story than meets the eye, and the situation is much worse than we had previously let on. In my previous video, I spoke about Indieland, the charity marathon hosted by the Completionist. But Indieland isn't the only charity event that OpenHand runs. In fact, it's only half of the story. OpenHand also holds a charity golf tournament, which pulls in tens of thousands of dollars in sponsorships every year. And the interesting thing about the money the golf tournament raises is that it seems to disappear. Fans of the Completionist who rushed out to defend him tried to claim that because Gerard hadn't spent the money, it wasn't stolen. But in my opinion, this is misguided. Not only because this argument is nonsensical, I mean, if I steal $100 from you and don't spend it, I've still stolen it. It's money you no longer have, and I obtained that money through illegal means. But aside from that, I do believe the Khalil family have been stealing tens of thousands of dollars each year from charity donations.
Not the Khalil crime family. Wait, what is this? Open Hand Foundation. Oh no, wait, what is this? Benefiting Open Hand Foundation, welcome golfers to your support. Platinum Premier sponsored. Yeah, they have Coke, Monster, and Pepsi here. And Dr. Pepper. Oh my gosh. Cormarg, PBD West. These are really big names.
Tens of thousands of dollars each year from charity donations on top of the fraud committed through Indieland. And in this video, I'm going to show you how. In my previous video, I didn't include a sponsor because this is a serious situation. And that was a hefty sacrifice given that I am the sole breadwinner of my family. So it's not just my money I sacrificed, it's theirs as well. And I can't keep working on this without being sponsored, so I hope you guys don't mind. Now, legends, this video is sponsored by the military online game War Thunder. And
that's crazy. Thank you, War Thunder. Very cool. Thank you, War Thunder, for paying for Carl Jobs' little sister's college.
The Indieland charity marathon hosted by the Completionist began in 2018, but since 2003, the Khalil family has been hosting a yearly golf tournament called the PBD West Convenience Cup Challenge.
Wait a second. 2003? Didn't they say the charity was, like, the charity's foundation was in, like, 2013? Like 2012, it was in the mid-aughts, right? It was in the, or I guess the mid-10s. Sorry, not the mid-aughts. It was in the mid-10s. Like, when did this happen? And didn't his mom not pass away by then? Wouldn't this be about six, 7 or so years before he claimed his mom passed away? It was founded in 2013, he said. Yeah, but they've been running this fundraiser since... Wait, did he say 2023 or wait?
The charity marathon hosted by the Completionist began in 2018, but since 2003, the Khalil family has been hosting a yearly golf tournament called the PBD West Convenience Cup Challenge.
Since 2003? Now, I want to know if that's like a misspeak, but we'll see.
PBD West is a business founded by Gerard's father, Charles Khalil, in 1992. Now, despite the Open Hand Foundation website saying it has been fundraising since 2003...
Since 2003, we've led fundraising efforts to find the cure for frontotemporal dementia. Our operations help fund critical research and resources towards a cure. This is... oh no. Have they not donated any of the money?
There is no record of the Open Hand Foundation existing before 2014, when it was...
That is really true. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So August 15, 2014 is when they said that they originally made this thing. But apparently they've been raising money since 2003. So are they claiming that the operation that they've been running to collect money hasn't been a 501c3 since for 10 years while they were collecting money? Which could be fine. It could be fine that they could just call it Open Hand Foundation while not actually, having a specific 501c3. But at the same time, that I don't really trust that. You know what I mean? They have no like legal obligation really, or like a way to track that money outside of their own personal like own personal tax filings, which I don't think would be very good. That's a huge problemo. They raise money without even starting a charity. It's not really a problem because you could just call it a fundraiser. And it seemed like they're just calling it a fundraiser here. They're calling it the Open Hand Fundraiser. And since 2003, they were fundraising to be able to donate to different charities. But they didn't make a 501c3 like an actual company with its own separate legal status and separate tax filings until 2013. So it's not necessarily like that bad. They could have just been running. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you right now. We are going to be a part of and doing charity streams in the past, present, and in the future. We were just on one not too long ago, and we'll do fundraisers. But I'm not a charity. I'm not the CEO of a 501c3. I'm not the head of a charity. I don't run a charity. I don't work at any charity. I don't donate my time to any charity, which doesn't mean that every time I run a charity I'm stealing money. Doesn't mean every time I run like a donation drive or something, we skim the money off the top. Right, so it's just weird that they haven't talked about it any. This ain't no charity, so subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yo, and if you're on YouTube, like the stream, bestie. Link to charities, not run them. Yeah, we donate to charities, or we can cut the middleman sometimes and donate directly to people. But we ourselves aren't like a 501c3, and basically nobody else is either. So it's not really like a. There could be some smoke, but I wouldn't say that this is like in and of itself bad or a fire or something.
There is no record of the Open Hand Foundation existing before 2014, when it was registered as a non-profit. If you look at photos from the golf tournament before this time, there is no mention of Open Hand.
Charity event benefiting frontal temporal dementia. Yeah, that makes sense. Charity event. Yeah. Very grateful for your support of the charity golf tournament. Also, I'm in touch with, can't read that, of your love and felt the presence for the case. It has been a long, oh my Lord, if I had a nickel for every pixel on the screen, bro, I'd have $50. Know someone somewhere who has been affected by dementia. You and I with our contribution may one day help. Okay, yeah, this is this type of stuff. Charles. Okay, I mean, they have freedom. They have a lot of big names here.
In contrast to 2015 onwards, where signage clearly states it's benefiting the Open Hand Foundation, earlier years simply showed that it was benefiting frontotemporal dementia.
We have to see. He may be putting something together here. At the moment, I'm not sure exactly what he's trying to say. How this is getting worse, but Well, let's take a look. Let's
They
see.
meant to say they were benefiting dementia research and not dementia itself, as that is quite a strange thing to say. No one can possibly know where that money went from these golf tournaments before 20 years simply showed that it was benefiting frontotemporal dementia. I assume they meant to say they were benefiting dementia research and not dementia itself, as that is quite a strange thing to say.
Can you imagine? We're raising money to give it to the god of dementia. Oh no, do you think is that what this whole video is about? The fact that the fact that fucking the Khalil family has actually been behind big dementia this whole time. They're the guys they've been working with the dementia demon, the dementia devil this whole time. The god of dementia. It's very possible that this is what's going on here. we're joining the fight. We're joining the fight against cancer on the side of cancer. I'm joining the war on dementia on the side of dementia. Yeah, totally, 100%. They got us this whole time. This whole time, we under our very noses, Gerard Khalil has been funding dementia. Every dollar equals one more grandma with diagnosed with dementia. That's a very sad thing that where all that money is gone.
No one can possibly know where that money went from these golf tournaments before 2014, so at this time there is no point in speculating. But
us, we can't. The federal government definitely can, if they feel like they need to look into this. But no, we can't specifically. Sure, we could ask them. Sure, and then you could ask them, and then you could ask the charities that they would say that they donated to be able to trace that down. But I guess they just didn't want to look at. I mean, they've already done a lot of work. So
from 2015, we know the money was supposed to be going to the Open Hand Foundation, and we have their tax filings. So from here on out, we can begin to draw some solid conclusions. The main way the PBD West Convenience Cup Challenge appears to raise money is via sponsorships. Brands will pay the Open Hand Foundation to appear on banners and signs throughout the golf course, along with having the opportunity to set up tents and stands and have their employees play
the
in
Monster
tournament.
Girls.
It seems to be mainly
Monster
used as a
Girls.
networking or social event. On its website, the PBD West Cup even tells us what these sponsorships cost, showing that different tiers give different benefits.
Yeah, 7,500. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. What the Dr. Pepper Corporation, I guess, or the Dr. Pepper paid $7.5K. A single person costs $750 to be able to show up to. So this is an event for rich people. This is an event for rich people.
For 2018, this golf cup was the only event raising money for the Open Hand Foundation, so the tax filings should give us a pretty good idea about how much money it brings in. From 2014 to 2017, filings showed the Open Hand Foundation received between $30,000 to $60,000 per event. This is likely underreported, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's just
That's a big
assume
claim
this
saying
is
it's
accurate.
underreported.
From these years, we can get a pretty good approximation of what this cup normally raises. In 2018, Indieland began, and for its first year, it raised $55,000, at least according to Gerard. This money was also supposed to go to the Open Hand Foundation, so naturally we should see an increase in yearly revenue, which we do. In 2018, Open Hand had a yearly revenue of $113,000. If we assume that $55,000 came from Indieland, that leaves $58,000 from the PBD West Cup, which is in line with previous years. However, something strange happens in 2019. In 2019, Indieland raised $109,000, double the previous year. In theory, this should cause a drastic rise in the yearly revenue for the Open Hand Foundation, but mysteriously, revenue hardly raises at all. In the 2019 filing, Open Hand only raised $123,000, which means that somehow the Golf Cup now only raised $14,000. What's also interesting about 2019 is that it's the last year that Indieland, or the Completionist, publicly stated what Indieland had raised in total. From this point on, they make no mention of this, which is strange. You would think a charity event would state how much they raised after it had finished, and they did proudly do this for the first 2 years. But then, as soon as the tax filings became weird, we started hearing nothing. We can deduce how much money was raised, however. From 2020 onwards, Indieland...
Okay, one thing here that I'm thinking of is, was there what for one, was there a what's what please stop. Please stop. What's the name of their little thing? Charity event. I don't know, like PBD West Convenience Cup. Was there one in 2019? Well, I mean, let's check. (2019). Let's see. Con 2019 Convenience Cup Challenge. Well, let's do some digging to see if I can find anything about. Because they said that there was one in 2023, and there was obviously one all those years later. But was there one in 2019? Was that true? No, this is just a this is a racing video. Cup challenge. Looking good. I need to find little videos. I need to find small videos. Because I would imagine they probably recorded something. Let me see. Why in the world did George Floyd pop up? What the hell's happening? What's going on with the YouTube search? Why is it so bad? What the heck? I was really hoping to find like a small video out there. It's Cup 2019. Then I go to videos. PBD West. About Us. Convenience Cup. Our mission. I'm on their website right now. Beauty was continued. Convenience Cup. Cotton photography. Yeah, well. But here's the Monster Girls. Yeah, this is PBD West Convenience Cup. Yeah, here it is. Long drive. Let's see. I want to see if there's anything like, wow, look at all this photography. That's crazy. That's crazy. I want to see if there's anything where we can see any of the signage. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. PBD West charity event. I don't know what year this was though. Is any of Gerard's family in here? Is this his dad or something? I mean, that might be. I mean, he's speaking at the event. I would imagine it could be. PBD West Convenient Cup. Check-in, raffle of a pairing, sponsors, auction. Is auction and stuff. They have an Instagram. Okay, they have an Instagram. Let's see. So here's their Insta. This was 2023. Let's scroll down. Let's see how far down we can go. Oldest one is from 2020, so they wouldn't even be able to post. We wouldn't even be able to find anything about this on this one. Let's see. PBD West. Does PBD West have, and they're About Me, do they have anything about, do they have any social, I guess social media would be what I would want to look for. Rich experience. LinkedIn. Okay. They're on LinkedIn, which like old people use as a social media platform, basically. Why is LinkedIn loading? Has anybody ever seen this before? Why does it look like that? Yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna show me any like private information or something, so I'm gonna keep that off stream for a second. Let's go to posts. They have no posts? They have no posts at all. Wow, that's wild. Nothing. What I was kind of finding, what I was trying to look for, is if anybody who was there posted anything about it. Because that would be the biggest thing to see if it was even there, right? Here, we'll open this. I can't find anything about this. Yeah, I can't find anything about this. I was really hoping it would. I think it would probably take more digging than I can do reasonably on stream right now. Follow. They have an app? My ass is not downloading their app. I love you. I'm not downloading their app. pbdgolf.com. Wait. PBD Golf 2019. Let's see. PBD named 2019's top 3PL for the fourth year. No, different company. PPD West Golf 2019. Nah. Can't find anything, friendos. I guess the last thing that I could possibly do is go onto Instagram and see, and then just type that in and then see if there's anything online that could possibly bring me to where I'm going. And I'm really not sure if I can. The answer is no. Can't find it. Can't find it. Really do hate to see it. Well, that's it.
Convenience Cup Challenge appears to raise money is via sponsorships. Brands will pay the Open Hand Foundation to appear on banners and signs throughout the golf course, along with having the opportunity to set up tents and stands and have their employees play in the tournament. It seems to be mainly used as a networking or social event. On its website, the PBD West Cup even tells us what these sponsorships cost, showing that different tiers give different benefits. Before 2018, this golf cup was the only event raising money for the Open Hand Foundation, so the tax filings should give us a pretty good idea about how much money it brings in. From 2014 to 2017, filings showed the Open Hand Foundation received between $30,000 to $60,000 per event. This is likely underreported, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's just assume this is accurate. From these years, we can get a pretty good approximation of what this cup normally raises. In 2018, Indieland began, and for its first year, it raised $55,000, at least according to Gerard. This money was also supposed to go to the Open Hand Foundation, so naturally we should see an increase in yearly revenue.
Oh,
is that it's the last year that Indieland, or the Completionist, Tiltify, which shows the tax filings became weird, we started hearing nothing. We can deduce how much money was raised, however. From 2020 onwards, Indieland fundraised through Tiltify, which shows the total donation amount. On top of this, all bits, subs, merchandise, and indie game sales were supposed to go to OpenHand too.
And that's why we're here today. Bits, donations, subs, buy the shirt, buy the coin, buy indie games, all that stuff. All of it is going to the benefit of helping others for this charity event. So thank you for joining us.
As I just mentioned, Gerard never tells us what these extra revenue sources amount to, but we do get a clue from Indieland lead coordinator Michael Barrett. He refers to an article talking about Indieland 2022, which raised $90,000 via direct donations through Tiltify. The article author uses a different Tiltify figure to state that Indieland raised $80,000, but Michael clarifies that with those other methods of raising money, they actually raised over $100,000. So it's...
Let's back up. Let's read a little bit of this. I'm the lead coordinator of this charity stream for the past 5 years, and this year we really plussed it up, okay? We managed to spotlight over 50... Okay, who cares? We've been building... Who cares? Also, this article only mentions direct donations in terms of our total raise, taking in merch, ticket sales, and platform-based donations into account. We actually raised over $100,000. Okay, but how much?
So at minimum, we can add at least $10,000 on top of whatever. And also,
why we need to wait for you to say something like that?
I suspect this figure is likely higher, which is why they don't specify what it is. Now let's look at 2021. Indieland raised $113,000 in direct donations. Then we take off around $2,000 for Tiltify fees. On top of this, every single year the Syzygy Foundation, the charity founded by Jamie Lee Curtis, gives a grant to OpenHand. In 2021, they gave them $25,000. If you add these together, you get around $136,000. But shockingly, for the entire year of 2021, OpenHand only received $136,000.
Wait.
By Jamie Lee Curtis gives a grant to OpenHand. In 2021, they gave them $25,000. If you add these together, you get around $136,000. But shockingly, for the entire year of 2021, OpenHand only received $136,000, which means again, the Golf Cup hardly raised anything at all. But we know that's not the case, because we have photos of every single year the Golf Cup has been running since 2014, and we know how many sponsors they have and what they paid. And not only that,
Oh no. Oh, because he's right. If you could see the banner from the year, then you could do a rough estimation about how much they made that year, because every single tier that they put a company's logo in is specified for a certain amount of money that they spent, right? So yeah, it would add up to like 136, and they took in 136, which would mean that either they raised no money or they did raise money and they're just not reporting it, which is giga illegal.
this means all the bits, subs, and all of that extra revenue that Gerard promised us would go to OpenHand wasn't sent over either. Now in this video, I'm just focusing on the golf tournament, and I won't go into all of the ways the Completionist and his family seem to be stealing donations, but I suggest you keep a lookout for an update video by some ordinary gamers, who will release even more information on that very soon. So let's look at the 2021 Golf Cup sponsors. It's had 2 diamond sponsors, which were $8,000 each, 1 platinum sponsor, which is $7,500, and 6 gold sponsors, which are $6,500 each. Just from those 3 tiers alone, ignoring—
They're getting donations from Wells Fargo? I mean, these are big brands. You don't want to mess up this type of recognition. These are big companies that are paying a lot of money.
All of the other sponsors, all of the other registration fees, all of the other money raised from the raffle and auctions, and ignoring any direct donations which should be received during a charity event, we already have a total of more than $60,000, and all of that money seems to have vanished. It certainly didn't go to OpenHand, or at the very least, for some reason, isn't showing up on their filings. All of the filings from 2019 onwards show the same pattern. Almost all of the revenue raised can be attributed to Indieland, and hardly anything seems to come from the Golf Cup, despite photos clearly showing it has massive sponsors paying up to $10,000 each. Certainly, tens of thousands of dollars at least in donations every single year are going missing. The question is how and where. Everything raised from Indieland is through electronic means. This makes it very hard to hide, and any accountant will immediately pick up a discrepancy between what the bank statements show and what they are filing with the IRS. But the revenue generated from the Golf Cup is different. The website has a page called Where to Send Payment, and it literally just tells you to write a check to the Open Hand Foundation. Different. The website has a...
Thank you, Biden. I appreciate that. Also, Uncle Damien, thank you so much for the 6 months in a row. 8 hours of lollygagging. Only if, partner. Only if we could possibly get 8 hours of lollygagging. Thanks for the 6 months. I really appreciate you for remaining a part of the frenzy, being incredibly pog. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. Here, let's see. Can I find this? PBD West. Convenience Cup. Elon's website. What website is he on right now? That's my thing. I just don't know what website he's on. I wish I knew it. I'd be able to type it in. Because when my ass types it in, I get like, there are no search results that come up for this. Membership, product incubation. What do they sell? Cum? This is so wild. PBD was team? No, not that. Also, Aria Fox, thanks for the 50 bits, partner. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. You gonna donate and go golfing, bud? I do plan on donating and going golfing. I haven't been golfing in a while. I do need that. You know, a little you know, loosen up the shoulders, a little you know, it's hard being a streamer.
Page called Where to Send Payment, and it literally just tells you to write a check to the Open Hand Foundation. No matter what account the money is going to, however, we know it isn't going to Open Hand. In my previous video, I was very careful not to make claims I couldn't prove. I wanted to make sure that when bringing up this sensitive subject, I didn't come across too aggressive, in order to limit the amount of backlash. But I think at this point, I've uncovered enough to confidently say that something very criminal is happening with the Open Hand Foundation. We have the Completionist and the Open Hand website lying for years that the foundation has been supporting organizations when it has never supported a single organization the entire time it's existed. We have more than $650,000 sitting in an account somewhere that still hasn't been donated or accounted for. And we have hundreds of thousands of dollars from the golf tournament that has simply vanished into thin air. And this is why I think the Completionist and the Open Hand Foundation have been completely silent. Anything they say at this point is probably going to be used against them, simply because the truth is looking really, really bad. Almost everyone is screaming at them just to donate the money, which should be pretty easy to do.
It doesn't make sense. Why not just, okay, the jig is up, just donate it. If you supposedly still have the money, just donate it. What's the excuse for not
Yo,
donating
tipster
it?
cameo.
But they don't.
Friend of the stream, tipster. Friend of the stream, tipster. Thank you, tipster. Very interesting.
Don't want any more attention being drawn to this. They hope people at worst will think that Indieland raised some money and didn't donate it for a few years. They can live with that. What they don't want is people, especially the authorities, looking into the golf tournament and all of that sponsorship money. I've heard many people say this could just be negligence or ignorance or laziness, but I can assure you this is not the case. This fraudulent activity has been going on for at least 10 years, and it's not just Indieland. Both events were lying and saying they were contributing funds when they weren't. The Golf Cup was taking in donations without contributing any of the money it raised long before Indieland even started. And when Indieland came along, it did the exact same thing. This doesn't happen accidentally. This absolutely needs to be investigated by the authorities. And the only way that happens is if the Open Hand Foundation is reported. I'm going to put a link to where you can raise a complaint.
Yeah, this is serious now. It's more serious than it was before, or it's just straight up Gerard, what the heck? Gerard, what the heck? I really think Gerard should have just been like, boom, 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 boom. Here's all the stuff that I know. Here's all the stuff that I think's going on. If I'm gonna be honest with you, if this came out about like a charity that I was a part of, I'm gonna tell you right now, my ass would be like, I'm getting out of here immediately. I would 100% be like, guys, I'm not a part of this charity. I'm not a part of this charity anymore. I don't know what, if I actually didn't know what happened, I'd be like, I don't know what happened. You'd move to a remote island? Ireland. I'd move to Ireland. I don't know, I'd be like, I just gotta get out of here, man. I not out of here as in like move, out of here as in I need to leave the charity and disassociate myself from that. And then I don't know, maybe I would contact the authorities and be like, there's something wrong going on here. And if anything bad happened, then I would, if anything bad happened, then the cops, then like the attorneys would be like, you know, I'd be like, bro, I'll give you whatever you want. Just like, leave me alone. What like what do you need, guys? Their social security number, I know their home address, where they spend most of their time in the day, where they work. Bro, I know every I'll give you anything, okay? I'd put on the the ears and the tail. I'd do my best rat impression. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'd be like, you motherfuckers get the fuck away from me. I'll sell you all down the river. I'll sell you all up and down the river. Any day of the week. I'll take my 50 pieces of silver and leave. Couldn't be happier. What's the receipts? I like, bro, I don't even know these people, man. They're not who they defrauded you guys. They defrauded me. I had no clue who they were. They lied to me too. I'd be like, hell nah, man. I don't want to be a part of that. Reputation is honestly a lot of what you have as a creator. Losing it is really bad. I'd be doing anything possible to be like, nah, man, I have nothing to do with this. I promise you. I'll sell y'all for a corn chip. I'd sell them immediately. I'm going to be 100% real with you.
In the description, and I hope that many of you consider taking a couple of minutes to do so. It's obvious Open Hand isn't in a rush to respond or donate the money, so at this point, all we can do is wait for those with power to step in.
Okay. I mean, he's kind of, I don't know. I really think that if the Completionist really wanted this stuff to be blown over, then I think he should have. Well, at the same time, once again, he's not the face of the company. He's at the end, he is kind of just a guy. Sorry, he's just the face of the company. As far as we've seen, he's kind of just like a guy. I don't know how much he's had his hands in the mix. And if this goes to court or something, then obviously that's going to have to be decided. But with that being said, obviously if he speaks out, he could get sued by, like, I guess his family, which is possible. I mean, if his family's really been skimming money off the top for dementia research, then I'm going to be honest with you, I don't believe that they'd be above suing him into silence or suing him for defamation or something that he doesn't want to be wrapped up in. At the same time, not speaking also has now led to more people being like, letting them all to now possibly be sued or, you know, audited or looked into by the federal government. Isn't it run by his family though? I doubt his hands would be clean. I mean, sure, maybe, but you honestly, you don't know. It could easily just be ran by his dad or his dad and his uncle or something, or his dad, his brother. And he's just like the face of it, since he's like, has Gerard ever showed up? At the end of the day, remember, the PBD West Convenience Challenge Cup is not run by the family. It's run by Gerard's dad. That's Gerard's dad's company. It's not Gerard's company. I don't think it's even his brother's company. I'm not even sure if they have any stake in the company necessarily. And I'm not sure if this didn't talk about whether or not they had stake in the company. So it's very possible that Gerard's dad is just skimming money off the top. Now, I'm not saying that he doesn't have his hand in it or that he doesn't know what's going on. I don't know. I'm not, I'm not God, so I'm not omnipotent. And I also am not like the federal justice system and that has looked into him, because the federal justice system also hasn't looked into him. But that cup is ran by Gerard's dad's company, not him. That's supposed to also give its money to the charity, which would give its money then to dementia research, which hasn't happened. So where Gerard specifically plays into that, I'm not necessarily sure. But I would say that this is grounds for this to be looked into by the feds. Unfortunately, Gerard's gonna have to answer to the feds. It's just gonna have to happen. So looking for that PBD golf site, yeah, I haven't been able to find it. If anybody has it, you can send it. I just don't have it. I haven't seen it. I haven't been able to find it. So Carl Jobs didn't post it in the comment in like the description, so I have no clue where he found it. Oh, is this it? It's loading. My ass cannot open this page. It literally will not open. Okay. That's so interesting. Site cannot be reached. Okay. Well, there it is. I can load it up on my phone, but I can't load it up on my computer. This is so weird. Golf Genius? That's the page that comes up when I type that in? What? Okay, this one loaded up. It's so weird. They're bringing down the website to stop us from looking into it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mem. Appreciate you. Anyways, we got the website. Hacker Voice, we're in. Sponsorship, photos. 2020. Oh, there's only a 2022 gallery. There's a private page. Oh no. This is from 2022. Yeah, look at all that. Look at all this. Yeah, here's all the benefactors. Follow today's event on your phone. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. All right then. Yeah, they've been digging deep. Apparently they're on Twitter. Okay, here's all their stuff now. Ooh, wait a second. If they have a YouTube. Wait, here we go. 2017. 2019. Oh no, this is just the company that they do tournaments with. Oh no, this is just the company that they do tournaments with. Okay. No, this isn't helpful. Unless. Site can't be reached. Very interesting stuff. Yep, site can't be reached. Good to know. Incredibly interesting stuff. Wildly interesting stuff right there. Anyways, with that being said, every golf dude looks the same. I'm not taking it back. They kind of do. I hate to be the one to say it, but they do kind of look the same. I can't find any of the other photos, but yeah, that's interesting. Okay, well, sorry, Gerard. I guess it's jail for you and your not the Khalil crime family. I didn't want it to be like this. I really didn't want it to be like this. I was really hoping that it wasn't going to be like this. But it seems like it might be like this. I hopefully Gerard isn't, you know, the guy doing the evil. At least it's not. Hopefully it won't be him. Inshallah. There's no guarantees though. Which is making me very sad. Not the absence of color. What is that? What the heck? You guys are crazy. You guys are out of your mind. Yo, babe. I think the Kroger around us sells boneless pork belly. The one close, well, I don't want to say exact, I'm on stream. But yeah, it's the one, there's one where that you used to work at. It says it. I lied. I don't think it's the one closest to us. Private selection of pork. Guys, the thing is, the reason, say it, coward. I am a coward and I will not be saying it. The thing is, I've been looking for pork belly in the area, mostly because I wanted to make those pork belly squares, you know, those like sweet and salty pork belly squares that you see people make. They like barbecue them and they smoke them, and then you can pop them in your mouth, and it's just like meat candy, I guess, little meat pops. I've been thinking about those for a while. I've been thinking. It's been on my mind for a little bit of time now. Will you make enough for chat? What do you think, babe? Should we make enough for chat to eat too? She said yes. So she said a big hot pot. All of you, oh, Miss Allison, I didn't even see you in chat. Hello, Miss Allison. I started talking smack about Wells Fargo to my uncle, forgetting that he works for them. Don't, guys, be careful around Allie. Her dad, her uncle works at Wells Fargo. If you talk shit about her, she's gonna get your house foreclosed on. Oh, lurking and doing homework. Oh, okay. Oh, badass. She'll get your house foreclosed. She will have no sympathy. He's your least favorite family member. Don't worry. Never mind, you're safe. You can make fun of her as much as you want. She has no possibility of having your house foreclosed. You have to buy her. Don't make fun of her because her relationship with her uncle is improving, leading to you soon having your house foreclosed on. So just be careful, everyone. I talk shit about PNC Bank, but my aunt is an executive there. I mean, was she like, when you said it, was she like so true? Was she like, honestly, you got me there? You cooked it. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked. You cooked me bad. No, but now she does because they fired her. Cook. Cook. Oh my lord, finally. Yeah, pork belly burnt ends. This is what I'm well, the way it looks. Oh, the way it looks. I can just imagine it. I can't have access to too many of these because if I eat too many of them, I may simply perish. But I mean, look at that. Holy. Good golly, dude. Just can you imagine just a bacon cube? Can you imagine a barbecue bacon cube? Like, how am I supposed to survive without eating one of those immediately? Can you even imagine? What's that? It's barbecue pork belly that's cooked until it's crispy and covered in a sweet smoky barbecue sauce and then cooked again. Billions must have died. Honestly, this would be a good way out. If this led to me perishing, honestly, I wouldn't feel too bad about it. Did you give us any cooking emotes? I can't give Twitch them, unfortunately. Death by meat. So true. That looks good. Too bad my bank account only allows me to afford cookies and cream Hershey bars. Yeah, but you definitely wouldn't be able to afford Pokemon's cookies. Oh, you definitely, Pokemon wouldn't let you buy her cookies because she's evil. I hate that woman so much. I hate that evil woman. that woman who dangles her $5 billion cookies over our heads, us the poors, against her, the rich. Thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate the 100 bits. Unfortunately, I couldn't spend 100 bits to buy Pokemon's cookies. Those cookies that she stole. That evil temptress trying to make us buy her expensive shitty ass. You know, Pokemon's cookies personally led to the financial crisis of 2008. You know that, right? Pokemon's cookies personally led to my grandma's house being foreclosed on. That harlot, so true. And nobody's even talking about it. Absolutely no one. How dare she? She dare. You know why? Because she's one of them. Of course she dare. Because Twitch would never ban her. Because, well, you know, she's one of them. You know. Well, she's one of those. You know how those act. Especially when they can act with impunity. And sell cookies. Expensive cookies at that. They're like $4. That's a lot for cookies. You ever bought a cookie before? Neither have I, because I'm poor. Unlike Pokemon, who's rich, who takes her rich cookies and shoves them down our throat. She shoves her cookies, her rich ass cookies, down our throat. You know, the worst thing about it is that just when you're like, no, Pokemon, no, don't shove your cookies down my throat. And then you go, oh, these cookies actually taste pretty okay. Yoink! The cookie, she actually dug a hole in the cookie and put fishing line in it and then yoinks the cookie back out of your throat. So you can't eat it because you're too poor to eat Pokemon's cookies. That's literally what's happening right now. She does do a lol you thought. The whole fishing line trick again. You may be like, why can't, you know, why is she using the oldest trick in the book? Well, just so you know, it's the oldest trick in the book is also in the new book too. You just haven't been able to buy it to read it because you're fucking poor. And proof is because you can't buy her cookies. Nobody could buy her cookies except for her. She made cookies just for herself. She's that rich. She lives in that decadent life. I hate Pokimane. I hate her and her expensive cookies, reminding me about how poor I am. Silly poor, these cookies are for the rich. She literally said that though. That's the craziest thing about it. Bro, you good? No, I'm not good. Because Pokimane exists still. And she's not even banned on Twitch. You know, my favorite Twitch streamer, Aiden Ross, got banned from Twitch for doing literally nothing for, you guessed it, being white. Well, Pokimane is able to destroy America with her $7 cookies. Chuck, you're starting to sound like Leafy. Yeah, leaf cookies. That's all I could fucking buy with my money because I don't have Pokimane cookie money. So yeah, maybe I do sound like that. They say you are what you eat, and that's all I'm able to afford. Pokimane isn't banned. Billions must get cookies. It's true. It's true. I'm gonna get sued for defamation. Pokimane, don't sue me, please. I love girl bossing businesswomen. Pokimane, please. I love female streamers. Some of my friends are female streamers. I love females. Isn't that right, babe? She said yeah. It's a joke, for real, for real. Pokey, calm down, please. I'm begging you. Ahaha. Add me into your Fortnite lobby. Haha. Are we friends? Of course, Miss Allison. I have your number. You know, if you spell cookies backwards, it spells out Pokimane's real name. It's a sick, twisted world, really. Ooh. Did you see Peter Griffin in Fortnite? I did. That was crazy. Honestly, one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. I was kind of scared for my life. And yo, I see we got some gray names in chat. We got some white names in chat. We should clear that out sometime. You can subscribe. You know, you can subscribe on the site for $5, and you become a member on YouTube for literally $3, $2 less than other subscriptions. You get to see videos early. We just released it every day. We get the tomorrow's video early. Tomorrow or the next day's video early. You do get a video early. It may not be tomorrow's video, which would mean you would see it even earlier than everybody else. Stop trying to take money, you capitalists. That is true. You are a capitalist when you have money. I forgot about that. Anyways, everybody's getting a refund on all the money they ever spent on the channel. You know who wouldn't do that? Pokimane. She wouldn't. That's the thing about her, is that she definitely wouldn't. And nobody's even talking about that, honestly. It's the saddest thing about it. For the remainder of stream, can you talk about cookie capitalism? Shark about mango. Oh, I'd slurp the flesh out of a mango right now. Good golly. I'd do that immediately. Only if. $5. $5 a month. Zabit, well, thank you so much for the gifted tier 2 sub. Is that Shark? Shark, get you some Pokimane e-girl girl boss cookies with this here sub money. I'm sorry, it's gonna have to be a tier 3 for me to be able to afford Pokimane's cookies, but I do appreciate you. It's going into the Pokimane cookie fund. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for the tier 2. Thanks for the tier 2. I appreciate you. Thank you, bestie. Thank you for that. How am I supposed to subscribe when I'm shoveling pounds of cookies into my face? I didn't know we had the goddamn crown prince of Saudi Arabia here with enough money to own 17 pet tigers, 14 Bugattis, and 1 pack of Pokimane cookies. You know, when they killed Osama bin Laden, they found as part of his treasure not only gold bars, but also an entire pallet of Pokimane cookies, appraised to be in the ballpark of $3 billion in net worth, adjusted for inflation. It's real. I haven't snapped. I've actually never snapped. So 7 packs? Yeah, 7 whole packs of Pokimane cookies. Will, thanks for the gifted tier 3. You didn't have to do that. Thanks for the gifted tier 3. Okay, now get you some Pokimane e-girl girl boss cookies with this here sub money. All right. All right. All right. All right. What's it called? Mina? Mina cookies? How do I purchase the e-girl cookies? Shark cookies what? The craziest thing about it is that these shits is probably chocolate and my ass hates chocolate. Oh. I'm gonna eat this shit and be like, this is ass. I don't know if it's because of the cookies, but it's just chocolate. I don't like chocolate. I'm gonna eat it anyways. Hey, yo, baby doll. Would you want some cookies? Okay, she says yes. Yo, I load into Pokimane's website to buy her cookies, and the first thing she asked me is to get my email address. Does this woman's greed have no end? Not only does she want my money, she wants my personal information as well. One bite, mid. Cross, thanks for the 33 months. Thanks for the 33 months in a row. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for remaining a part of the frenzy and being incredibly pog. Appreciate you. Are they good? I don't know. They're probably fine. The cookies are probably fine. I think they're vegan. Is that right? They're vegan cookies. Oh my gosh, these cookies are kind of expensive. It's $25. Good. I was like, oh my gosh, one-time purchase? $28? Oh my goodness. I don't know if I can handle this. I'm not sure if I'll ever financially recover from this. You know who would? Pokimane. $25. My wallet is not vegan. That's true. My wallet is not vegan. But it's like 4 packs. I'm not gonna. Who am I gonna give these cookies to? I can't eat 4. I don't eat cookies. I don't eat 4. I can't, and I definitely can't eat 4 packs of them. $28 for your email. Yeah, the cookies are $28. Your email and your soul. $25. You know how many cookies? And that's not all. That's also not even like the full price, because this is also gonna be fucking. They're also gonna charge me for shipping too. Oh, we do get a snack grabber as well as a bonus treat. I only want meat cookies. So badass. There needs to be a cookie emoji. A cookie emoji. Maybe. Oh, we have a crisp. It's not a cracker, it's a crisp. 10.59 postage. Wait, let's click. Do not deliver this shit to me every four weeks. Do not do that. Oh no, it's $28 in total. Listen, it's up to Will. Will, do we buy the $28 cookies? Or do we not buy the $28 cookies? Do it? All right. He did donate the money, so I actually have no. I don't want to pull a Open Hands Foundation and be like the money just up and disappeared. So I you know, we're committed to the bit. You know who wouldn't commit to the Ooh. Honestly, you know who really wouldn't stop? Who hasn't stopped, even with all the bad. Oh, actually, they did charge me for shipping. It's $4.99. It's up to $32.99. All right, well, I've spent $32.99 on Pokemon cookies. Shipping plus tax? Yeah, the whole thing came out to $32. Proud of you, Shark. Thank you, thank you.
Shark, hog.
Them cookies better wash my ass and polish my nuts. That'd be pretty cool. I do have to wash my nuts before I go to bed tonight, so if the cookies when they get here can do that for me, I'd be like hell yeah, brother. It'd be a big hell yeah, brother situation. Oh, I'm sure this will be a worthwhile long-term investment. Speaking of investments, before we move on to the other meme that we're doing here today, I've decided I've moved almost all of my investments away from singular stocks and into ETFs. So I'm a big ETF lord now, and honestly, it feels kind of nice. It feels pretty sick. I can't lie. Because I was thinking about it. I was like, I can try and beat the market by being the world's smartest boy. But then I remembered that like nobody can beat the market because almost everybody is one of the dumbest boys. But then I realized, instead of betting to beat the market, what if I just become the market? Like, if you zoom out far enough, the green line does literally always go up. And will that be the case forever? Absolutely not. But as long as I'm alive, I mean, like probably for, you know, at least a good chunk of it. So what if I just like buy like a piece of the entire market and then keep it pushing? And so that's just kind of what I did. And honestly, every single day I've gotten a return. It's been nice. This is not financial advice. I'm just telling you what I've done. The line will likely go up. unless you're in Congress. Yeah, then you really are the market. I don't know, what's my account looking like? I mean, over the last month, my portfolio has gone up by 3%. That's so crazy. 3 whole percentage points. That's crazy. The green line has indeed gone up. So yeah, anyways, that's, if I was going to give financial advice, that's what it would be. But since I don't give financial advice, that's not what it is. Shark is now an ANCAP. So real and true. Supports banana republics. I am the banana republic. That's the craziest thing about it. Oh yeah, did you see this Daily Wire clip? Remember how they made their Lady Baller movie, which is about their delusions about what happens in the real world about trans people. So they did that, okay? Which can't be good satire, mostly because what they believe is simply a lie. You can't make good satire out of something that's simply not true. And like, to prove how they're even like the premise of their movie doesn't make any sense, they went on to talk about this with Ben Shapiro the other day.
Okay, so let's go back to the inception of this idea. So you approached me and you said we should make a fictional film about this topic. Now, to be fair, I think I'd actually suggested to the Crane Boys that they do this as a
I will say, what he gets right is that it is a fictional film.
Yes. I originally went to them and I said, you guys should like go try out for a bunch of ladies' leagues. And that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men. And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require in order to, you know, the actual hormone treatments and everything to play in some of the ladies' leagues. But in any case, it turned into this. So explain.
So basically, the entire premise of our movie is literally false and doesn't make any sense. But it's a good satire and a great comedy. And here's why. It's just, I'm not sure if they just don't understand how this doesn't make any sense, or they simply don't care, or maybe it's a mixture of both. I think it's the fact that they just have one joke, which I identify as an attack helicopter, and they decided, what if we make the attack helicopter movie? And that's why they'll like it. Will the movie make the money? I would imagine so. A lot of conservatives' favorite, you know, meal is their own farts. So I wouldn't be surprised that a bunch of conservatives will sit here and tell me and try and tell everybody this is one of the greatest pieces of the film ever invented by mankind. I mean, a lot of them are right now doing it at this very moment. I mean, a lot of conservatives are going on to videos of people talking about this, and just to find people who disagree to be like, I love this movie. This is a great movie. It's fine with me because it boosts my analytics. Like, sure, like the Lady Baller movie video that we released today is one of the better performing videos that we released for a little bit. But you know, that's sure, appreciate the free. I know my editors will really appreciate that cash that you just gave to them. Appreciate that. You know. Has Walsh talked about this yet? I think so, but I don't really care what he has to say. The video was hard to watch. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Nick Freitas just made a YouTube short about ladyballers. If you haven't watched Nick Freitas, someone more annoying than Ben Shapiro. I saw Nick Fuentes watched it the other day. Fuentes was like, this is actually really good. Fuentes was like, it makes a lot of sense. He was like, I like it. He's like, the comedy feels like normal TV comedy. And he watches a lot of TV. I mean, it was reported that he was a massive, what was that show called about like Euphoria? He was like a massive Euphoria fan. Did you see Fuentes talking about working out? No, I haven't. Can you send that? That sounds really funny. Is he on the like working out is gay and cringe because you only get because women don't care about you having big muscles and only gay men care about you having big muscles? So what are you building muscle for? To be in doggy style longer for a man to fill your colon with his man meat and drop his baby gravy into your lower bowels? Like, is that the only thing is that what he said? Because he sounds like the type of guy to say some bullshit like that. I'm gonna be completely real with you. But he would also say being gay isn't that bad because he doesn't like women. And because women stink. We have nothing in common with women because women stink. He doesn't like his bays. He prefers femboys. I hope I can find it. That sounds really funny. If you're able to find it, hit me. But yeah, we continue.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing that you have to understand is that I was getting ready to leave the country to go make our Pendragon series on July 9th. And somewhere about mid-March, I thought, wouldn't it be great if between today and July 9th, we wrote and produced an entire feature film?
Oh, actually, definitive proof why this isn't good. It's just it's so funny. They think they're like Studio Mappa or something. That they can produce a feature-length film in the amount of time it takes to think about a feature-length film, and to actually be good. You know what I saw? You know the crazy thing that I saw? I wasn't able. If anybody has a legal link, very legal link to the movie, please let me know. Just for reasons. But if anybody has a legal link to it, just send it my way. I did want to do a review on it sometime. But with that being said, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm so sad. I am so sad. It poof, gone, vanished. It blasted off. What the heck was I even talking about? Oh, anyways, they think they can produce a piece of work super quickly when they just can't. It's proof to me why it's bad. But anyway, I saw the video. I saw somebody have a screenshot of it. You know how long that movie is? It's 2 hours. Can you imagine a 2-hour movie of my gender is fuck you, my pronouns are kiss my ass? It's 2 hours. No talent, no creativity, no reality, all delusion. That's crazy. That's insane. Also, Sheen the Pop, thank you so much for the Prime. The Bezos Bucks joined the frenzy and being incredibly pog. Thank you. Appreciate you. Also, hey, look over there. You see that? Sharky.cc. Join the site. You can join the site chat if you want to see your chats show up on the screen. It's an incredible thing. You found it? Yo, bestie. Thank you.
And so, yeah, the Crane Boys mentioned the idea that you had given them, and it had been in the back of my mind that, we really should be making the movies that only we can make. In fact, I think that's a line that you had come up with. What are the things that only we can do? And so I thought, well, obviously, there has not been a true comedy made since Barack Obama became president. I mean, Barack Obama destroyed 3 things: rock and roll, comedy, and America. Other than that, he was a perfectly average president, but...
Yeah, we all know about how Barack Obama's first action in Congress was the fuck you rock and roll act, where he specifically put through an act making it so that rock and roll will now be illegal. Thanks, Obama. He really did that. We do hate Obama for that. Isn't that right, chat? He killed rock and roll. He killed comedy.
It became impossible to tell a joke during the Obama administration because Obama made this sort of pact with culture
the
shapers
devil?
that they should change their fundamental understanding of themselves. And in the case of comedians, they should no longer, mock the absurd, but they should be agents for social change. The head writer.
I mean, you can mock the absurd, but like it has to be real. That's what makes it funny. Listen, the humor from satire specifically comes from you saying so true. If there's nothing, you go tee hee, so true. That's where the comedy comes from in satire, That's where it comes from. You have to be making fun of somebody. I remember I was hanging out with the girly, the GF. She was sick the other day. You were sick, baby, but you're not sick anymore, right? She's fine. She's okay now. Thankfully. And so she was playing Risk of Rain on my computer with her friends on there. Many of her friends are homosexual, which is cool. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But they're jokey. They're cracking jokes and everything. They're also black. Okay. Yeah, one's black, the other one's Indian, right? But they're both gay. That's what ties them together. That's what holds the group together. It's the sticky sauce that keeps them friends. Anyways, with that being said, I was in there. They're pretty okay with jokes. They're silly boys. Yeah, they always joke a lot, and they were, and I got in there. They said a couple F words and whatnot. They were doing all that type of stuff. And then they were talking about items because they took a lot of items, and I wasn't able to get that many items. And they were like, sorry, we stole a lot of your items as gay people do, that we would just be stealing shit. And then I was like, oh, yeah, it's true, because you did already steal the rainbow from God, so it makes sense that you would steal these items from man. And they were like, this guy's funny. He's hilarious, right? And the humor from that came from so true and making fun of people like Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring and whatnot, right? That's where the funny comes in about it. But if nobody ever said anything like that, the funny would just it being it like you saying something, haha, so random. But that's not what they're doing. This movie isn't supposed to be posted as sort of like Jackson Pollock type movie that's just a bunch of silly guys being silly. It's supposed to be a commentary on society, but the commentary doesn't make any sense because they live in their own delusion. Funny men and gay, homosexual, so true, and black, and one Indian. How random, so hard. My items. That's true. I didn't have that many items. Wait a second. You said, what is this? This is Fuentes. Does he say slurs in here? I'm just gonna roll the dice and say he probably doesn't. But let's find out.
I was planning on doing one today. I had it all set up, ready to go. But I did some work, and I actually worked out. I actually went to the gym. I worked out.
Why does it sound like that? He's like, I actually worked out. Like he's never done it. Have you never done it before? I think most people have like really... He's like, all right, you got me. I lifted some weights. But then I was like, this shit's gay. He was like, they told me to do Romanian deadlifts and they told me to lean down and poke my butt out. I was like, for what? For a man to put his dick in me? Is that why I lean down? Huh? Crazy. They say on the rows you should arch your back. And they said, no, we said round your back. Yeah, okay. For what? For men? And I was like, this shit's gay. I can't be here anymore. They said to squat. For who?
I got a protein shake, and quite honestly.
Oh, he was so serious. He's got like the sweatband on and the protein. He's got like the wrist strap. Do you think he has on like the whole leotard? Like it was going to be like one of those 70s workout videos. He's like, all right, guys, I showed up for work. They're like, bro, what are you wearing? He's like, it's my workout attire. I have my protein shake. Femboy come. This is femboy. He got it straight from the source.
I feel like shit. It made me feel worse. Everyone always says,
wait,
worked out, I got a protein shake, you know, and quite honestly, I feel like shit. It made me feel worse. Everyone always says,
bro's allergic to working out. I went to the gym and I felt worse. They said going to the gym will make you feel better. I just hurt. My bones hurt. My joints hurt. This supposed to make me feel better? I feel worse. Fuck you guys. You lied to me.
oh, feeling sad? Go to the gym. Feeling tired? Go to the gym. Feeling like shit? Go to the gym. Well, I went to the gym and I feel worse. I actually feel worse. I'm more tired than when I went to the gym. I want to go to bed. I don't want to be here right now. I want to be in bed. I wish I could have taken a shower and went to bed because physically I feel unwell.
Oh, he's actually allergic to working out, bro. What the hell? He's like, wait, they turned his treadmill to like 2.5 and they said, hey, walk on a 3 incline. And he's there like, I'm gonna be sick. All right, brother. Bro, that means you're unhealthy. You need to go back into the gym. Dude, you're sick. You're a sick man. Yo, Nicholas J. Fuentes is not gonna be with us for much longer if he's sick going to the gym. What the fuck? Yo, man, you can't call Destiny a soy boy anymore if you say going to the gym makes you sick. I've seen him doing leg presses before. At least he take, and you're not like a bad person for not going to the gym or something, but like to be able to say, unless this is a hilarious joke. It might be a hilarious joke. If so, I'll give him props that this is at least funny. Bro said, I feel sick after going to the gym. I'm tired. My legs hurt. My hands hurt. My back hurts. I'm sleepy. I'm hungry. I feel sweaty. This doesn't make me feel good. Oh.
And I'm tired. But I have to work. So I don't know, do all these people that go to the gym, do they not have jobs? It must not be very intense.
Holy shit.
Because, I mean, I'm at a 10 all day, working hard, watching TikTok, playing Call of War, phone calls, reading books, reading articles, writing notes, doing shows, doing streams.
Everything he's talked about is him sitting on his ass. Everything he's talked about right now, Call of War. I'm working hard, playing video games, reading books, sending emails. Like, what are you talking about, man? Yeah. I'm working hard all day, reading books, watching. Did he wait? The first thing that he said about him working hard is watching TikTok.
At a 10 all day, working hard, watching TikTok.
So fucking true. It is a hard job watching TikTok. Poor baby. I'm going to tell you right now, everything that he said is stuff that he does sitting on his ass, which means that he needs to go to the gym even more because it's worse for you to sit on your ass all day. He needs his walking time. Like, at least, like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. My workout advice that works for just basically anyone. All right. If you got legs, if you don't have legs, I'm sorry, but then you can just do something else, right? Walk. That's what you do. If you want to lose weight, walk. Start walking. All right. When you're just sitting there scrolling on your phone, start walking. When you're like reading a book or something, start walking. That's what you can do to be able to fix your life and get more energy out of your day and be able to lose weight and stuff. Start walking. Okay, walk. You don't have to do like your Usain Bolt impression at the gym to start sprinting all day, every day, everywhere. You don't have to do that, all right? Walk. I'm begging you. Walk. Power run. Just walk. I'm telling you right now, if you add an hour of walking into your day, you're going to see drastic improvements on your health. You don't have to do anything great, just walk. I'm just telling you to walk. It's good for you. That if you can walk for 2 hours a day, I'm telling you, your whole life will change. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, your whole life will change. It's crazy. It's crazy. These days, I like to read articles and manga while I walk, actually. So I like to personally go to the gym and do that. It's actually really nice. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's actually really cool to be able to spend that time walking. I don't know what more to tell you. I have to walk 2 miles to work. That's great for you. And not even like must be. That's great for you. I was healthier when I was actually eating less junk food. I was actually eating more junk food, but walking every single day to school and back than I was like at the beginning of the year where I basically was doing nothing besides just sitting down all day.
Playing Call of War, phone calls, reading books,
really
reading
hating Call of
articles,
War.
writing notes, doing shows, doing streams, taking out the trash, metaphorically and literally.
So true, buddy.
What do you do? You know, I feel like a lot of people go to the gym because they have meaningless lives and their job is bullshit.
You know the funniest thing about this is that this is the same bit that Ethan Klein did and got shitted on, but he was joking. If this guy isn't cracking memes, then it's actually really funny. It's actually really funny. He's doing the thing that what do you do? I'm a YouTuber, my bad. I'm a rumbler. What do you do?
I'm just going to be honest with you. I feel like a lot of people go to the gym because their life sucks.
Maybe.
And that's just a little part of their life that they can control. I'm just going to put that out.
You know what? Here's the thing. Maybe. And that's not a bad thing. Your life sucking isn't necessarily your fault. And you going to the gym and having something that you control and you can be happy about, that's not something to shit on somebody for. That's actually a really cool thing. That's a great reason to go to the gym, actually.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna put that out there, and I'll let you deal with that one. But I watch these TikToks of guys that, you know, they're like,
is this the work that he's talking about?
Wake up and I have my, you know, goopy green shake of garbage. I go
vegetables. Bro called vegetables garbage. Is he 12? I know he wants his like wife when he's older to be 12, but is he 12 too? Oh, yo, he hates trans people, but maybe he's trans age. He's one of those trans age people. So maybe he's trying to act 12, goo goo gaga type shit.
Go to the gym and then I hit the office and then I eat a frozen pizza for lunch and my wife is ugly and I come home and I play with my gay dog. I'm talking about
play with my gay dog. What the fuck? What's wrong with this guy, man? What's happening? I play with my gay dog. Okay. I mean, like, at least people want to be around them. Except for this guy who hasn't had a girl in his life ever. Who may never, actually. Bit fruity. I drink my gay shake and eat my gay pizza, and then I go to Gay Incorporated. That's where I work. And then I come home to my gay ugly wife and play with my gay dog. And then I go to the gay gym where I pick up dicks and put them down again. And then I pick them back up again.
This guy again, my nemesis.
We need Bit Fruity.
But I watch these TikToks and it's like, okay, so your whole life is gay and boring. Okay. Your wife's a pig. Your house looks...
I don't know. He said gay and boring, but he's talking about his... just like a wife. Bro's got a wife and a job and a dog. He seems to be doing fine.
Looks like shit. Your dog is gay. And
stop saying that about a dog.
Creates no value. You don't make anything.
You're a YouTuber. My bad. Sorry, Rumbler.
These people, they work in...
It's actually worse than the YouTuber, being a Rumbler.
Human resources.
Yep.
They work in human resources. They're selling something. So
conflict resolution, probably one of the most important things to civilization.
Gym, and this is like a surrogate. This is like a Ted Kaczynski surrogate activity.
What?
Me, I don't need that in my life. I got people trying to kill me every day. I got people trying.
Isn't that a good reason to go to the gym?
Take everything I have and.
Man, they're like, people try to kill me every day. Is his life just a reenactment of the deadliest game? What is he talking about? Is he like doing parkour through the streets of Chicago to be able to escape all the people who are trying to kill him every day? Quite the victim mentality. You need the victim mentality to be somebody like this guy. It's actually really important. Sake Tanuki, thanks for the tier 1. For 5 gifted tier 1s. Thank you so much. They said, coming from the guy who's into cat boys, even currently, you know he intentionally doesn't show what's under his standing desk. Oh yeah, it's very clear why he doesn't have a camera down here. It's very telling. The lack of a camera there, it speaks volumes. Louder than his microphone, honestly. Thank you, Sake Tanuki. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Why is it that he hates dogs? I don't know. He hates dogs, but he really likes monkeys, which is really interesting. He said he would rather have a pet monkey than a girlfriend because women are lame and monkeys are cool. I don't know. I don't like that this guy's a loser, so he must be gay type thing, but I don't know, man. After all the anti-woman rhetoric, and it's not even like, I'm not even like talking like anti-woman as in he's just like, he's the grr, woman, grr. It's just like the I don't even want to be around women type thing. That's the weirdest bit about it. Monkeys will bite your finger off. I think he's fine with that because he really doesn't like gay people. He really doesn't like women. And so I think he'd be happier with like a monkey biting his finger off than women, I don't know, talking to him.
You know, I'm gonna show Nick what I really think of him, and I'm gonna wreck his whole day today. And
so fucking
I'm in
true.
this war for our people,
my people.
For
anybody up in a war for their people? Yo, baby, you in a war for your people? Mm-hmm. She's on the fight against Georgia, on the side of Georgia.
So explorers, pioneers, conquerors, you know. So I don't need all that.
We was Vikings and shit.
My back hurts.
We built the cathedrals and shit.
Has been taking a little bit of the weight off lately, but my back hurts already. I don't need to be going in the dungeon. I don't need to be on the floor doing crunches in a dungeon in a t-shirt.
All right, buddy. Soon his arteries will become carotid. Soon his arteries will be filled with will be filled with cholesterol, inshallah. In the dungeon? Bro's working out in the dungeon? I would not work out in the dungeon, in my personal opinion. Just go to Planet Fitness, brother. Sake Tanuki with the 5 gifted. I really appreciate you. Nick Fuentes, along with many homophobes, are so far in the closet. They've seen Narnia. Yeah, bro's got 1 foot in Narnia. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Nick, that wasn't a gym you went to. Brother, that's not a gym you went to. Can you imagine that he went to a gay bar that's like gym themed and he's like, and it's called the dungeon, and he's like, bro, I don't want to go back. It's so gay in there, bro. They're not even really working out. I don't want to go to the dungeon in a t-shirt. In the dungeon? On the floor? Doing crunches with boys in the dungeon? I don't want to do that. Who would do that? Not me. I have a good life. This is the guy who not too long ago, mind you, was talking about how he said that his life sucks. In the dungeon? All oiled up? In the dungeon? I don't know. It's kind of crazy. I don't want to be on the floor in a t-shirt in the dungeon, sweating up with those boys in the dungeon. Music's too loud. Since when did they serve drinks in a gym? What the hell? All the guys were kissing each other. Shit's gay as fuck. Fuck you in your gay dungeon. Rolling around with boys on the floor in a t-shirt in the dungeon. Not the dungeon, man. This water's making me feel fun. Oh, you know. Wait, what's that video? Wait a second. Remember that video of the guy who's like, I'm making my friend drink water for the first time? I'm making my friend drink water for the whole day for the first time. Wait, where's that video? Where's that video? Where's that video? That shit's crazy. The first time, yeah. Or like drinking water for the first time in years or something. Remember that video? Like he was like, I'm making my friend drink water for the first time, and then he just threw up. He started drinking the water and then he threw up. He's like that guy who vomited after his friend made him drink water for the first time in years. Yeah, he was like shaking. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you go for like powerlifting and stuff, it isn't easy. It's not easy. Don't let anybody tell you that working out, like doing stuff like powerlifting, doing anything outside of just walking is really easy. And even sometimes just walking isn't that easy. I'm telling you this right now. I've been walking for I've been on the treadmill sometimes for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And there are times when I'm like, my feet kind of hurt. My back kind of hurt. I don't want to walk anymore. And the power to be like, I'm going to keep walking. It feels, not only does it feel good, it's hard. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to be able to do stuff like that. It takes work to go to the gym every day. It takes like, you know, it takes you motivating yourself to go to the gym every single day. It's not easy. Especially if you've ever tried weightlifting. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Try dead hanging, okay? Until you literally can't dead hang anymore. That feeling that you'll get in your... Sometimes I dream about that feeling that I have in my my forearms after dead hanging for as long as possible. It's... my gosh. The burn. It hurts. It's painful. I'm telling you this right now. Crying. I kind of felt like crying at some point. I can't lie to you. But what if I become immune to all torture? It's not torture. It's self-improvement. And that's what really hurts. Yeah, he's like this guy.
His body rejecting the water, y'all. So y'all remember my homeboy Flynn from yesterday who ain't drank water in 2 years?
I gotta take a deep breath. Hey y'all, how y'all doing? I ain't drunk water in 2 years. Oh my God.
Yeah, we got him drinking that water today. Look at him taking it down. You done? Oh.
He spits up the water. His body's become water intolerant. He starts rejecting the water. Bro's sick as hell. He will not make it. I'm telling you, man, his ass will not make it. I feel bad. I don't really. Now we just got to see who's going to outlive each other. Is it me? Who's going to live longer, me or Fuentes? It's a good question. That's a lot of water he downed though. No, he just started. That when he threw up there, that was at the beginning. He just started drinking the water. Over time, as throughout the day, as he had to, because he had to finish like a 2-gallon jug of water. Over time, throughout the day, he started to get better. But no, that's when he just began drinking. You, inshallah. His body threw in the towel immediately. Oh, if he had to chug the water and he was like completely full and he started to throw up, sure, I get it. No, he just began. It's so funny. That actually is really funny. Drinking water for the first time. That's crazy. Anyways, yo, I saw something crazy the other day. Okay, I gotta pause this. It was like pedo air quote Muslims versus neo-Nazis on Twitter the other day. Okay, I saved some of it because I thought it was just so insane that I couldn't possibly, I couldn't just like recount it to you. I had to like specifically like go in and explain it, and by looking at it and then showing it to you. Okay. This is crazy. Okay, so here. Invitation to all feminists, liberal, modernists, and Islamophobes to come and debate on this topic and what the moral age for marriage is objectively. I know that there's there's the freedom to do blasphemy, but we do not have the right to defend our position. But we don't have the right to defend our position. Cowards can just censor us. So it's just like, your prophet married a 9-year-old. Yes, and then at some point they dropped it and they were like, no, they weren't actually 9, they were 6 actually, and that's also fine. And I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? And then they started posting stuff like this, like, be unapologetic. Yes, we love 9-year-old marriage. And then, was that the guy Vosh debated? I have no clue. And then in response to that, like some Nazi posted, be unapologetic, and then posted the video of the Christchurch shooter, which I didn't even know. This is like some crazy, I didn't even know there was a video of the Christchurch shooting. I didn't even know. I had to look it up to see to see who this was. And that they had the video, and they were like, oh, they were like, I got you, fam. Yeah, that's a thing. I had no clue, actually. There's this war between weirdo air quote Muslims and Nazis on Twitter has was the only thing that actually made me cognizant of this thing. What's going on? What the heck? So yeah, basically in the quotes to this like be unapologetic tweet are just a bunch of like Nazis and like quote Muslims going back and forth at each other about who could be more racist or like against each other. They're like posting shit about like how white people are evil and how Caucasians are evil actually, and then there's like Jew and then they added Jews in there somewhere. I'm just gonna tell you right now, this is Twitter. This is just what Twitter is right now. Twitter dying breaths. Yeah, it's death rattle, honestly. Month-old bot accounts pretending to be hot women. It's just a wild thing. It's just we live in a wild world. Also, Frogos, we got to make our return to Splatoon. Frogos, it's about time to make a return to Splatoon. Come back like John Wick. I've made my return. I want to be good at Splatoon again because it's a really fun game. Didn't know you played Splatoon? Yo, I love Splatoon. Splatoon's one of my favorite games. It is my favorite shooter, period. But yeah, on that note, they recently released a new meme. They've released a new meme. New meme just dropped. Megalodontia is what it's called. They've added a new boss in Splatoon. They've added the big boss.
Megalodontia, also known by his close friends as Joe, is the latest King Salmon to make it into Splatoon 3, arriving with the December 2023 Big Run. This King Salmonid poses a unique challenge compared to the others, so I'm making a little guide on how to fight against it. Now, the thing you should know about Megalodontia is it's very similar to Moors. In fact, it's just like a giant version of Moors. Effectively, it's gonna go under the surface and then rise up to try and eat you just like a normal Moors does. Rather than using bombs like you would on a Moors, however, this King Salmonid has a particular weak spot which is fairly obvious thanks to how Nintendo has designed it. When facing against Megalodontia...
Anyways, yeah, they added a really big boy. Shark versus very big shark. I'm a normal size shark, in my personal opinion. So yeah, he's quite larger. He's quite a bit larger than me. But I just started to see a lot more Splatoon, and I'm like, man, I gotta get back on that Splatoon grind. I gotta get back on that Splatoon grind. Like, if I don't, then what am I? Cringe. Has to be. He has braces. He has I want to beat his ass. I want to beat his ass really bad. Oh, anyways, on that note, I forgot we were talking about Ben Shapiro and whatnot. Okay. That was great. Let's jump into Seder versus Prager, because I thought this would be super interesting. So obviously Sam Seder can't get a discussion or debate or whatever you want to call it with people like Dennis Prager, Tim Pool, Joe, Rogan, or Dennis Prager. I said Prager already. Or what's his name? Rubin? Did I say Dave Rubin already? Or Dennis Prager? Anyways, none of these people want to talk to him. They really don't like him. Rogan won't talk to him? Rogan doesn't want to talk to this guy, as far as I've seen. But I could be misremembering. So keep the Rogan out. I know Prager and Tim Pool and Dave Rubin really don't want to talk to him. They specifically said that they'll never talk to him because he's evil and stinky, and he's evil, and he's a liar, and he's a fraud, and he's a fool, and he stinks. And so that's why they don't want to talk to him. But so with that being said, he has to do things like with Ethan, where oh my gosh, it's Steven Crowder. But now he's done it again. He's got a new plan, which is to get at Dennis Prager. Since he doesn't want to talk to him, he's gonna have to pose as a normal viewer. And he decided to call in to Prager's show, and he actually got on the line. Let's see what they talked about.
I just got an important message.
What?
We're gonna be on conference call with maybe Prager. How much time do we got? Hello? Is this Ron Reagan?
Yeah, we're on in a minute. We're on in about a minute.
On the Salem Radio Network. Returns from break in 1 minute and 15 seconds.
This is a great birthday gift. Thank you, Reagan.
You want me to just go right into it?
This is fantastic.
I told him that my son is in college and he's attended college once at Israel protest.
Okay. I can't hear a thing. But if you didn't hear that, he said, I said that my friend was in college, and there were like anti-Israel protests going on. And obviously Dennis is like, saying anything bad against Israel should be illegal and you should be hung. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha. And my name is Ron. I'll just let you be Ron.
Okay.
You want me to do it like last time?
Yeah. Let's do it this way.
Radio Network.
Let's see.
Can my call
on the Salem Radio Network. Returns from break.
1-8-PRAGER 776-877-243-7776. Albany.
What's up with all these goddamn numbers? Bro has the longest number to ever exist. What do you? He listed out he listed out every knowable number known to man.
Oregon. Ron, hello.
Hi, Dennis. Thanks so much for taking my call. I think I told your screener that my kid is in college and there are protests going on there. And needless to say, Thanksgiving was a little bit rough.
IP.
Go on.
Well, my child, I don't want to say the
gender
college that they go to because
they have every gender, because they're transgender.
I don't want them to be chased down or anything. But my concern is that my son doesn't appreciate what's going on in Israel at all, and doesn't understand what the dynamics are there. And it is increasingly a problem is what's going on these campuses.
That's right.
So true.
Anti-Semitism is a problem in this country. It is rising. I'm not sure if I subscribe totally to the idea that it's a function of secularism because, obviously the Spanish Inquisition, we had a lot of anti-Semitism that existed before any type of secular movement.
In the United States it is. I make it clear in the column. You're right. American Christianity was totally different from European Christianity.
But I mean,
I'm not sure if I'd say
Christianity was pro-Jewish. That's why I read to you John Adams, who was a committed Christian.
Well, that's true.
That Jefferson and Jefferson
was that supposed to be like was he taking a breath there? Was that the pause? He just that was the slowest breath I've ever heard.
Go on.
Well, I can tell you that when my parents and my grandparents came over in the 1800s, they had to change their name. They couldn't get insurance. This was not a function, and they were very pious.
Oh, so you're Jewish? Okay, that's interesting. So the fact is, however, that
he said that he was a Jew.
You're right.
Target
compared
locked.
to a truly perfect society, it was a failure. Compared to every other society, why did they flee their society and come to America? If you would have asked your grandparents, are you happy you came to America, even though it was harder to get insurance? They probably would have laughed at you.
Oh, well, no, of course. They left because of pogroms, but they weren't secular in Russia at that time, or Lithuania.
No,
or
you're right.
Vilnius
I've said all of my life to American Jews, my fellow Jews, that the European Christianity was not the same as American Christianity. These are the Christians that put Torah script on the Liberty Bell.
Right.
That had you study Hebrew, that said the greatest contributions were made by Jews, like I read to you from John Adams. This was a different country. This was a different form of Christianity.
Well, I agree. I agree. you have someone like John Hagee speaking at the rally for Israel. I think was frankly an abomination. I wasn't for John Hagee speking there. He has a record.
I was.
Well, even John McCain.
I thought it was a great choice. I know him very well. Back in a moment.
Okay.
And then he's just gone. Great choice. Fuck you. Here's my ad. He's not used to Jewish callers because Jews don't watch his show. He's like, oh, wait, yo. He was soy facing, man. He's like, yo, it's one of me. 3 minutes of ads. It's crazy. It's worse than TV. Emma's having a blast. It's really funny. They had some crazy people up there talking at some of these pro-Israel rallies. I don't want to call them pro-Jewish. They're pro-Israel rallies. There's some wild stuff. You know, even some people up there even were like, we need to be anti-Muslim or anti-Islam or anti-Islamist. It's just, how am I supposed to trust any of these people? Well, Prager isn't Jewish, right? I thought Prager was Jewish. I thought he was Jewful. Yeah, he is Jewish, Polish Jewish.
It's fascinating. So I don't understand. It's sleep. Hello, sleep. Folks, a lot of you have problems falling asleep or staying asleep. I'm a fan of. So, Jews were more secure. So, relieffactor.com.
Oh my gosh, it's so low.
So my column this week is essentially that when America was more Christian, Jews were more secure. So there are two issues with my caller. This is a really important call. You called because I have a lot of thoughts on what you're saying. So this is Ron in Oregon. And
yes, it's me, Ron.
There are two issues. One is that his son, this is a Jewish family, and his son has been participating in anti-Israel protests at his college. And the other is that he doesn't fully agree with me because look at all the anti-Semitism in Europe, which was done by Christians, and he's absolutely right.
Yes, a lot of those were done by Christians, and even still here in the country, anti-Semitism is really big, and possibly even anti-Semitism has always been really big in America. And I wouldn't say that Jews were more safe in the past than today. I don't think any Jewish person would want to go to does he know any Jewish people who want to go to an older version of the United States because they think they'd be safer? Is he serious? The amount of people reporting, thinking about, looking at, taking Jewish voices into consideration, like Jewish participation in society has gone up dramatically since the founding of the country. It's just like it's just completely ridiculous to believe that things are worse now for Jewish people than they were in like the 1600s, 1800s even. Not know about history? Maybe not. I just think that he sees that young people are now not as pro-Israel as they were in the past, and he thinks that means they're now more anti-Jew, which means that everything's all gone to heck. But I'm going to sit here and tell you this now, like white supremacy, anti-Semitism, like, and anti-Jewish sentiments aren't new. We're seeing them now, but they're not new. There's more reporting on them now. But there's been more protections for Jewish people now than there has been in the history of the United States. Doesn't like them young whippersnappers. Yeah, we used to have an active Nazi party. Like I remember back in the day where people, you could just look at history. People were way more pro-Nazi back in the 60, 70 years ago than they were today. There are so many that we had an active Nazi party. We had way more people who were sympathizing with Hitler and even wanting to stay out of World War II. Like to sit here and try and tell me that Jewish people were safer back in the, it's just, what are you, stupid?
But as I
the average Jewish person was also a lot poorer too.
Christianity was not European Christianity, and Jews, the best place Jews have ever lived outside of their own land has been the United States of America. So your last comment was that you were distressed that at the...
Oh no, there's Finland. There's Finland as well. Sweden. I forget if it was one of the Nordic countries that didn't hand over Jewish people to Nazis. as well. Yeah, I don't know. Some places in Africa as well.
Rally in Washington for Israel, they had Pastor Hagee speak, correct?
Jordan?
Yes, that's right. I mean, I was never, I never
Lebanon.
totally agreed with John McCain about all things, but when he distanced himself in 2008 from Hagee, I thought that was the right thing to do.
And the reason?
Well, I don't think the idea that, and this is what Hagee believes, obviously not what I believe, or I would imagine not what you believe, is that Hitler was sent by God to push Jews to Israel. And I mean, I understand the Christian prophecy that we as Jews are a part of that, but not necessarily in the best way. But I guess my biggest concern is we just had the greatest attack on Jews since the Holocaust take place. And I look at Israel as a place that was founded, at least in part, to protect Jews. And I think that after 75 years, what we're looking at is a situation where that project has failed. And I think in part it's failed because of the way that Israel has gone about it.
Yeah, I thought this was really interesting. To learn more about this, there's a lot of what's really surprising, but also not surprising at the same time, is that there's a lot of Holocaust denialism within the Jewish community, and for different reasons. There's like the Netanyahu Holocaust denialism. When it comes to him believing that Muslims was what pushed Hitler to want to exterminate all of the Jewish people in his reach in Europe specifically. But before, he didn't want to. He just wanted to put them in ghettos. But the Muslims and their evil temptations were whispering in his ear. That changed his mind, and so that also fuels Netanyahu's usage of the Holocaust to maintain his own power in Israel and in surrounding states, as well as distancing himself and hating on the Muslims that people would already be have some sort of, that many people in Israel would have some disdain for, distaste, skepticism towards, that can build for his personal ideology, which is remaining in power and stuff along those lines. And then there's like Hagee, who also wants to say that, oh, it happened and it's for a reason, that God actually sent Hitler, and it was a good thing because now we have Israel, and before we didn't before. So now we're set up better than we ever have been. So if you think about it, it all turned out pretty all right in his mind, which I think is genuinely insane. But it's more justification for and Holocaust denialism, but they all just play different roles for whatever person's trying to say. So this person he would just be like, it's all part of a larger plan of the universe to be able that justifies our need for being in this land and how we're destined to be here, and that's why we must remain there. So everybody has their own plan for it. Everybody has their own usage. That's why I think it's like really scary watching the weaponization of the Holocaust for different purposes, and how it can morph and change, like Plato, how history can be like a toy for rulers and dictators to mend and change at their will, for whatever purpose that they have, usually for remaining in power or gaining power.
Okay, so we now enter the third arena. They're all related.
Exactly.
Let me just say this about John Hagee. First of all, I never, ever judge people on the basis of their beliefs. I'm sure you're annoyed when Christians think you're going to hell because you don't believe in Christ. So why are you annoyed with John Hagee for his religious beliefs?
Believing Jesus is the Son of God and believing Hitler was sent by the Lord to kill Jews, and it was and it's good in the long in his mind, good in the long run, are not similar. This guy is crazy. This guy's out of it. Well, he's getting on him for his Jewish belief. But listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Just because you have religious beliefs does not mean that I should respect it. If your religious belief is that you own my house and like it was revealed to you in a dream that you belong in my house that I live in right now, I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you believe it so bad and you give it a try, then you may have the opportunity to go ask him yourself soon. You know, it's like one of those things. It's just like, yeah, just because you believe something doesn't mean you get to do or say whatever you want without any repercussions for that. And it's really weird. And this is more of a political belief than a religious one, if I'm going to be honest with you. Especially since there's no basis in his holy scripture or anything. He just made it up.
If indeed that's what he said, I have reviewed it. It's not fully clear to me, but let's say he said that. God sent Hitler. My father, who was an Orthodox Jew and fought Hitler in the U.S. Navy for 3 years, believed that God sent Hitler because he couldn't believe that the Holocaust just happened and God watched it.
Yeah, it's called delusion. It's called justifications for things that happen. His brain is trying to make sense of what he witnessed. That doesn't mean that he's like a good doesn't mean that that's right or should be it should be sympathized with. He needs therapy. Delulu is not the Salulu here.
There are
it's called mental illness, trauma.
Yes, but that is
okay. So fine. So what exactly? How remarkably different was my father's view? I don't agree with my father, but it doesn't matter. It does. As I said, I judge beliefs, but I don't judge people by their beliefs. So John Hagee has been one of the most pro-Jewish, pro-Israel figures in American life. He has founded the largest organization of Christians. It is the CUFI. Christians United for Israel.
I know that. But Dennis, that actually relates to my other point.
Good?
Because I do think that intent is important here. So it is true that that Israel has a lot of support from CUFI and other Christian Zionists. But they want the Jews there so that they go through hellfire. And I also know that, the Netanyahu...
That's not true. That isn't true.
From CUFI and other Christian Zionists. But they want the Jews there so that they go through hellfire. And I also know that, the Netanyahu...
That's not true.
The Netanyahu...
That is true.
I know that is exactly the prophecy that Hagee is talking about. And,
no.
And I will also say this. With Netanyahu...
Okay.
Wait, so he did say it? He did say that Jews need to go through hellfire and then they'll come out on the other end and then be saved? Okay. All right. It's like Borsenko, who said that who also said that God sent Hitler to do what he was doing. But also she went even further to say that everybody who died, their soul originally specifically wanted to go to Earth to die in the Holocaust because they thought it would be an interesting experience and Souls-like experience. So they were in the Soul Garden, and then they went down to Earth to be able to be holocausted, and then they went back up to heaven and were like, guys, that was so interesting. That's crazy. Peculiar even. Evangelical Christians are mad. They're pretty crazy people. I don't like them.
With Netanyahu also making common cause with
yes, because he's making common cause because the greatest support in America for his country is coming from Christian Zionists.
Well, but I think that's problematic in the end.
Common cause with them?
Well, I'm trying to explain.
Sorry?
I'm trying to explain because I think what it breeds is a type of singular nationalism in Israel, which has left Jews unsafe. The road that could have been taken with Zionists, we know that there was a strand of Zionist thought. No, not Israel. I'm saying certain elements within Israel, because we know there was Zionist thought starting in the late 1800s into the early 1900s, where the idea of a multi-ethnic, multi-religious democracy could have taken hold. Folks like Buber and Hannah Arendt espouses.
Well,
Instead, we have a fascist.
Don't be shocked that your child has taken your ideas to their conclusion.
He just cut him off? That's crazy. Not another 3 minutes of ads. Wow. He's like, I can't do this right. I got to get out of here, man. You got to cut him a run. Bro, we got to cut him off, man. You don't get it. We can't let him say stuff like that. Is there any more?
I think he might be done with it.
I get the sense he was. He definitely cut me off.
Should we hang on the line this
Turn some break.
Try to
break in 45 seconds. Dennis Prager
try to encourage people.
Radio.
Whoopsie.
What is this trap fiddle remix? What's going on right now? Also, how do people watch this show? Is he that old? Does he have to poop does he have to like piss every 5 minutes? Is that why there's a break that it's trap shanty? Does he have to like piss every 5 minutes or something? Is that why he goes on break this much? It's wild.
The Dennis Prager Show.
Try to encourage people to post and try to
break in 45 seconds.
Help them if I can.
He has the top up on adrenochrome. You're right. He needs a little more.
What has happened to the Democrats?
The Dennis Prager Show on the Salem Radio Network returns from break in 15 seconds.
Let's see. Is there more ads?
Go to relieffactors.com, read what people have written about this product, which relieves pain.
Oh my gosh, it's still going.
And comes back. Try it for 3 weeks. You should definitely try it. Relieffactor.com.
Please.
God knows I thank you for your call and your openness.
Thank you.
But with your views with regard to Israel, it's not shocking that your son would have participated in anti-Israel demonstrations at college.
Well,
I know you wouldn't, and I fully appreciate that, but
unfortunately, we have to cut to another commercial break.
he didn't come from a home that made peace
that loves Israel.
With Israel as a national Jewish project.
Well, I think that's not. I don't think that's true. Actually, I mean, certainly much of my Hebrew school, and I at that point was more conservative than Orthodox. But much of my Hebrew schooling was oriented towards Israel, and many of my teachers were
but that's
former
irrelevant. It's your views.
Well,
look, you said.
But all I'm saying is I'm looking at this as a practical matter, though, Dennis, because as a practical matter, if the part of the Zionist project was to provide a safe home for Jews, I mean, and surely you know this as well. We have Israelis now who are in bomb shelters 4 times a day, and it has not worked. The peace and security for Jews as a single ethno-national state has not worked.
And that seems, I mean, it is pretty true that them having a state, sure, them being safe in it, no. That will not happen. And if this keeps continuing the same way that it has for 70 years now, they'll never have a safe state. It's just not possible to have a safe state. The state itself was born from from the crime of taking it specifically from other people and not doing a good enough integration of those people back into that land. It was forcefully taken and then just sat upon them. The settler project still going on, the bombing still going on, the apartheid, the genocide, the crimes against humanity, and the people that surround them on all sides really just will not allow for this situation to come out with a state safe for Jewish people as like an ethno-national, Jewish people and Israelis as an ethno-national identity. It's just not possible. It hasn't happened, and I don't think it will. If it continues in this way, it just will never happen. How some people have talked about how this is just going to be a reoccurring thing where there's going to be peace for a while. There's just going to be no active bombings for a long time. And then we're just going to continue on with massive attack, bombs dropping all the time, bombs that we hear of dropping all the time. And that's just what it's going to be like. People in bomb shelters all the time, a society always living in fear. Like this type of stuff happens in only like the poorest, worst countries in the entire world, when in Israel is held up by some of the largest, most powerful, most richest countries to ever exist. It's just not something that I think is ever going to come out with a solution of peace if things like this just keep continuing. It's a great point. Yeah, I haven't really necessarily thought about that in that way, but I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jew-pilled, and I don't have any friends who are Jewish in a way where they care about. I know people who are Jewish the same way that like a white person from Ohio is Native American. Meaning to say not very.
So therefore, you believe Jews would be more secure if there weren't a Jewish state and it was just a Jewish and Muslim state,
and Christian. I mean, I think
but there are so few Christians there. Okay,
well, yes, yeah.
There are less now that Israel has been bombing some of the oldest Christian churches and architecture in the entire world. Yeah, there are less now, but there could be more. There could be more. Yeah, why don't I get a right? I'm my name is even Christian. Why don't I get a right to return? What the fuck? Where's my right to return? I want to go to Jerusalem. I want to go to Bethlehem. That sounds like an. Where's my right? Why do Jews only get the right to return? What about me? Muslim peoples also, they should also have a right to return there. It's a pretty cool place. It might be the dumbest war we've ever had. Possibly. I mean, I don't know. There is the Afghanistan war. I deserve my birthright.
Yes, of course. It's academic.
You believe Jews would be more secure with majority Arab rule?
Majority Arab rule. I'm going to tell you this now. The majority of people in that land, Israel, Palestine, right now are not majority Arab. They're actually majority Jewish. Well, actually, I can't even say that because they're Arab Jews. It's like he's using Arab to say Muslim. Okay, so like the people that live in that area are not majority Muslim. It's just not true. It's factually untrue. At this moment in time. And on top of that, the people who are having the most, who are like reproducing the most, that are adding to the population of Israel the most right now, are specifically Orthodox, very religious Jews at this moment in time. So that's also, it's just weird. I just think that if they stopped blowing up people and like stop the settler project, that there'd be less antagonism against Israel. Would it go away completely? No. But would it go down a lot? Yeah, I think so. That's my personal opinion.
I think absolutely a multi-ethnic society could be set up. I mean, listen, this is the same thing that people said about South Africa.
Look, I got to leave it at that because we've talked so long.
Okay. Well, Dennis, I really appreciate you having this conversation with me.
The listener decide.
Thank you.
But I think you need to be honest with yourself. If you believe that
I am being honest with
Zionist
myself,
project
Dennis.
is a failure,
I think he muted him.
Surprising that your son would have demonstrated against Israel on his campus.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't characterize the demonstration
St. Petersburg,
against
Florida. Corey, hello.
He's already muted him. He's already gone. He's already gone. Not Florida. Wow, that's all they get to say? Yeah, it's crazy that he hung up. Yeah, he hung up a while ago. Yeah. Wow, he hung up on him. He cut him off right there. St. Petersburg's Florida. Hey, yo, babe, what do you think about St. Petersburg, Florida? Sweetie, do you need some headache medicine? You want some? All right, chat. I'm gonna take a quick break here, and we'll be right back, and then we get to talk about DeSantis versus Newsom. What do you guys think about that, huh? Should be fun. I'm gonna do shoop. Oh, actually, you know what we haven't done in a while? Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah. All right. Enjoy this. Enjoy the sharks. And I'm going to go pee, and we'll be right back here in Uno Momento, okay? And we're going to talk about Newsom versus DeSantis. Just so you know, I heard DeSantis got giga rolled. Like crazy rolled. From some of the clips that I saw, DeSantis thought that this may boost his career. It may end it. I'm not joking. It's bad. Let's watch. See you in a sec. Oh my gosh, it's already been 3 hours. I've been live for 3 hours already. Is that true? Yo, Chatterino, does it feel like 3 hours? It really doesn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. Time's just flying by. I wish I started earlier. Sorry that I couldn't. I was actually helping my girl with her hair. She wanted to take her hair out of locks, and so she was doing that thing. She was sitting on the floor between my legs while I had to comb her hair. While we were all combing her hair out and stuff. It was pretty funny. Feels like an hour to me, right? She has so much hair. I'll have her show you all once it's done. I don't think she wants people to see it right now. It's like 2/3 done right now, not fully. Just got mine relaxed. Oh no. Well, I hope you enjoy it. You said you think your hair's a lot to deal with, right? So she put hers in locks because she said it was a lot to deal with too. Pain. It's been a long time. Just finished the Sims house while listening. Whoo! Does not feel like it. It's just maybe I'm losing track of time. My age is getting to me. Hassan is not here anymore. Goodbye, Hassan. Everybody say goodbye, Hassan. Hopefully he didn't say any slurs while I was here, while I was gone. We need to add back Toad Wave. What do you guys think? It's a part of the culture. We should really add back Toad Wave. So anytime somebody says bye or anything, we have to do everybody Toad Wave. Everybody Toad Wave. I love Toad Wave. It's such a great emote. It's so fantastic. Hassan says slurs daily. Every stream actually. Every single stream. People actually donate for him to call them a slur with a thick Turkish accent. It's actually one of the reasons why he's one of the biggest streamers on the platform. It's actually super interesting. It's an interesting dynamic that he has with them. Never abandoned. Can you imagine if Toad Wave was a type of music? I'd 100% go crazy on Toad Wave. Holy, you guys don't even understand how much I'd love for that to be real. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking about it right now. It gives me goosebumps. It's so fantastic, my lord. I'd lose it. I'd be going insano mode, honestly. Sounds fun. It does, doesn't it? Future Wave plus chiptune. I just love gamer words. They really do. It's one of their favorite things. Chill tune beats to study to. Only if, partner. Holy crap, only if. The world would be a better place now, wouldn't it? Give me one moment. We're gonna hop into we're going to hop into DeSantis versus Newsom. I have to we're ordering food. We were going to make food tonight, but the stream's going longer than I expected, and I don't want to stay up all night making food, so we're going to be ordering food instead. And so I have to secure the order before anything else happens. Hello? Yo, what's up? Here, 1 second. What? Oh no. I lost it. I lost it all. It's all falling apart. Here, one moment, guys. Everything almost came crashing down there. Anyways, with that being said, all right, Zelda and chill. Get out of here. Get out of here. I love that so much. Okay. He's back. I have returned. I have returned. Many people did not think that I would, but I have many people. I'm glistening today, but my skin looks okay. Yo, based. I'm so glad. I've been working on my skin. My girl's been, she said that my skin's been looking good. I didn't necessarily think so. I thought I was fine, but more randomly, people have been randomly complimenting me on my skin, and I've had to come to the realization that apparently it does look good. Yeah? Where is that? Where'd I put that? I didn't save it in my watch later, and I didn't put it in my likes. Is that true? Am I that big of a buffoon? Wow, really? I saved the Elon Musk talk. That one was crazy. I don't know. Newsom. Slay Queen Shark. Thank you, bestie. Hey, let's see what we got. How much money you got? Oh my goodness. About an hour? We can handle that. What do you guys think? We can munch through this. I should take, while this is happening, I'll take a couple of notes. New folder. And this is probably going to be the last thing we do tonight, because this is probably going to take up some time. Okay. I'm ready to go. Oh no, it's going to be on 1.25, and I'm going to try not to not to pause it very much, but we will see what happens. All right, everyone. Newsom versus DeSantis. Many people may be asking, why in the world is this happening? It's because both of these guys want to be president one day, and both of them definitely will not be, at least in this election cycle. But Newsom wants to use it to Newsom wants to use it as a part of his countrywide tour to be able to bring together Democrats to defeat the right, and have more like of a national Democratic unity. And DeSantis is doing it to be able to own the conservative right's biggest fiend, which is California and their governor Gavin Newsom, which is the thing that California, the poster child for everything conservatives hate about the country, and more, and a lot less too, which is super interesting, but we'll get into it. DeSantis can't possibly get a debate with Donald Trump, and his campaign is falling apart, as we talked about recently. So instead of actually finding a way to reach out to other people who are like-minded to boost his campaign that's falling to Nikki Haley, instead he decided to try to get at Gavin Newsom to be able to boost up his numbers, since he can't do anything else besides look weird on camera, have an awkward smile, be inhuman, possibly a lizard, and have his own stupidity thrown back in his face. And the only interviews that he gets is whether or not he actually eats pudding with 3 fingers, or if he's wearing heels or not, which obviously is not great for a campaign that wants to be taken very seriously. Hungry. You know the best thing about hungry? You know the best thing about that is that it's become something that genuinely follows Ron DeSantis around, but he never actually said hungry. That was actually like a bad lip syncing meme of him as he goes as he's looking at food that's placed in front of him, but he never actually said hungry. But it still follows him around. He's just that much of a loser that everybody can believe that he actually said that. It's real in my heart. It's real to me.
Thank you for doing this, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. Very cool.
California, 7.25%. Florida, 6%. Gas tax rate, California, 77 cents a gallon. That is a low estimate. It's up to $1 when you include mandatory fees, and in Florida, it's 35 cents. Corporate income tax, California, 8.84%, Florida, 5.5%. Governor Newsom, this is your question. Let me ask you. Obviously, you support a different philosophy, which is higher taxes.
Yes. No, hold on.
No, we have a tax question, Governor.
This is a very different approach, and I agree with you completely. He has one of the most regressive tax rates in the United States of America. It's the number 3 most regressive state in America. And what that means is simply this. Who does he tax? He taxes low-income workers more than we tax millionaires and billionaires in the state of California. The question is a simple one. Who, Ron, are you for? It's a factual lie that the state of California is high tax, has the highest tax rate. But for whom? And it's a foundational and fundamental difference. You look at states like Texas, overwhelming majority of Texans pay more taxes than the state of California. So again, it's who you're for. And I think those values matter. And I appreciate you bringing up the issue of taxes.
That's actually super interesting, because it's really true that those taxes that they take, that a lot of like the big thing is when it comes to like left-wing, more democratic states, you see how you're being taxed. In more conservative states, it's more under the surface. It's more things like toll roads. In California, you have to pay for a lot of the roads. Sorry, in Texas, you have to pay for a lot of the roads that you drive on. And the big reason because of that is because like cities and municipalities have to pay for their roads themselves. They're not, the state barely helps them with any of that infrastructure, so they have to recoup their funds somehow. That's why there are roads in Texas that are bankrupt, that lead to nowhere, because they literally ran out of money to be able to put together more road. And you can't like start to recoup some of those funds because you can't charge for roads that people don't drive on because the road isn't finished. And in the same place, in the same thing as places like Texas. Sorry, the same thing is places like Florida, as well as how they'll nickel and dime you here and there. But in these other states, these Democratic states, the price that you're going to pay is more upfront. With right-wing states, it's more insidious, and so you feel like you're being charged less just because the price that things aren't on, like the gas pump and on your pay stub.
How many people leave Florida to go to California because they pay less taxes? I've not seen that. Are people going from Florida to New York because they pay less taxes? Of course not. They come to Florida because they pay lower taxes. We don't even have an income tax, and yet California has a higher sales tax than we do, and that's one of the things that we do. But here's the thing, and I'll give Gavin credit. He did at least admit in his first answer. He's joined at the hip with Biden and Harris. He thinks Biden and Harris have done a great job. He thinks the economy is working because of their policies for Americans, and they are not. And so what California represents is the Biden-Harris agenda on steroids. They would love nothing more than to get 4 more years to be able to take the California model nationally. That would be disastrous for working people in this country.
We'll talk about working people. They pay more in your state than the state of California charges for billionaires and millionaires. And it's just a value proposition. It's a fact. Again, you can't make.
You have $6 or $7 a gallon gas. How do they afford that? These are folks that are blue collar people.
You're going
to force everybody to buy an electric vehicle. How are they going to be able to afford electric vehicles if you're working class people? And I think the thing about California, they have one of the highest inequality rates because, yeah, they've got Silicon Valley billionaires. They've got a lot of very wealthy people. They've got a lot of people that are on government assistance, but they've hollowed out their middle class. That's who's been leaving California. They've been leaving in other places. They go to Arizona. They go to Nevada. They go to all these places.
Let me just.
Just like Biden is hollowing out this country.
I do have a follow-up question.
Just like Biden.
I'm happy that you continue.
This is so funny. I'm going to bring this up. He always wants to pivot to Biden because he really wants to be talking to Biden right now, but he has to talk to Newsom because Biden doesn't want to talk to him and Trump doesn't want to talk to him. And nobody else wants to talk to him, honestly,
Let's talk
either.
a little bit about Bidenomics because I'm happy to take that on right now as well. And I think it's a fair point.
You're a big supporter of it. I appreciate you acknowledging
14 million jobs, 10 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined.
Because he had
815,000 manufacturing
the jobs were because of the COVID lockdowns. Are you kidding me?
3.9% unemployment. As he continues to talk over me, I'll talk to the American people. 3.9% unemployment, the lowest black unemployment in American history, the lowest unemployment for Hispanics in American history, the lowest unemployment for women in 70 years, the lowest black poverty rates in history. That's this administration's agenda. And by the way, as you smile and smirk over there, you should know this, the American people. Here's a guy who celebrated Bidenomics just this week, celebrating $28 million that came into your state because of the CHIPS and Science Act, one of the most significant economic plans since FDR. I'm proud of the work Biden and Harris have done.
Would you like to respond? And I do have a follow-up. The 6% rate on people, families, a couple in California, they pay 6% income tax on $84,000 a year.
Low-wage workers in the state of Florida pay more than being in our state of California.
I didn't ask about Florida.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. Let me
cover first.
Ron, if I may answer the question. Okay. California has lower taxes.
Was Ron grinding his teeth? So this is something that people have started to pick up on, but Ron has always been a super weird, creepy guy. And it makes sense that he used to torture inmates in Guantanamo Bay. He seemed like exactly that type of person. Yes, actually, he is grinding his teeth. He does that a lot, where he smiles and he starts grinding his teeth like he's a cartoon character or something. He makes the same expression that Wile E. Coyote makes after Roadrunner paints like a hole in the wall and runs into it, and then he tries to as well, but he just hits it. It's really weird. He what now? You've never seen it up close? His weird teeth grinding thing? Here's one video of it. Look. Look at him, look at him. Look at him, look at him. He's so weird. He's such a weird fake guy. You gonna pay attention now? Yeah, anytime he does a smile like this, look at his face and he's doing some weird teeth grinding. Let's see it. Let me see if I can find this really quick. Yeah, he does it a lot, even with his mouth is closed. He does it so much. It's very, yeah, he does it a lot. I don't know why he's constantly grinding his teeth. Well, I want to see. He's just a creepy guy. Everything about him is just so creepy. He's such a weirdo. Freak.
Lower than 32 states for working families in the middle class. Significantly lower taxes
So you
in
support
places
that. That's what
like
you say.
Texas.
You support a 6% income tax for people.
I'm against progressive taxes that advantage billionaires and millionaires over working families and the working poor. People in his state pay more taxes on the low end than we tax people on the high end.
How does
That's
paying
a fact.
$7 a gallon gas help working people? That doesn't help working people at all. How does paying an 8% sales tax help working people? That doesn't help working people at all. They have the highest taxes in the nation. People flee to be able to save money to get out of California. And you have working class people that move to these other states. Their dollars go much further. But here's the
Each of us lives dependent and bound by our individual knowledge and awareness. All that is what we call reality. However, both knowledge and awareness are equivocal. One's reality might not be an illusion. One's reality might be another's illusion. We all live inside our own fantasies. Hell yeah, bro. I'll take a puff to that. So true. Anyways, the Madman, thank you so much for the 323. Appreciate that. And sorry, the Madman 0323, thank you so much for the 8 months for remaining part of the frenzy. Being incredibly pog. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Here's the thing. They want to take this Bidenomics and they want to double down on this for the next 4 years. How many people are able to afford groceries now compared to what you were doing 3 or 4 years ago? I talked to people, you know, I talked to a woman who had a cart full of groceries going in and they're ringing it up. And it got to be so expensive, she has to take a lot of the stuff out. That didn't used to be the case. People used to be able to work hard and get ahead. That is not true under Joe Biden.
I'll be completely honest with you. That's always been the case. Maybe I'm just a brokey, but I've always had to.
60% higher than
that's happened to me
unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate is 2.8%.
That dovetails into my next question,
Why?
Governor.
Because it's a command and control economy. They have a political agenda that they're pursuing.
Let me ask that question. On with the question of jobs. I think it's important. You know what? That affects. By the way, that affects everybody.
Biden administration, the last 3 years, it's been a master.
Joe Biden paying you tonight
3.9%.
I thought this was state versus state.
No, but it's about the United States of America. I thought this guy was running for president of the United States. If
You are
running
too.
for
You just won't admit it.
running for a third
You
term,
just
sounds like
won't
you're
admit
running
it.
for a
You will not
third
admit it.
term.
Why don't you just admit that you're running?
Hold on.
All right, we can't talk. I'm going to move on to the next question. The unemployment rate in Florida right now is just 2.8%, as you stated. And California ranks second worst in the country at 4.8%. Hold on. This question goes to Governor DeSantis, and then you'll have a chance to respond. Governor DeSantis.
Well, right. I mean, they tax too much. They regulate too much. They have a political agenda. It's not a good climate for business. They've lost a lot of companies. A lot of companies have moved to Texas. We have had some to Florida, but they've lost a lot of companies to Texas because they're not doing a good job looking out for folks and not creating a good business environment. And, you know, when I have people that come to Florida, they tell me, you know, you guys actually want us to succeed in Florida. And they feel like when they're in California, they don't want business to succeed.
Is that what
and all
Disney's
that
saying,
stuff.
the Tampa Bay Rays?
Well, actually, I think that's an interesting point with Disney because I had Disney open during COVID, and we made them a fortune. We saved a lot of jobs. You had Disney closed inexplicably for over a year. You were not following science. You were a lockdown governor. You did a lot of damage to your people. You had more kids locked out of school for a longer period of time in California than anywhere else in the country. It was the working class kids. It was the middle income kids. His kids were in private school. They were in class in person. He locked people out because of the teachers union. He is owned by the teachers union. You will never cross the teachers union.
This is just a lot of hot
Lock, stock,
This guy loves teachers too much. Okay.
You passed an emergency declaration before the state of California did. You closed down your beaches, your bars, your restaurants.
False.
It's a fact. You had quarantines.
You
had quarantines. You had checkpoints all over the state of Florida. By the way, I didn't say that. Donald Trump laid you out on this. Dead to right. You did that. You followed science. You followed Fauci.
It is true.
He followed science.
Trump cooked him.
Fauci. You were promoting. Hold on. You were promoting vaccines.
Florida was one of the first states to actually.
You even wore a mask in September.
Open, you were closed.
If it's okay with you, we'll do this.
Why were you closed?
Why don't we do this in a way where we both can have?
Oh no, he doesn't want to bring that up. It's actually really true that Florida did actually have a lot of those restrictions in place before a lot of other states did.
He decided to fall prey to
until it became a political position. Ron was all for what Fauci was talking about.
Tens of thousands of people lost their lives.
Not true.
The equivalent, if I had your policies, the equivalent of 10 9/11s. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives. And for what, Ron?
Those are more lies. In fact, the Lancet just did a study. Florida had a lower standardized COVID death rate than California did. That's a Lancet study. One more thing. The other thing we had, the other thing California had higher excess mortality than.
All right, they're yapping like crazy.
Real quick.
Honestly, hold on a second.
I
want to ask you both. Slow down. I want everyone to be heard. If I can ask you, I really do want this to breathe. I want this debate to breathe. I want it to organically develop. To do that, I need both your cooperation. I don't want to be a hall monitor. It's not my style, all right? You mentioned COVID. Let me go to COVID. And I plan to bring this up later, but you both took very different approaches as it comes to COVID. Governor Newsom, you issued the nation's first stay-at-home order on March 19th of 2020. Governor DeSantis, you took a lot of heat for reopening schools. You opened schools in Florida in August of 2020. All right, so here's the data, which I think is important. This is where the facts come in. Your state's death rates were almost identical.
This is factually untrue.
Hold on.
Factually untrue.
Okay. And by the way, both your states, with such different approaches, which is pretty fascinating, were both lower, significantly lower than the national average. These numbers come straight from the CDC. Yeah. So, Governor Newsom, how do you explain that?
The facts. Per capita death rates in the state of Florida were 29%, 29% per capita higher. 29%.
That's not what the stats say right there.
That is kind of what the stats say right there.
Tens of thousands of people unnecessarily died.
He put the graphic up there. Don't lie about it.
Unnecessarily
you don't need to lie about it.
Because your policy.
Just understand. You don't need to lie about it. No, it's not.
You were a lockdown governor.
No,
you locked down
one at a time.
Does he know how percentages work?
Bars and restaurants. That's just a fact. He's running away from his record. He's running away from the fact. Tens of thousands of people died unnecessarily because he paved to the. It's 29% higher death rate in the state of Florida versus the state of California.
Okay, quick response, Governor.
You showed the stats. The stats are very clear.
One at a time.
On a per capita age-adjusted basis, California and Florida basically the same. Now, why is that important?
It was not
because
basically.
Gavin Newsom did huge damage to people in California. He ruined livelihoods. We reopened the state very quickly. We saved thousands of jobs. We saved hundreds of thousands of jobs, thousands of businesses. We had our kids in school. He had the kids locked out of school because of the teachers union. That is having a generational impact. California has one of the lowest literacy rates in the country. And the most recent NAEP exam, Florida came in number 3 for 4th grade reading. California was far, far behind. So you should apologize for not getting your kids in school.
Is he stating those numbers that we looked at before when it came to education? Because those were not true.
Do the job you should have done.
Those were factually untrue, provided by his government, right? You guys remember that?
DeSantis, for the tens of thousands of lives that died unnecessarily because he played to the fringe of his party.
We got to take a break. And finish your thought.
No, and when it comes to the issue of schools, you better be careful. You had more learning loss during COVID than the national average in the state of California. It's a fact. More learning loss. Your economy contracted more in 2020.
Quick break.
Expanded slower than California in 2021. More to come on this topic.
More to come on this debate. I know it's starting off.
Next segment, I guess.
It's been rather dull at the start, but anyway, we got a lot to get to. Coming up, many important topics that we're going to be talking about, including one issue where you might find some agreement.
Yeah, once again, here's the COVID stats.
Blue state, red state debate. We are live. We
Florida,
are in Alberta,
111 death rate. California, 99. Like, Florida had a higher death rate. And a significantly higher death rate as well.
Break. When we come back, we have a lot more ground to cover. Quick break. The statistic shows what is the combined rate of homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, the year 2022. On the national level, the rate was 380.7 offenses per 100,000 people. In California, meanwhile, the rate was much higher, 499.5 offenses per 100,000. In Florida, lower, 258.9 offenses per 100,000. Governor Newsom, let me start with you. Your numbers are way higher than the national average. How do you explain that when safety and security, I would argue, is a prerequisite for the pursuit of happiness?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. We're near 50-year lows, down 55% violent crimes in the state of California from the 1990s. And I want to compare and contrast that with the issue in Florida that you didn't mention, and that's the murder rate. And let's broaden it more broadly. The issue is 7 of the top 7 of the top 10 murder rates in the United States of America are red states. He has a 66% higher gun death rate than the state of California. He has a higher murder rate. Go to places like Jacksonville. Go to places like Orlando. Go to places like Tampa. The murder rate's off the charts compared to cities like San Francisco. And you know what? Even more egregiously, Sean, and I think this is important, the American people deserve an answer from you, Ron. You had one of the
What's the population difference between Florida and California? Considering the graph is per 100,000. Florida had I'm not actually sure. I know it has vastly more. Because Florida's delegates when it comes to presidential elections is like 29-30, and California's is like 54. So it should be I know it's a lot higher. I just don't know the actual numbers. Florida's population is 29 million. Florida's population is 21 million. California's population is 39 million right now.
Worst mass shootings in American history, Parkland. 17 kids were gunned down, lives lost, 17 others, lives torn asunder. You had a young girl by the name of Jamie Gutenberg, whose father pleaded with you to do something about it. And
oh my gosh, she has that memorized?
The exact opposite. You made it easier for felons to get guns without background checks, without any training. These people pleaded with the parents and the families to get tough on gun safety. And again, you made it easier for felons. He said of you, Ron, and I agree with him, after you signed that concealed carry bill, which increases the likelihood, Fred Gutenberg said, of more Jamies losing their lives and more Parklands, he called you weak, pathetic, and small. So with respect, I appreciate you're talking to police officers in the state of California. You may want to spend a little bit more time, not on the Ohio Trail and other places across this country. You may spend a little more time back in your home state and address the murder and gun violence in your own backyard.
So this is the slick politician. You put up the rates. He has 500 per 100,000. Florida is 250. So that's almost twice as much. And he's trying to spin that to say California's doing good. People are leaving California in droves, largely because public safety has collapsed. They have, I mean, you go, when Californians come to Florida, one of the things they'll say, it's almost like an out-of-body experience. They can go to the store, get toothpaste off the shelf, pay for it, and leave, because in a lot of these places in California, everything's under lock and key because they basically legalized retail theft. They have chosen in California to put the interests of the criminals over public safety. They treat they're easier on sex offenders. They're easier on all these crimes that are leading to a collapse in the quality of life. And if you just walk around San Francisco,
it's so weird how these like internet lies about California have just made it into
the San Francisco model,
just like Republican vernacular.
Now the left wants to take the California model and use that as a template for America's.
Also, DeSantis, I'm sorry, we're on YouTube. Can you not say sexual assault? Can you say grape instead, please? Thank you, appreciate it.
We cannot let that happen.
Wait, I got to, Governor, no, I got a follow-up question. You brought up
Jacksonville, Florida, compared to San Francisco is 126% higher.
Governor, let me bring up
it's 84%
the next question dovetails into this.
It's 75% higher.
Let me also say,
what are you talking about?
Now they're all talking.
By the way, those are all easily fact-checked.
I know you like to lie.
Anytime you're uncomfortable,
he put the statistics up there.
Those are all
your crime is higher. We know your crime is higher.
Gentlemen,
what are you doing about the gun murder rate in your state?
We'll let the audience look at the numbers, the FBI numbers, and decide. According to the gun control advocacy group, Everytown for gun safety, okay? California has the most, as you support, I know, Governor, restrictive gun laws in the United States. Florida has the 19th most restrictive. Yet, if you look at the year 2019, when each of you took office, California has had 21 mass shootings. Florida has had 9. Now, that is according to a USA Today, AP, Northeastern University database data. Keep in mind, a mass killing is defined as the intentional killing of 4 or more victims, excluding the deaths of unborn children and the offenders by any means within a 24 period of time. I believe, Governor DeSantis, you get this for us.
What California wants to do is they want to make it harder for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. Then they go easy on the criminals who are perpetrating the crime. They don't stand up for the men and women of law enforcement.
Also, what's considered a mass shooting here? Because everybody's definition of mass shooting is different. It's like one accepted definition is like 3 or more people are shot in a single incident. If that's mass shootings, then I mean, all right. But the mass shootings people I think are really talking about less of gang violence and more of just like somebody walking into some place and shooting people. Those are very different.
That's why a lot of people have left the state, because they don't get the support from the communities that they need. And, Gavin told another lie. He said we made it easier for felons to do. Felons are not allowed to possess firearms. That's federal law. That's been long standing.
No background checks.
That is an absolute lie that he's saying like that. That has nothing to do with
background checks does indeed make it easier for felons to be able to
People are leaving California in droves because he has failed to stand up for public safety. They are on an ideological joyride to let people out of prison early, to go easy on them. Heck, Heck, your buddy, Gavin's buddy in Los Angeles, Gascon, he doesn't even prosecute. When you have, when I was in Southern California for the Reagan debate, a lot of the women tell me they have to take off all their jewelry just to be able to go shopping because otherwise they're going to get mugged. That is the reality that people are facing in California. Gavin can try to put lipstick on that pig, but the fact of the matter is he has failed the people of California.
No, I love this guy talking about backing the blue when you dangled pardons for January 6 insurrectionists, 85 of them that were literally charged with attacking law enforcement. You talk a big game about backing the blue. With all due respect to the crime rate, again, he's not answering the fact that he has a higher murder rate than the state of California, a 66% higher gun death rate than the state of California. And I can easily answer this point. Gun safety saves lives. I don't think it, I know it. And the data bears that out in the state of California. California proudly does lead in terms of common sense gun safety. Common sense gun safety saves lives. You had the chance to do something meaningful. You had a chance to do something on behalf of those Parkland families. You did the exact opposite. You moved in the exact opposite direction. With all due respect, look at your own backyard, Ron.
So
You're not mining your backyard on this issue.
I will do that because we have we had two radical left Soros districts.
This is also very true that California does have a lower gun death rate, and actually dramatically so. Florida's gun death rate is actually 14 and California's is 8.5. Almost half.
District attorneys like your buddy Gascon in LA, one in Tampa, one in Orlando. They were endangering the public, and I removed them from their posts. Gavin Newsom has not lifted a finger to rein in Gascon in LA. That city has collapsed. That county's collapsed because he is not enforcing the law. So that's just, and here's the thing. This is what's happening. That California model, that's done in Philadelphia, Baltimore.
15 seconds. We got to go break.
Come on. I mean, you're running for president of the United States. You're talking down the great state of California. You're talking down one of the great American cities, Los Angeles. That's insulting. And you're doing it because you're trying to obfuscate the facts that you have a higher murder rate in the state of Florida and the state of California. We got some of the lowest crime rates we've had in 50 years.
But we'll have more with Governor DeSantis, Governor Gavin Newsom on the other side as we continue the great state debate, blue versus red.
Now, California has that. They want to have that injected.
Or is it the role of the school? What is the science, history, computers?
This is crazy.
Especially the lower grades. Should schools, and maybe all grades, should schools be focusing on reading, writing, math, science, history, computers, and maybe leaving values, considering parents might have different values than teachers at school, to the parents, to religious institutions? Or is it the role of the school? What is the role?
The role of the schools to...
What is this question? Should we be teaching subjects or values? I mean, the answer is both. You're supposed to instill values inside of... What are you talking? You're supposed to instill values in kids. I wouldn't want a school to not be trying to instill any values in my children. Like, you want them to have some values like hard work and leadership and teamwork and, you know, creative and you know, like being okay with expressing yourself. Those are, you don't just go to school to learn what 2 + 2 is and then go home. That's not just what schools are for. This is the question Tim Pool had for Vouch and Charlie Kirk. You think he watched the debate and was like, that's a good one, I gotta ask Newsom that one? Woke indoctrination.
Educate kids, not indoctrinate kids.
That's how you get China.
It's not to impose an agenda. It's to do the basics. And what we've said in Florida is it's inappropriate to tell a kindergartner that their gender is a choice. It's inappropriate to tell a second grader that they may have been born in the wrong body. Now, California has that. They want to have that injected into the elementary school. My wife and I have a 7, 5, and a 3-year-old. We don't think that that's appropriate. And I know most parents do not think it's appropriate. It's also important to respect parental rights to know what curriculum is being used in the classroom, and everything should be age appropriate. I actually have something that I brought that some parents have objected to. So this is a book that's in some of the schools in California. Florida, this is not consistent with our standards.
Hey, what the heck? Chill.
Gender queer. Some of it's blacked out. You would not probably be able to put this on air. This is pornography. It's cartoons. It's aimed at children, and it's wrong. So this should not be in schools. Why
you got a prop? You think he just brings that around with him all the time? Can I tell this guy he's dumb as shit? Or is that inappropriate? No, you can. Of course, he would have a copy of him of it with, I don't know, man, having a copy of having a copy of child sex with you at like all points in time. Do you think he has a copy? Yo, you think that shit is like laminated or something? That's what he just brings with him? Listen, here's the thing. That claim about genderqueer and being an educational material is very misleading. It's for teachers. Try to understand. Is that for teachers, not kids? That's so interesting. See, my thing is that when it comes to books along these lines, I'm fine with them being in schools at a certain age range. It just depends on what they're in schools for, because they can just be good learning materials for children when it comes to sex ed. Like, you're going to have to show sex ed at some point. You should. Every school should be forced to do that, no matter who or what, no matter who they are or what they do. And I think I would rather kids learn about sex ed through the watched and controlled environment of a school than they do on the internet, because at the moment about 70% of people say that they learn about sex ed on the internet, which I think is one of the largest problems with society today, if I'm going to be real with you. In all honesty, when I saw that number, that 70% of people get their sex ed from like Pornhub, that's when I was like, I see it. I get like, I understand why society has these problems, and that's actually part of it. But a lot of these conservative families don't ever have like the talk with their kids or anything. All they do is just leave them at their own devices when it comes to this type of stuff, which leads to a lot of problems. That's what school's for, actually. Parents can't teach everything. But it'd be crazy if that was actually for teachers and they were just using it as like a scapegoat. Is that true? If you have anything on genderqueer being actually for teachers and students weren't even really supposed to see it, and if they were, it's supposed to only be like given out sparingly to just some kids in certain contexts, I mean, that'd be crazy. Wouldn't be surprised. Conservatives do love lying, but
people like on the left say that somehow you're banning books by removing this from a young kid's classroom. No, this is not age appropriate. And so we're going to stand for the rights of parents. I think we need to do that nationwide. I don't think you can have a situation where some states just trample on the rights of parents. Parents have a fundamental right to direct the education and upbringing of their kids.
I mean, genderqueer is like a high school level. And I'm going to be honest too, like I said, if I remember correctly, that scene was about an author talking about the sexual experience that they had. If I'm going to be honest with you, if it's like a high school level, like I think a high schooler can handle something like that. If I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I think a high schooler can handle that. How do we show like killings and slavery and the Holocaust how do you show children videos of the worst things human beings have ever done to each other, but then be like, a picture of a dildo is where we draw the line. No buttholes. Yeah, right? Like people are watching like in some places they're playing slave movies for kids. But a dildo is where you draw the line. That also, just so you know, that wasn't a real dick that person was attempting to suck. It was a dildo, actually.
1,406 books have been banned just last year under Ron DeSantis' leadership. I love that he keeps pulling this out. I've seen this. He's been doing this all over the campaign trail. What's wrong with Toni Morrison's books?
It's not banned.
What's wrong? It's not true.
Not.
What's wrong with Amanda Gorman's?
It's not banned.
And the poetry. 1,406. 1,406 books have been banned on your banning binge in the state of Florida. As it relates to parental rights, come on. California, it's in our Constitution, parental engagement. It's called the LCFF process. We actually require parental engagement on curriculum development. And we don't. Complete lie. We don't require K through third grade sexual education.
There have been a lot of books that have been specifically that have been removed. There have been a lot of books removed from schools. So here's the thing when it comes to Florida's book ban is that they remove books on like there's some books removed at a statewide level, but a lot of the books were removed at a municipality level. And one of the big things is that it works off of fear. That's one of the big. Mouse is banned. Yes. Like a book about the Holocaust, Mouse is actually banned. In some places, even with Ron DeSantis's usage of the book banning laws, the Bible has been banned in some places too, right? And so the thing is, it works off of fear. That's the point, is that it opens up the avenue for teachers to be sued and to lose their jobs for having books in their classroom that a teacher doesn't like. And at the end of the day, let's be honest with ourselves. With how schools work, they're way less likely to stand for their teachers and actually work with them through these types of issues than they would they would be way happier just letting them go, and then they just lose their jobs, even if they didn't actually do anything wrong. If like a bunch of parents or people in the area are just like, we just want you gone, so we're just going to threaten your job by reporting you over and over and over again, and then to have the school just think of you as a liability. So then other people will just remove a lot of these books, and they've specifically made these books be the ones it specifically made the books that are most likely to be questioned, books about gender and sexuality and sex and you know, things that left-wing people like you know, gay people and stuff like, and trans people, stuff like that. Well, they try to institute more religion into schools, completely juxtaposed to the Constitution, which says we will not establish a religion. You thought people were very mad. But at the end of the day, a lot of these laws backfire on conservatives, because it was reported by Fox News that they tried to do that thing when it came to forcing a lot of these laws get used against them. How, like, I think atheists kind of come through with stopping a lot of weirdo conservative bullshit when it comes to religion, especially. How there was this law enforcement group that really wanted to put "In God We Trust" on the on their cars, on their cruisers, but this atheist group sued them into not being able to do it. And then they wanted to put up a statue of Jesus Christ in the station, and then they said, if you do that, then we have the right to put up a statue of Baphomet in the station. And then they just did it, and so now the station has like Jesus Christ and in literal Satan, the goat Satan with titties. That they specifically picked the goat Satan with titties, because they wanted the titties to be out as well. They wanted the titties to be popping in there as well, and they couldn't do anything about it, but they got really angry. And so, like, they can try and do this, but they forget that, you know, the sword is double-edged. They kind of feed off of this because they think that they're only going to be the only ones to really do it, and nobody can really challenge them. But if they do get challenged, they start to realize how bad their decisions actually are. It's like that guy in Florida who tried to defile that flag that was painted on the ground that was actually a memorial to the Pulse nightclub victims, that got charged with the same law that was supposed to put BLM protesters in prison.
It doesn't happen until middle school. What you're doing is using education as a sword for your cultural purge. And you know what? With all due respect, you know, I remember in the 1970s. In the 1970s, we had a weird. He's doing it again. And there was a guy by the name of Ronald Reagan, so offended by the Briggs Initiative, which was the original Don't Say Gay bill. In that case, it was not allowing teachers that happened to be gay to teach. And Reagan had the courage to stand up, and he said, you can't catch gay like you can measles. I don't like the way you demean people. I don't like the way you demean the LGBTQ community. I don't like the way you demean
We love our LGBTQs.
You disagree with Ron. I really find this fundamentally offensive. And this is a core value that distinguishes the values of my state and, frankly, the vast majority of Americans against the weaponization of education.
Right.
And the purging that he's advancing.
I have a follow-up question for you, though. And by the way, first, Governor, yes or no, are the book banning issues, is that not a state issue? Is that a state issue or a local issue?
Local, and he's
okay. That's all I want to know.
The home book wasn't there.
Here's
That was
the
not
question I have.
1,400
Here's the
books
question I have for you,
banned.
Governor Newsom.
1,406.
Some of the books you're talking about, one is called, the governor just brought it up, it's called Gender Queer, a memoir, explicit pornographic book showing sex acts. Another, Flamer, graphic book about young boys performing sex acts at summer camp. This book is Gay, a book containing instructions on the ins and outs of gay sexuality. Let me finish. Let's Talk About It, a book that contains graphic descriptions about how to masturbate for males and females. My question to you, Governor Newsom, those books, do you believe that's appropriate for school districts to teach kids? Yes or no?
Come on, that's not part of the curriculum. They're not teaching.
Yeah, they're not. For one, that's not part of the curriculum. For one, and two, if school is the craziest thing is that these conservatives will be like, I hate the schooling because they're not shown different. They're not like kids aren't shown different ideas about the world. They're just fed the left-wing narrative. For a certain age range, it's perfectly fine for these books to be able to be reached by kids, to be reached by, you know, teens. And these are teenagers. These people who are going to be going to college sometime soon. Man literally said this book is gay.
Those are books that were in school.
Hold on. The bottom line is you are on a book banning binge, your state. 1,406 books, 3,362 in this country.
You didn't answer. What about those books?
That's not, we don't provide for K through third grade education, that kind of curriculum. It's just made up. These guys make it up. It's part of this cultural purge.
Should it
it's
be,
just a made
what grade would it be acceptable?
What I find offensive, Sean and Ron, what I find offensive is a very significant number of these books happen to be LGBTQ books. A significant number of these books happen to be about African Americans.
Do you think it's
honestly
Governor, do you think it's appropriate in school?
We don't teach that. We have sex education in middle schools and high schools where it's appropriate. This is a ginned up, made up issue to divide this country. You talk about dividing this country. This is part of the culture war, the weaponization of grievance. This is part using education. We're focusing on math, science. We're focusing on.
It is a hard question to answer. It's like when Bernie Sanders was asked, does the Boston bomber deserve, he was basically asked, does the Boston bomber deserve like a fair trial and like legal, and like a legal recourse, and then he was like, yes, obviously even bad people deserve rights, and then everybody was like, no, fuck this guy, yo, fuck this guy, because it's a hard question to answer, because everybody, and it's a big reason for why you don't have normal weirdo people making these types of laws, because if they do, they're just like, and if you step on my shoe, you get the death penalty. And if you're like a bad person, you get the death penalty. And also, if you didn't get the death penalty, we'll dig up your corpse and then give you the death penalty again. And I'm telling you, your average person would like expand the death penalty to like 17 new criminal offenses. It just wouldn't make any sense. They care more about when your average person thinks about a lot of these crimes, they think of, well, what if it happened to me, instead of what would be a just punishment to give the victim. They're not thinking of it in like a third person way. They're thinking of it like, what would I want to do to this person if they did something bad to me? And so I'm telling you right now that like a lot of conservatives would be like, if somebody steals a car, then that also could easily be worth the death penalty as well. Like I wouldn't trust a lot of these people. So when it comes to this type of stuff, it's a really difficult question to answer, and I would imagine your average politician wouldn't want to answer it, especially since he can't even really do much about that type of stuff. It's way more of a local issue. But yeah, I mean, it's just a hard question to answer. I think the real answer is that at some grade in high school, you could probably, those books are probably fine, but it's hard to answer that type of stuff. When Ron DeSantis is like, penis, look, penis, dildo, do you want a 2-year-old to suck a dildo, Mr. Newsom?
On reimagining our school system.
We're going to get to education.
He's criminalizing teachers and criminalizing librarians. Check out the wrong book.
The schools to impose a liberal agenda, social justice. They have this ethnic studies where they're dividing people. That's what they're doing. But let me just say something about parents' rights. He says California respects parents' rights. This is rich. He's been telling a lot of whoppers tonight. This may be the biggest. In California, if you're a parent in Iowa or New Hampshire or South Carolina, your minor child can go to California without your knowledge or without your consent and get hormone therapy, puberty blockers, and a sex change operation, all without you knowing or consenting. How in the heck is that honoring parents' rights when you're bringing people from out of state to go around their parents' backs and getting life-altering surgeries? That is radical. That is extreme. That is an assault on parents' rights.
You know what? Human beings
not for you to
themselves.
decide. It's for the parents to decide.
That's not the parents to decide. Whether or not their child needs whether or not your child needs a surgery is not for you to decide. It's actually for doctors to decide. I'm sorry, but like if doctors are like, we need to remove those wisdom teeth, and you're like, we don't remove wisdom teeth here, that's not you. Your child should be taken away from you.
Let me stay on a follow-up. Let's turn to the issue of education.
Decency and humanity and grace.
The decency of ripping somebody away.
Gentlemen, please. Nobody can hear you.
That is wrong. That is wrong.
All right.
That should not stand in this country.
Let us turn, gentlemen, if I may, to the issue of education. Here is public school spending per K through 12 students, according to the Education Data Initiative from the U.S. Census Bureau and National Center for Education. Florida spends nearly $12,000 per student, while California spends over $16,000. Florida is ranked #1 by U.S. News and World Report in terms of state education.
Here, let's look this up. Let's look this up. Floyd, yeah, in the first one, U.S. News and Education. So here's where they found this. The quality of community schools can be an essential part of family aspirations, and though the public education has largely been a local matter for school boards and states allocate school funding, the federal government has played a large role evaluating the best states for education. One of 8 categories driving the overall best state rankings. U.S. examined metrics tied to both higher education and space from pre-kindergarten to high school. Okay. From pre-kindergarten to high school. Oh. Wait a second. They're number 1 in education, but they're number 14 K through 12. Wait a second. Oh, so they're number 1 in college? Yeah, they're number 1 when it comes to college, but they're number 14 when it comes to K through 12. But they're going to say that that means they're number 1 in education anyways. Jersey number 1. Jersey didn't make it to number 1. Food should be here in about 5 minutes, babe. Where's California here? California's 38. Well, higher education, it's 3. 33. Okay. So Florida is ranking higher here in this study, but not study, sorry, this compilation. When it comes to educate, they're just, I don't know, best and worst public schools. When it comes to this ranking, when it comes to this, Schoolaroo ventures to discover and evaluate public school rankings in the U.S., identifying the best and worst school systems across 3 factors: student success, student safety, and student quality. And when it comes to this, neither Florida or California rank very high. They both rank near the bottom of the entire list, but California is 40 and Florida would be 42. So, I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's a little across the board, depending all of this, unless you're bringing up just straight up student quality student like unless you're bringing up how students actually perform, student performance, I find it hard to be able to find out like a best and worst necessarily.
Education rankings, California ranks 20th. Governor Newsom, what is your explanation? You spend more money and they have better results in Florida. Why?
I told you what I'm doing in public education. We created a brand new grade, pre-K for all. We're doing after school and summer school for all. We're reimagining the school day, not just the school year. We just provided 3.4 million of our students upwards of $2 billion for child savings accounts and the opportunity to start businesses when they graduate. We have one of the best records under COVID, during COVID. And again, you didn't answer to the fact you had more learning loss. Ron DeSantis had more learning loss during COVID. 4th grade reading, 4th grade math, 8th grade reading, 8th grade math. We outperformed you in it's a fact during COVID in every one of those categories. I can't wait to get all the PolitiFacts tonight because, Ron, you keep denying some basic fundamental facts on health, wealth, and education. We outperformed you during COVID. You talk about things to apologize. You should apologize for your COVID record. You were with Fauci. You aligned with vaccines. You aligned with CDC guidelines until you didn't, and tens of thousands of people.
Let's return our focus to education.
Well, when we opened the schools, we bucked all of those people June of 2020. He kept the schools closed for a long time, and that had devastating impacts. And why? What Gavin Newsom does in California is kowtow to the teachers union. Whatever they tell him to do, he does. He will never.
Does he think that this is a good point to be like he loves teachers too much?
Joe Biden is in the pocket of the teachers union, and so is Kamala Harris. That's why they fought
way,
school openings when he came in there. When they had that in there. Biden came into office and he brought in the teacher union to be able to do all these different things to try to keep the schools closed. So the Democratic Party, the far left in this country, they are owned lock, stock, and barrel by the teachers union. I beat the teachers union in Florida to get the schools open, first in the country during COVID, also to do universal school choice. Every parent in Florida has a right to send their kid to the school of their choice. We're winning these fights. California is bending the knee to the union because they control the politicians.
All right, let's move on. A topic that will seemingly play a very large role in the future elections, and it's the issue of abortion.
Yes.
I have a question for both of you.
Not abortion.
I'll ask you to please respect the individual's right to answer uninterrupted. And that is Governor DeSantis. I think it's actually your turn, Governor Newsom, if you don't mind.
All good.
Most medical professionals believe a baby is viable outside of a mother's womb by between 24 and 26 weeks. That is the general scientific consensus. It changes. There are some variations on it. Abortion is legal in your state, quote, up to viability, is my understanding, unless the mother's health is in danger. I'd like to get you on the record. You've been unwilling to answer this question. Should there be any restrictions on the issue of abortion that you support at all? Because funding in California, you have allocated in your budget $265 million for abortion last year alone. My question, very specific. Do you support any restrictions at all on abortion, especially in months 7, 8, and 9, past viability?
I'm going to answer that question, but let's talk about the issue of abortion. Let's talk about the issue of abortion.
You're going to answer it?
I'm going to answer that question. I'll repeat that. But I think this is important, and it bears repeating. Ron DeSantis has signed the most extreme anti-abortion bills in America. He signed a bill banning any exceptions for rape and incest. And then he said it didn't go far enough and decided to sign a 6-week ban before women even know they're pregnant, Ron, before women can even access a doctor's appointment. So extreme is your ban that criminalizes women and criminalizes doctors that even Donald Trump said it was too extreme. On the issue of the extreme exception that you highlight as it relates to the issue of later-term abortion, it's almost always because of a fetal anomaly, the life of the mother. And in those rare cases, I trust, and answer your question, I trust the mother and her doctor to make that decision.
So in other words, I want to be clear on this. If a woman and her doctor, for any reason...
Not for any reason.
No. I'm asking...
extremely rare.
Should there be...
I know where you guys are going, Sean. You're even uncomfortable with this whole issue.
Not the Sean.
This is where you guys have to go to cover for the extreme anti-abortion agenda of Ron DeSantis.
Should there be... Would you support a ban on abortion in 7th, 8th, or 9th month if the mother's life is not in jeopardy?
Extreme exception. People aren't going on and having abortions.
Should it be illegal?
Unless something devastating is happening.
Should it be illegal?
It should be up to the mother and her doctor and her conscience. And it
so
almost
the answer is
always,
no restriction.
I've already answered it, and I'll just reinforce it. To cover up, again, hold on, for the most extreme abortion ban in the country. I have a simple question, though. This is important.
No. I'm asking the question.
Ron DeSantis, will you or will you not sign a 6-week ban in the unlikely case you become president of the States?
Let's talk about your state.
Answer that. He's getting saved.
You had 15 weeks.
Fundamental question.
You had a 15-week rule in California. You reduced it to 6. My question is this. What was your thinking behind it? Was it for religious reasons? Was it for scientific reasons? What was the reason for you from going from 15 weeks to 6 weeks?
Well, I believe in a culture of life. I think we're better off when everybody counts, when everybody has an opportunity to do well. And that bill
women are forced
when
to
there's a detectable heartbeat for the child. And some states have done that. Some states have done others. Some states have done later. And obviously, they have a right to do that. But I think about one of our Floridians, a lady named Penny Hopper. She actually survived a late-term abortion back in the day. And they left her on the table there to basically wither away. Her grandmother came, saved her, brought her to a hospital, saved her, and she ended up living a good life. So
how real is this story? Because we've seen something about this, and I've seen that it's like super duper fake. I've heard some stuff about this being super duper double, triple, quadruple, omega fake. Like she was fighting off the doctors when it came to an abortion. And then when she lived, everybody clapped, and then everyone clapped. I don't know. I've seen some stuff about this. It does not seem real. I've looked into. I haven't been able to find much actual evidence about this at all.
She counts and she matters. And I think that what the position that we have from the modern left, including in California, is that they will take your tax dollars and they will fund abortion all the way to the moment of birth. He's wrong when he says that the later terms are all because of this. 88% past 15 weeks are in fact elective from the Florida data. He doesn't keep data there, but that is really extreme to take your tax dollars and to do this all the way up to the moment of birth. He didn't answer your question about any type of protections at all for a baby that has a beating heart, that can feel pain, that is viable.
Right. But
hold on.
Respectfully, this is an important conversation. Will you or will you not support a national
Sean, why didn't you answer
or will
his
you
question?
not support
Why didn't
a
you
national
support?
ban if it lands on your desk? You couldn't answer that in any other context.
Okay,
answer
gentlemen,
it tonight. It's a
we're
simple
moving
yes or no.
on to
By
the
way,
next
hey,
issue.
no, Sean, not a
You
next
never
issue.
gave a week.
The American people should know this. I'll answer it for Ron DeSantis. Can't answer it. He will sign that extreme.
Okay,
6-week
let me move
national
on.
ban. The American people should know that.
I'm calling this the lightning round. It'd be great if you guys cooperated. I'm not.
One thing is that everybody has their own position. I think when it comes to this type of stuff, I think you can win a lot of people over when it comes to the restriction being the doctor specifically. I feel like a lot of people don't bring up the fact that the restriction to abortion are doctors. If a doctor doesn't think that you should get one and they won't give it to you. Like, you can't just be like, oh, I feel like an abortion, and then the doctor will just start wheeling out the fetus suckomatic to be able to yoink that shit right out of your UD. It's not really how that works. You could just be like, there are restrictions on doctors giving correct information to their patients and following their conscience when it comes to whether or not this is medically necessary and taking in the fetus's potential life into consideration. And that could be like a pretty simple one there. And obviously we could like sue doctors and stop them from doing stuff like that. Doing stuff like giving false information or being unscrupulous when it comes to like abortions and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, your doctor will probably know better than a politician about whether or not you need an abortion.
Not a potted plant here. And I want to ask you, we all know that federal policy does have a huge impact on states. We know that. I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions, and I just want one-word answers, okay, from 3 of you, because we're coming up on a break. And the issue is right now Joe Biden is president. Yep. So I would like both of you to give a grade to Joe Biden overall as president. Governor Newsom, I'll give A.
An A, absolutely.
Governor DeSantis.
Failed.
And a failure. Yep. Okay.
Now that's your
Now, number 2, are his policies helping or hurting your individual states? Is it helping the state of Florida?
The inflation is hurting our state big time.
Grade.
Fail. He's failed on the economy.
The guy just took $28 million from the Science and Tech Act. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's absolutely accelerating our dominance in manufacturing, accelerating our revitalization.
Okay,
of
that
our
was a
state.
simple
The answer.
answer.
Is unequivocally,
Lastly,
absolutely yes.
Okay.
C+. I give him like a C. Personally, I give him like a C. You know, it's definitely fallen since Israel started to do their Israel thing. Oh, to give him like a C+, B-. Was it a B-, but it's fallen to a C? I'm right there with you, 50. He's straight average. Yeah. Yeah.
I will ask you, Governor DeSantis.
And on this, Biden has helped out Florida a lot, especially when it came to a lot of environmental problems that Florida's been having, especially due to things like global warming that DeSantis just doesn't believe in.
Over and over again, and Governor Newsom, you have seen over and over again. Joe Biden is experienced what I believe to be significant cognitive decline. And in other words, it's the toughest job in the world. Is Joe Biden experiencing this cognitive decline? Is it a danger to the country? Do you find when he speaks, what is your reaction to it?
Yes, he's in decline. Yes, it's a danger to the country. He has no business running for president. And, you know, Gavin Newsom agrees with that. He won't say that. But that's why he's running his shadow campaign. He should not be running.
Shadow campaign. I guess a shadow campaign that's doing pretty well is better than a campaign in the light that's actually failing. But nah, man, Biden's always been kind of old. Like, I mean, yeah, he's old and you can see it and feel it, and he looks older than Trump, and Trump is just more animated than him. But Trump has said Trump marks me as somebody who's like way older than Biden, even as old, because I've never seen that man run. Okay, I've seen Biden run. Biden rode a bike, and you could be like, oh, he fell off a bike. I don't think Trump's touched a bike in 30 years. Okay? I don't think Donald Trump has ran in his life. Okay? Biden jogs daily. Yeah, you could watch him move. He picks up the pace. He's really not doing as bad as Trump is. But I don't know. I just don't see it as like some crazy cognitive decline. Like, yeah, he's old. I don't think he should be president because he's really old. But I think he's disconnected from what a lot of young people need and want. And I think that's very clear in who he is. But in the idea of he's like, he's a dementia riddled, I think Donald Trump is way closer to being anything like that than Biden is, honestly. But Biden just looks older, so your average person is just gonna be like, duh, Biden, no, duh.
He is not up to the job, and it is dangerous for this country.
Well, I will take Joe Biden at 100 versus Ron DeSantis any day of the week at any age. In fact, all of the folks.
You think he's up to the job? You think he's 100%?
I've been spending plenty of time with Joe Biden in private and public. You don't know. And by the way, results matter. Inflation now is down to 3.2%. Wages are up to 4.4%. The economy is booming, 5.2% GDP growth in the last quarter. Those are facts you don't hear on Fox News. 14 million jobs, 10 times
Let me
more
move on. That was a lightning round. Now, on March 31st, 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson famously said, "I shall not seek and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president." Now, despite being an incumbent president who is eligible to run for re-election, Governor Newsom, I've interviewed you twice on this issue. You say you are not running for president in 2024. In fact, you recently said, quote, you think that Vice President Harris is naturally the one lined up to run for president if Joe Biden were to bow out. Governor Newsom, tonight I ask you, will you make an LBJ-like statement? And Governor DeSantis, you say he's running a shadow campaign in your...
Wait. I shall not seek and I will not accept nomination for my party for another term as your president. Is he asking for this type of statement for this time or like for the rest of his life?
Statement. And Governor DeSantis, you say he's running a shadow campaign. In your response, I would like you to answer that. Will you say unequivocally, under no circumstances are you running?
Correct. I've said, I don't know how many times I can say, just making this stuff up about a shadow campaign.
If at the DNC convention they come and ask you, will you run? What will you say?
Joe Biden will be our nominee in a matter of weeks. And in a matter of weeks, Sean, he'll be endorsing Donald Trump as a nominee for the Republican Party.
If they come to you at the DNC and Joe is incapable of running and they ask you, are you a hard no?
And it's not even optional. He's doing fantastically. I appreciate and respect the work the president's doing and the vice president's, the Biden-Harris campaign and team. So absolutely unequivocally, I look forward to continuing to support their efforts. President Biden will be reelected. Donald Trump will be rejected.
I think what he's saying should color every single thing. I mean, I've called him on a lot of the lies, but he says Joe Biden is 100% up to the job. You know that that's not true. Anybody that can look, he wants you to believe him over your own lying eyes.
If I'm going to be honest with you, I would say that he's 100% up to the job, mostly because I don't think you're like a president necessarily has to do that much. And if a president doesn't do that much, the country just kind of ticks on. One of the best things about Donald Trump's presidency is the fact that he actually didn't spend a lot of time doing stuff, which was great because we could continue on not failing to his political positions, which are bad and make the country worse because they're bad. And he's bad, a bad man who does bad things to the country when given the opportunity to. And so since he spent a lot of time golfing and not being president, where you can just replace him golfing, which is, I don't know, Biden just simply being dead, I think it'd be great. I'd still elect Joe Biden's corpse over Donald Trump at any point in time. Yeah, Trump proved that you don't have to actually be that mentally sound, stable, capable there. You might not actually need a mind at all to be president. He literally spent an entire, didn't he spend, how many days did he spend golfing out of his entire presidency? Wasn't it like a full year or something? Or like half a year? Wasn't it like 100 days? It was like 100 days or something. It was crazy.
When he says the economy is so great, how great is it when you're going to the grocery store now? How great is it when you're trying to afford a home? How are those interest rates doing? What about affording?
Bro, he doesn't want to bring up housing prices. He lives in Florida, man. Florida is like the worst place in the world for housing. At least the worst place in America for housing, period.
A new car. So we have to get real here. We have to understand that Biden is not a job. But here's I think the problem. What Biden would do, the people around him, they would look to California for the model to go forward in the next 4 years. That would accelerate the decline of this country. Yeah. Freedom is what works. The failures need to be left in the dustbin of history.
Yeah, tell about freedom to women that you're trying to criminalize in your state. And
all right, we're retreating to old ground. For years,
that's true and real.
Gentlemen, Florida is not a state of freedom.
One of the things I want to accomplish here is the policies that you both implement have a great impact on the citizens of your individual state.
Especially when he tried to criminalize companies for disagreeing with him in his policy prescriptions as president. Yeah, 100. As president, sorry, living in dream world again. As governor, yeah, 100%.
States. For years, a gallon of gasoline, Governor Newsom in California, has been notably higher in your state than in the state of Florida. That's right. Here are the numbers, by the way, recent numbers. The average cost for a gallon of gas nationwide, just over $3.24. In Florida, $3.17. In California, it is a whopping $4.85. So, Governor Newsom, I ask you, you've also...
When they put these gallon of gas prices, are these for like unleaded, the medium one? I forget what the medium one is. And premium altogether? Whopping. Are they just averaged and then put up, or is there like something specific there? I don't know.
Sued big oil companies, alleging executives have deceived the public about the health of our planet, knowing that it's a polluter. If your lawsuit is successful, that would likely mean higher gas prices, even higher gas prices for everybody. Here's my question, though. Could you name right now one source of energy that you can bring online in the next 3 to 6 months that would be as inexpensive for the people in this country as fossil fuels?
Let me
bring on in the next 3 to 6 months. Can you magically form energy right now that would suck my dick and also fuel my car? Can you do that, Mr. Newsom man? All right. You just phase out fossil fuels and you phase in renewable energies. I don't know why you have to instantly flick a switch. America wasn't flicked from horse-drawn buggies to gas power either, but okay.
Let me touch.
Can you think of that energy?
Let me touch on I'm going to get to your question, and then let me touch the latter part of your question. Let me get to the first part of the question. Okay. You're absolutely right. Since the 1980s, Republican administrations, Democratic administrations have experienced, under their stewardship, higher gas prices in the state of California. We've been ripped off by big oil. We continue to be ripped off by big oil. Big oil now has met a new foe, and that's the state of California, the most aggressive anti-gouging law in America, more transparency being required than any time in America. And yes, we're suing the industry responsible for this climate crisis. By the way, the same climate crisis that Ron DeSantis celebrated as human-caused, who campaigned for a fracking ban, who campaigned to oppose offshore oil drilling, and then 2 days after he got elected, signed an executive order. By the way, Nikki Haley had you dead to right on this, Ron. Signed an executive order doubling down, saying you're adamantly opposed to fracking, adamantly opposed to offshore oil drilling. You were celebrated by the Sierra Club for that action until you weren't. Once again, it shows the hypocrisy
look at him.
of Ron DeSantis.
He's
now
tweaking.
Away from climate
He's grinding.
as things have gotten worse. Hurricanes, wildfires, droughts, and floods. $179 billion of weather weather-related disasters, and he has no response except talking points from big oil.
Governor Newsom,
that was a mouthful. Again, just more lies. But here's the thing: California is the only one that oil companies are gouging. Why aren't they doing that to Georgia or Florida or these other states that have lower gas prices? Because of their policies. That's why people are paying more there. What Gavin Newsom wants to do, what he's doing in California, what Biden wants to do nationally, is government-dictated green energy policies. They want to kneecap fossil fuels and reliable energy. We've already seen what's happened in California. They have rolling
reliable
blackouts.
Energy.
He actually implemented.
It's reliably killing us. I don't know. Here's the thing. It's reliable for you. Maybe it's not reliable for the world. It's not reliable for the people getting it out of the ground. So it's not reliable for the people living around the people pulling it out of the ground.
A mandate to buy electric vehicles. So pretty soon in California, you're not going to be able to buy a normal car, only electric vehicles. And they celebrated that as like a great thing. A couple days later, there was a notice from the state government telling all EV owners, do not plug in your EV because they don't have enough grid capacity. So he is walking his people into a big time disaster. What Biden wants to do is he wants to take the California model. He wants to impose that nationally. He wants to take away your ability to purchase the car that you want. He wants to kneecap reliable energy. And he wants to bring these rolling blackouts all across the United States of America. It doesn't work. It's going to cause huge problems. We have more energy here. We can be the dominant energy producer in the world.
Florida,
and that's what we're going to do. Florida's not a big energy state. We have the Marcellus Shale. We have the West Texas. We have all of.
I actually learned something super interesting recently, and it's that it's curious because the type of oil. Okay, so America is one of the largest oil producing countries in the entire world. Just so you know, we're right up there. I think we're right under Saudi Arabia. Actually, I think we're number 2, aren't we? Or do we produce more oil than Saudi Arabia? I think Saudi Arabia still produces more oil, but we're like number 2. We might be number 1. I keep forgetting. We're up there though. We're way higher than a lot of people think. Technically, we are also energy. We are number 1. Thank you. We are also technically energy independent. Before in the past, we used to consume way more oil than we produce. But now we actually produce more oil than we consume. But you may be wondering, if that's the case, then why are we still getting oil from places like Saudi Arabia? Well, the reason is because our oil refineries at the crude oil that we have here are made to refine a type of oil that we don't have here in the country. There's like, the oil is usually categorized as sweet or unsweet. The oil that we get here, if I remember correctly, is sweet. The oil that Saudi Arabia produces is unsweet. And so it's not only are we prepared to be able to refine that type of crude oil, but also we we're more prepared to refine their oil and not our oil that we make. It's also really expensive to be able to switch over that type of oil manufacturing, and it's also cheaper to be able to pull out of the ground for places like Saudi Arabia compared to us. And so even if we produced all of our oil here in the country, we would still be paying a higher price simply because our workers are paid more than the slaves in Saudi Arabia, and also our the domestic work just costs more than shipping it from overseas. It's just like capitalism at work, right? So even if we could refine all of the oil here, like we could from Saudi Arabia, we still wouldn't be doing that, and so we still we still ship oil across the world, and we don't actually refine it for ourselves. It's actually pretty interesting. It's cool, but we still should be moving away from all of it. Fuck that. Oh, also, while this is actually the day after this was recorded, there is 1 million. Actually, sorry. While they're talking about this, there are 1 million gallons of oil spilling into the Gulf Coast right now, and a week after it started, and we still can't find a source or a culprit for who did it. So just so you know, while you may not have heard of it, but yes, 1 million gallons plus is spilling into the Gulf Coast right now as we speak. And a lot of people aren't talking about it. A lot of people don't know about it. And nobody knows who did it. Well, nobody who's going to speak up knows who did it. My bad, it's now 1.1 million gallons of oil. Yeah, 1.1 million gallons of oil spilled into Gulf of Mexico. Over a week later, the source remains a mystery. So yeah, we're still, it's happening right now. Yeah, a lot of people don't know, but yeah, a lot of oil spilling into the Gulf again. Lovely.
That. So let's do that. No forcing electric vehicles.
We got to take a break.
American automobile.
When we come back, we'll continue the great state, red state, blue state debate. More with Governor Ron DeSantis, more with Governor Gavin Newsom as we continue. Thank you for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. These are the numbers for the homeless population in each of your states. It is a big problem around the country. In the state of California, it is 172,000. In Florida, it is 26,000. Now, the per capita numbers are pretty much the same. For California, it is 44 per 10,000 people, while Florida has 12 per 10,000 people. So, Governor DeSantis, I ask you, why the disparity? What are the policies you are implementing that is different from that of California?
Listen, here's the real thing. Here's the real thing, okay? California has a lot of rich people, a lot more rich people, and they hate poor people. And so their municipalities institute laws that are anti-poor specifically to maintain property values. That's why. And they're pushing homeless people into the sea. Sorry, not the sea, the desert. My bad. Didn't want to give them a bad name there.
California is adopting leftist policies. Gavin Newsom was governor or mayor of San Francisco. He put out a 10-year plan like 20 years ago. He was going to end homelessness. Then a few years later, he had another plan. And now he says he's going to do, and it's only gotten worse. In the last 10 years in California, the homeless has gone up 45%. It's gone down in Florida 45%. But it's caused a huge problem with quality of life in California. The people that flee always bring up this. They've really empowered lawlessness and drug use. And, you know, Gavin Newsom at one point tried to say that California was the freedom state. And I just kind of laughed, like, you're locking people down, you're doing all this. But then I thought about it. You know, California does have freedoms that some people don't, that other states don't. You have the freedom to defecate in public in California. You have the freedom to pitch a tent on Sunset Boulevard. You have the freedom
is this
to
where
create
he
a homeless
pulls up
encampment under a freeway and even light it on fire. You have the freedom to have an open-air drug market and use drugs. You have the freedom, if you're an illegal alien, to get all these tax.
Bro, you're from Florida. You're the bath salt state. Ain't nobody gonna believe you when you say that you don't allow drugs everywhere. What are you talking about, man? Who are you talking to? Have you seen Jacksonville? You're from Florida.
Taxpayer benefits. So those are freedoms. They're not the freedoms our founding fathers envisioned, but they have contributed to the destruction of the quality of life in California, and the results speak for themselves. People are leaving the state because they have failed in addressing the homeless population.
Okay, so here's the thing. Some people are leaving because of that. A super interesting thing about places leaving another place is that a super interesting thing in the system of capitalism that we have now is that companies and people leaving from one area to another is either a sign of something really good or something really bad happening, but usually it's either something really good happening, in the sense of, if you are successful, businesses don't want to be around you necessarily when in the way that they conduct business, because successful places mean that there's going to be higher taxes and there's going to be better amenities and things along those lines. And so everything's going to be more expensive because everybody wants to be there. If you want to be there, prices are going to go up because then they can charge more because people are going to be able to pay more or want to pay more to be able to have the same exact thing. And so in California, and you can just broaden this out, and not in California, because California is one of the largest economies in the world. You just broaden out to another large economy, the United States of America. We have a big offshoring of company problem here in the States, but that's not because America's a bad place to do business necessarily. It's because America is a more expensive place to do business because it's way easier to be able to rely on the slaves from the Philippines and in Bangladesh to be able to put together your shoes than it is for a group of workers in Boise, Idaho to put together your shoes. It's going to be cheaper to be able to do that, but it's not cheaper because like it's like better. It's cheaper because people ask for less, they get less, they expect less, and so you can pay them less. But at the end of the day, California, people leaving California means California is successful in the capitalist framework of things, in the capitalist framework of people want to be there, people want to spend money there, people want to, experience what it's like being there. And the thing is, places like Texas and Florida are experiencing that as well, but in different ways. Florida is one of the worst. Like, you can talk about Canada housing. Florida housing is the worst housing in the entire country. With it's the most overpriced housing market in the entire country, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. With that being said, Texas also, and a lot of Texas cities are having companies leave there as well, in Florida as well, because things are getting more expensive, more people move there. $800,000 people leaving ain't making a dent. Well, it makes a dent, but a small one. And at the end of the day, like, people are coming and going from California, and it would be nice for prices in California to go down.
Well, I love the rant on freedom. I mean, here's a guy who's criminalizing teachers, criminalizing doctors, criminalizing librarians, and criminalizing women that seek their reproductive care. You're making it harder to vote. You're banning books. I mean, spare me this notion of freedom. Ask the folks at Disney about freedom and free enterprise. Ask the folks at the Special Olympics that you threatened to fine with $27 million.
Because they were discriminating against the athletes.
Who goes after Special Olympics?
When it comes to the issue,
Down syndrome, of homelessness,
that is wrong. That's being a liberal bully. That's being a bully.
Really?
They had Down syndrome. You wanted to
I got any liberal bullies in chat?
$27 million
They were discriminating against because they were discriminating against the athletes. They wanted to marginalize the athletes, and you wanted the athletes marginalized. That was wrong what you did. These are.
Thank you, Tyrannix, for the tier 1. I really appreciate you. Thank you. What? I don't know what they're talking about. I didn't know anything about the Special Olympics. Wait. Ron DeSantis Special Olympics. When did this come up? Oh, the Special Olympics wanted a requirement that they have that everybody, all the contestants are vaccinated. And DeSantis threatened them with a $27 million fine. And so instead of, if they did it, so they reversed their decision because they didn't want to get sued by Ron DeSantis. So apparently the discrimination is against people who want to give other people illnesses. Okay.
Kids with Down syndrome that just wanted to compete.
I grew up working
and you wanted them out
kids.
of the
I've been working with
You're a
special
liberal
Olympians all
bully.
my life.
You wanted
How did this come with? How did Down syndrome come into this? What are you talking about?
you wanted them to be ostracized.
You
should talk to Isabella from Florida. She got to participate because we stood up for her.
This is the way you treat. By the way, no, hold on. No, let me say. I can handle that. I can handle it. I'm used to that. But you know what? Your attacks on the trans community, your attack on the gay and lesbian community.
That's wrong.
You attack vulnerable communities. You attack women.
And we made sure they
Again, Ron, relax. I can handle it. I'm used to bullying. You're nothing but a bully. I understand that. Intimidating,
no, you're
and
a bully.
People. That's your calling card.
Why did you want the Special Olympians not to be able to compete?
How well is it going for you?
Why did you want them not?
J9 Fleming, thanks so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Yo, what are these clowns going on about? This is wild. The craziest thing about it is that both of DeSantis just really wants to talk to Biden. He really wants to talk to Biden. He really wants to talk to Trump, but nobody wants to talk to him. So he has to settle for Newsom, and Newsom's just having fun, man.
To be able to compete.
How well is this campaign going?
Want them to be
He's
able
not going to let me talk.
I don't understand why you want to discriminate.
Again, I'll remind you, the blueprint.
He wanted them to be excluded
for
from the
Florida
Special Olympics.
Has put Ron DeSantis 41 points down to Donald Trump as you try to get tough.
We said that.
Out Trump.
Let's go back to
the issue of homelessness. Has been an issue for decades in the making in the state of California. Ever since we started shuttering down our mental health institutions back in the day, in Ronald Reagan's day. The difference is I'm the first governor in California history to take this head on. We are investing unprecedented resources, more accountability. We've gotten 68,000 people off the streets, close to 6,000 encampments we've gotten off the streets. We've also invested in unprecedented resources in reforming our behavioral health system. Ron has literally the worst mental health system in America, forgive me, outside of Mississippi and Texas. And so with all due respect to being lectured on some of these topics, Ron DeSantis is not the one I'm going to be listening.
30-second response. Well, I'm looking at total time. Governor DeSantis,
look,
about 2 minutes.
He needs it.
This is a map of San Francisco.
No, it's the map. Look, it's the Dookie map. It's the poo-poo map. Look, it's his little poo-poo map. Listen to him explain the poo-poo map.
on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San Francisco. And you see how almost the whole thing is covered, because that is what has happened in one of the previous greatest cities this country's ever had.
So true. California's covered in bro, Bider Andy bringing all of these pictures. What's he doing? He has every picture inside of his jacket. Guys, do you think that he doesn't actually, when you ask if he has heels, he doesn't actually have heels? He just likes to keep folded up pictures for talking points that he has right under his feet, because they're easy for him to pull out. He just reaches down and pulls out another one. It's like a little filing cabinet for him. So he's standing on all of them, but they're not actually heels. Oh, it's making sense. Mississippi's the worst in everything. It's the lowest bar. That is true. I don't want to be anywhere near them. Bro brought porn and a poop map to a debate. He really was on something else. He was preparing like crazy for this one. Porn and the poop map. He had that one ready to go. Is that a step stool behind him? Yo, that's crazy. If they gave him a step stool. He is shorter than Newsom. That's crazy if he's like, sorry, I brought my own. And then he clicks his heels together and his heels get 4 inches taller. Don't worry, guys. I got this. I don't need that. That'd look embarrassing. It'd be embarrassing. I'm not standing on that shit. Go gadget heel extension. Heel expansion. Bro wanted to be 6 foot so bad.
Human feces is now a fact of life, except when a communist dictator comes to town. Then they cleaned up the streets. They lined the streets with Chinese flags. They didn't put American flags there. They cleaned everything up. So they're willing to do it for a communist dictator, but they're not willing to do it for their own people.
Just so you know, if you don't understand what he's talking about, Xi Jinping took a visit to California not too long ago. Conservatives were like, no, they removed all of the Chinese flags. Why aren't there American flags everywhere? The answer is because he's the president of China, not America. And also there were American flags there. In the pictures that they were sharing with each other to show that there weren't any American flags there were people holding American flags. They didn't ban any of them. Obviously they put Chinese flags up for the president of China to come by. Dumbass.
I want to get in with the limited time we have left. I want to get to two very important issues we have not hit. After the Hamas terror attacks on October the 7th, we have seen what is nothing short of a disturbing outbreak of virulent hatred, anti-Semitism around the world, in the halls of our Congress, on American streets, on college campuses. Last month, outside in Sydney Opera House in Australia. We've seen it all over Europe, but in Australia, anti-Israeli protesters literally in this day and age chanting, gas the Jews, F the Jews.
That also was not true. That they were not chanting gas the Jews. I forget exactly what they were saying, but there were conservatives trying to claim that there was a group of Palestinian protesters that were chanting gas the Jews, but they weren't. They weren't chanting that at all, actually. It was actually very clear that they weren't chanting that. But they kept... They're saying glass of juice, obviously. No. No, but they weren't saying that. Here, wait, let me see. Let me see if I can find this up super quickly. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on, I'm not sure if I can find the video. Ugh. There's so much stuff coming out all the time. I have to see if I can find it sometime.
American cities, we have protesters calling for global Islamic war and demanding that Israel be wiped off the map, or in the words of Congresswoman Tlaib, from the river to the sea. Israel, meanwhile, is vowing to eradicate the terrorist group Hamas. But according to a report in the New York Times this week, U.S. officials have warned Israel that they need more to fight more surgically in Gaza. Governor Newsom, 30 seconds for you. We have to cut back on time.
All right.
How can Israel win the war against this terrorist group using surgical strikes and directions from Joe Biden?
Israel. I visited Israel. I met with families of hostages. I saw videos of children being killed in front of their parents, parents being killed in front of their children. I saw a beheading with a garden hoe. This is not complicated to me. This is a fight between good and evil. Hamas is a terrorist organization, and they need to be eliminated, not just for the people of Israel and Jews around the world, but for the Palestinians themselves. But when it comes to the issue of anti-Semitism, you just mentioned a lot of things that have been occurring on Ron DeSantis' watch. He said nothing.
You're calling him anti-Semitic?
Marching. I'm saying he countenanced anti-Semitism, and now he's finally talking a big game ever since October 7th. How about the mass man marching in the street?
Fairness of
Jews
time,
get the rope.
gentlemen.
You said nothing.
Governor DeSantis,
nothing on these issues. Look at the record.
Governor DeSantis than a second Holocaust. They want to destroy Israel and wipe every single Jew off the map.
All right. Here's something that a lot of people don't want to come to grips with. It's impossible for Israel to achieve its goal. It can't eliminate Hamas. It's just not possible. It's like trying to eliminate ISIS. It's not possible. It hasn't happened. It will never happen. It can't happen. And every time they try to kill another Palestinian, you create like two Hamas operatives. It's just you can't do it. Israel's work in this field has only led to more suffering and has only led to more deaths for Jewish people. And Netanyahu's government putting up Hamas as preferable to other governments in Gaza has also led to this issue.
Israel has every right to defend itself to the hilt. Biden should not be kneecapping them in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, Biden stranded a lot of American citizens over there. We're trying to get home. So I did an executive order in Florida, and we sent planes over to Israel right in the aftermath of October 7th, and we saved over 700 Americans, mostly Floridians, but not all, because Biden wouldn't do it. Finally, Biden started dumping people in Greece, and then they were sending a bill to the Americans just to get to Greece. If you come to this country illegally, they will pay to fly you all over the place. They'll put you up in a hotel at no expense. But yet our own citizens fleeing a war zone, they're going to send you a bill. Joe Biden failed those people.
Kick you out on the street.
Let me ask you.
The only people paying to send migrants everywhere is Florida and Texas, and that's to California and New York. Okay.
Anti-Semitism
we don't have a lot of time
on your streets for
I want to turn to the issue, gentlemen, of China. I talk about this often. Intellectual property theft, unfair trade practices. China has been hostile to our fighter jets in international airspace, hostile to our Navy in international waterways. We know all about the China spy balloon that happened 8 days right across the United States over military installations. The communist Chinese, they have nationals buying up thousands of acres of ranch land, farmland, and land near military installations. Their hostility towards Taiwan. They are, Governor DeSantis, our #1 geopolitical foe. I don't see that the Biden administration has been tough with them. What would you do differently?
Well, first, in Florida, we banned China from buying land in our state, because you're right. You don't want them buying farmland or land near military bases. So we acted. We also got the Confucius Institutes out of our universities. China should not be involved in our universities at all. What you need to do is you need to have hard power in the Indo-Pacific to deter China's ambitions. You need to take the economy, and we need to decouple from China. We're dependent on them.
You know, the craziest thing about this is that he didn't bring up Ron DeSantis' idea that we need to bomb Mexico. He doesn't want to talk about how, like, he wants to bomb Mexico, but okay.
For so many things. And then finally, we need to get serious about their influence in this country. They shouldn't be able to buy farmland anywhere. I can tell you this, I would not go to China and grovel in front of Xi like Gavin Newsom did. He says China's a partner on climate change. China's adding 2 new coal plants every year. China's laughing at us with what they're doing. So yes, they're the #1 threat we face, and we need to take it seriously, and Joe Biden is not doing that.
This is just a reminder. I think it's a question some people are probably asking. I know Nikki Haley's campaign is asking, when are you going to drop out and at least give Nikki Haley a shot to take down Donald Trump in this nomination?
My goodness.
She laid you out. You're a walking hypocrite. You're a walking hypocrite on the issue of China. This is the guy that was looking for direct foreign trade from China, was doing trade
crap, dude.
That's already been debunked. You talk about the liberal fact checkers. Even the liberal fact checkers did that.
Donald Trump himself today called you Red Ron for a reason, because of your complete hypocrisy.
All right, we're almost out of time.
Talking a big game. I confronted Xi on the issue of fentanyl, Ron. I confronted them
on human rights. You didn't.
I absolutely did, with the foreign minister and the vice president and other leaders in China. You talk a big game. Meanwhile, you haven't done anything except tweet things.
Back on the COVID thing. Hey, do you guys know who this guy is? Can you pinpoint who this man is? I'm gonna need all you all to pool your collective ideologies together, your collective brain power together to see if you can figure out who this man is. Because I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm just not sure. Maybe it's the mask. Maybe it's the mask, and I can't recognize him. Who is this guy? Who is that guy? Ain't no way. Look at him. Look at him in his little mask. Little mask boy. That's how conservatives act when they don't turn every single issue into like a culture war issue.
Final question, Governor DeSantis, we owe you about 90 seconds, but you get the last word as per the coin flip.
What are you giving me? 5 seconds? What do I get?
No, I'll do okay. I'll be a little more generous than that. Look, it's been a very passionate debate tonight. Actually, it's been fun to be a part of. I think the American people will decide. Governing philosophies could not be more different. But let me ask you this, kind of a fun question. You both clearly love your states. You visited each other's state. Governor DeSantis, you can take as much time as you want. You have an extra 90 seconds. What is your favorite thing about the state of California? And
I give them 5 minutes for this.
Go right ahead.
That's a good question.
I don't care.
That's why I'm going to be working so hard.
They've agreed to stay. Well, that's, I guess, a debate on the fly. We'll continue on the other side and later have live post-debate coverage. We are in Alpharetta, Georgia, the great.
It's not about red versus blue. It's red, white, and blue. Okay,
I'll be a little more generous than that.
5 minutes for this.
It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. And then all up and down, just a tremendous coastline. I do believe California has more natural advantages than any state in the country, which is why when you have so many people leaving on net, that's hard to do. Like, people don't want to leave there because it really is such a beautiful area. And I'm proud of the military installations that are there. I'm proud of what the Navy's been able to do in conjunction with the state. It was really important duty. It really helped forge me as an individual and as an American. And so I'll always have very, very fond memories of that nice strand down there in Southern California.
I love that. I mean,
I don't know what you love about California.
California, Coast of Dreams. By the way,
what do you love about Florida?
What I love about your question is the comedy in the question, meaning, you know what? We all want to be loved. We need to be loved. We all want to be protected, respected, and connected. I think there is a unity frame here. Okay. You said it well. I mean, I have no doubt Ron DeSantis loves this country. I love this country. It's not about red versus blue. It's red, white, and blue. The United States of America. And I think we're all better off, and we're all better off. And so I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate you, Ron, being a family man. You got 3 incredible kids. I appreciate your wife, your sacrifice, and I appreciate your military service.
His wife, or do you mean his mommy? Which one? Because that's a very important question. I'm gonna be completely real with you. My mommy, I mean my wife. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. Oh, anyways, just in case if you've never seen this before. If you don't know.
My wife and we have my mommy or my wife and we have my mommy or my wife and we have.
What do you think, babe? What do you I love you. What do you think about going out in public and calling your wife mommy? She said she'd be embarrassed. You're telling me if you're telling me if I was out in public and I was doing like a public talking event and I was like, my mommy, I mean my girlfriend was, you'd be, would you just start staring at me? We would have to have a talk about what? Baby doll. We're gonna start doing what? All right, we're gonna have to have a talk after this, guys, but we can finish this. Mommy sorry. He was pulling a mommy sorry. My mommy, my wife.
But I also appreciate we do have fundamental differences about the fate and future of this country. And that's why I'm going to be working so hard to get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reelected in 2024.
You couldn't resist. You had to go right back to 2024. All right, here's the last question. Would you do this again?
Well, you know what?
I hope we could do another half hour. I got all
Joe Biden should show up to a debate.
That's why
I have another 20 minutes, and I've got a lot of questions.
I'm happy to.
You want to stay?
Let's just do an extended hour. I'm happy to do it.
Okay. Then
this has been fun.
I think it's been fun, and I think it's been more entertaining. I'm sorry to the guests that I've invited. I got to take a break, though, in the meantime. We've got to pay some bills. Not a cheap set we built for y'all. I hope you like it.
All right. That's I didn't have much to write down. There wasn't like a whole lot to write down, honestly. Yeah, man. Crazy. I do know I do know jaw dropping. DeSantis torches Newsom with jaw-dropping line about father-in-law. What? Ron DeSantis shreds Newsom on crime. I know you like to lie. So he bodied him so hard. Oh, are they back on the DeSantis train, or do they just really dislike Newsom? I don't know. I don't know which one it is. I don't know where the end of the debate is. There's so much stuff out there. Highlights. Yeah, I don't know if the full debate's out there. Well, any more of this. It's over. Channel campaign. Can I I think at the end, Newsom was really cooking. He was starting to go a little crazy. He was starting to go a little sicko mode. Let me see. I'm trying to find if I can see the rest of this. And the rest, and at the end of this isn't anything, right? Yeah. Does Gavin have Riz? Gavin Newsom? Middle-aged moms love Newsom, yeah. They really adore that man. So to them, yeah, definitely. To other people, not necessarily. Let me see if I can find this super quick. I'm not sure if I can, but it was when Newsom cooked Ron and was like, neither of us are gonna be the nominee in 2024, and Ron just stood there grinding his teeth. Wait a second. That was so great. I just don't know. Apparently they were going for another hour, but I just can't find. I can't find it on here online. I'm scrolling so hard right now. I've never scrolled harder than I'm scrolling right now. I've never even attempted to scroll harder than right now. This is the hardest scrolling that I've ever. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. That girl who started feeding her, that conservative girl who started feeding her baby raw meat because she said it's good for them. She said new evidence-based dietary guidelines for feeding infants from birth to 24 months old recommend meat as an ideal first food. My baby loves tomahawk. And then it's just like a baby devour, like, I don't even know if I can show it. I'm not even sure if this like is actually considered child abuse. I don't even know if I can show this to you, but it's like an infant, like a really tiny baby, one that can barely sit up straight, right? Sitting in a high chair, eating what looks like, I can't lie to you, looks like raw tomahawk steak. Like she's giving her baby salmonella to own the libs. Jail, bro. It's kind of crazy. That being said, I kind of want a steak right now. I kind of want like a medium rare steak right now. I cannot lie to you. Well, is she white? You know the answer to that question. I'm not going to say anything. Oh yeah, I think this is it. I think I found it finally. The cookage that happened at the end.
There are profound differences tonight, and I look forward to engage them. But there's one thing in closing that we have in common is neither of us will be the nominee for our party in 2024. There are.
Oh, hell, dude. Oh, hell, it's not good. He was like, listen, only one of us is really looking to run for president right now, and it ain't me. It ain't me. I'm gonna tell you this right now, that it's only one of us who's bitch made here, and it ain't me. Do you think that Newsom really likes Biden because because they have a similar haircut? The only difference is that Biden's old. Because if we're gonna be honest with ourselves, Newsom is going to have Biden's hair when he's Biden's age, right? Can we all agree on that? Because they have literally the same hairstyle. The only difference is that just Biden is old. That swoop, that just like put some gel in it and then comb everything back. That look. He does have a young Biden vibe. Is he slightly less racist? Because I don't think Newsom has said anything about like our schools turning into a jungle, or I don't know, our schools turning into like a Mexican shootout if we let the Hispanics in or something. Almost certainly less racist. That's good at least. Guys, what do you think about the idea of instead of towing illegally parked cars, we take illegally parked cars and move them to where they're legally parked, and then find the person? Like instead of it being like a couple $100 or something fine, like you give them like a $25 fine or like a $50 fine or something. And then you just move the car like 2 spaces over to where it's actually legally parked. They do that in DC. That seems more normal. That seemed like a normal thing to do. Anyways, that certainly was something. Boy, howdy. What time is it? 11? We've been going for 5 hours. We're really in the rigmarole now, aren't we, chat? Oh, you're so back. Hell yeah, brother. Rigmarole, brother. Is this the I'm leaving music? No, we put on music when I'm not currently in the middle of a segment. This is just the we're not in a segment right now music. Oh, anyways, yo, did you see that Gideon is quitting being a prankster that harasses minimum wage workers? Did you see this? And he said he's changed because he's turning to Jesus. Jesus told him that he needs to stop pranking. So, all right.
God. And I know for a fact, there's no Christian in the right mind that can make the case to say that the content that I was making was of God. And I'm not going to even try to make that case, And, if I'm going to truly give my life over to God.
I mean, I would agree with that, but because he harasses people.
I got to also take out the wickedness that I put into the world. So, why?
Oh, also, if you didn't know, he also deleted all of his prank videos. I think all of the videos on his channel. Actually, I think he's just leaving content creation entirely. I mean, he should be rich enough to have all the money he needs for the rest of his life. So he should be fine. But I'm not sure if he's actually completely quitting or he's just quitting prank stuff or what.
Did I delete all of my prank videos? Well, let's look up the definition of the word prank, and then let's hop into the scriptures and see what God thinks about pranks. Because he actually did say some things about there. I didn't even know about them. Brother Josh showed me, but God did say some things about pranks. So this is from collinsdictionary.com. Prank, a noun, a mischievous trick or joke, especially one in which something is done rather than said. If you do a trick on somebody, you have to deceive them. And we all know who is the master and the king of deception. That's Satan himself. So every time that I'm doing a prank or doing a prank on a person, I am literally practicing what the master prankster himself, Satan, did. Oh, you're dragging it, you're stretching it, but I'm gonna show you guys.
Okay, but like here's the thing. I mean, sure, I guess, but if you talk, you also practice something that Satan does because he's the king of lies as well. So I guess you shouldn't speak or something, right? It just doesn't make it. He's grasping at straws. He's gonna try to say that he's not grasping, but he's grasping a little bit. If you ever I don't know if you ever just what if somebody's like, is this here? And you're like, no, it's not there, but it's because you don't want them to find it because they're gonna do something bad. So deceiving somebody doing something bad, would that also be satanic? Or it just doesn't make any sense. The king of curses, loose. Yeah, the king. Yeah, he is I can't lie. He really is the king of curses. You got it right there.
Just stick with.
No more Easter eggs.
We're gonna go to Proverbs chapter 26 and start at verse 18. Like a madman who throws flaming darts and deadly arrows, so is the person who deceives his neighbor and says, I was only joking. So Solomon is comparing playing practical jokes on people in the name of good fun as a madman shooting flaming arrows in the air. So basically he's saying a person that goes around pranking people is the same type of energy of a madman just going around killing people.
Okay, so if you guys don't know about Proverbs is a book in the Bible. Basically, that's a compilation of King Solomon's Proverbs, basically. And if you don't know what a proverb is in this context, it's King Solomon, who was known as the smartest boy in Israel. Basically was okay. Proverbs is basically a collection of Israel's hottest bangers back when Solomon was king. All right. If this is the best way to put it. All right. If a proverb is basically something that you go so true when you hear. So this is the hottest bangers that Israel, the hottest one-liners and some two-liners that Israel has had in 2,000 years. Wait, really? Yes, unironically, Proverbs it's basically a list of hundreds and hundreds of like just smart wisdom sayings. Basically, that's all it's like. As the early bird catches the worm, so does the early worshiper read his Bible. And then everybody in Israel was like, so fucking true, Solomon. So true, dude. And so they were like, write that shit down now. And so they wrote it down and they put it in the Bible. And that's the list of Proverbs, basically. So true, king. But like literally so true, king, because he was King Solomon. Yeah. My dad likes the one to whom much is given, much is expected of. So true. So true, king. So true, king. Amen, brother. But yeah, but literally that's all Proverbs is. There's like an intro and an outro, but the intro was like calling wisdom, personifying wisdom as like a lady, and then when you use wisdom to do good things like not sentencing somebody who didn't do a crime to that crime, or helping somebody out, or doing something good or smart, you call upon wisdom. And then it has an outro where it talks about a woman who's like smart when it comes to her marriage and smart when it comes to her children and stuff like that, right? But all that's basically all Proverbs is. It's a bunch of pretty disconnected sayings that made all the Israelites go so true 2,000 years ago. Right. And so it's also used basically as like the wisdom text of the Bible to be able to know how to live a good life that's biblical and that's according to Jesus, that you can rely on, that are like kind of timeless. Right. Solomon himself wrote like 3,000, but I don't think 3,000 proverbs are in the Bible. I don't believe it's 3,000 in Proverbs as far as I remember. But with this one, there's a bunch of like so true statements in there. Yeah. Unironically, there are a bunch of like so true statements. The Proverbs is the book that you're supposed to like always be able to go back to find like the actual biblical sort of memes that you're like, oh, what should I do here? Let me go back to Proverbs and read up some stuff, and maybe I can get some wisdom out of that, and their interpretation of that can change, depending on the whatnot. Right, get it. With this one specifically, I would disagree with Gideon if I liked Gideon more, but he's not wrong, and I don't like Gideon because I hate black people or something. Come on. I'm not a low tier god. I don't like Gideon because I thought his pranks were bad and mean. were mean and bad to people, honestly. Like a lot of the people who like Gideon just don't care about how many people you harm as long as you provide like a laugh, right? And I would disagree with him if he was honestly just about any other person, a prankster. But here, I'm going to be honest with you, he's not wrong. Gideon literally got several people fired by pretending to be somebody who belongs at a certain place and deceiving security guards into letting him in, only to make a fool out of them and their job and the business, leading to them being fired. Gideon specifically lost people their jobs and livelihoods for a video that he can like laugh at and make some fun of with. One of the last things I ever saw Gideon do was specifically buy seats to clown on WNBA players for not having people be as interested in their craft as like male NBA players. Right? Like this guy wasn't putting like good energy and good things out into the world. He was specifically there to like shit on people and make other people's lives worse, to make other people laugh on the internet, to collect money off of it. That's his whole thing. And so in any other case, I would be like, no, I disagree with the usage of 26 proverbs here, but I think it fits the type of content that he was making perfectly. I can't even say he's wrong here. Solomon, I can't lie, but Solomon cooked him. 2,000 years in the past, Solomon cooked his ass, and only now he's realizing. And honestly, if it means that he's gonna stop being as shitty as a person to like retail workers and normal people, then God, you know, God willing. Godspeed, bro. Go ahead. And making tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars off of ruining other people's days and lives. I just don't think is a good thing to do. It's very obviously bad. Solomon's still spitting. He does from time to time, yeah. He may have ruined someone's livelihood, but at least he reads the Bible on stream, right? No, I think he's disappearing. I think he's doing the thing that you would want him to do, which would be to disappear. I think that's his thing. I heard him say that I heard somebody say that he was doing like a goodbye live stream or something, so he's probably just disappearing. Maybe he's gonna find, I mean, I want him to give back the money to the people who he lost, well, give money to the people who he purposely made lose their jobs, but you know.
And when you look at my content, bro, it's really not far off. I mean, I did a lot of crazy stuff in my videos, but the one thing I think that haunts me the most is one of my most popular pranks was whenever I snuck into the Gatorade HQ and I deceived the security guards and lied and said that I was working there and that I was part of the commercial team. And I got the prank done, got millions of views off of it, so many people giving me props. But what a lot of you guys don't know is 3 people lost their jobs because of me. Because I lied and was saying that I worked there, I got 3 security officers fired that had been working there for years. All because I wanted to play a practical joke. All because I wanted to entertain you guys. And that's evil. That truly is evil. And to those people that I got fired, I'm sorry. I truly am.
So yeah. Usually you see me disagreeing with the way that people use Bible verses here, but I can't disagree. And the way in which he was conducting himself online is bad and wrong. And I'm not saying that he should disappear and like kill himself or something, but I mean, he definitely does need to make amends with that. And those people who he harmed. I'm not gonna lie, he probably deserves to get sued as well. Like for some of the stuff that Gideon has done, I think especially that, like he deserves to get sued. I would have sued him personally, but that's just me. Man, it's crazy how Israel, like a lot of people talk about how Israel is occupying Gaza and Palestinians. You know, isn't Israel also occupying land from 2 other countries? Syria and Lebanon? Isn't Israel also occupying the Golan Heights and the something farms? It's like 3 countries that they're occupying at once. Really? Yeah. Like Israel's occupying the Golan Heights right now. You know that, you ever see Israel and that little like nugget that sticks off of the eastern side at the very top? That's actually that's contested territory that's occupied by Israel from Syria. And then there's like a couple acres of some farms that historically belong to people in Lebanon that Israel is occupying as well, that they're saying actually belongs to Syria, and they're not going to give it to Lebanon. They're only going to give it to Syria. Short. Hello Raiders. I'm happy to have you. Hope you guys are doing well. Y'all have a good stream today, my frogs.
This meme is very real.
Hey besties, y'all have a good stream today? It was the music. I thought it was Stardew Valley. This is definitely not Stardew Valley. Real. This is Sweet Sweet Canyon, a great song. It was okay. It was a Voosh fashion stream. I see him getting more into fashion. I'm glad. We need more men's fashion out there. We need more men's fashion. So you can come to this stream and get locked down when it comes to hair and face care. And you can go to his stream sometimes for the for some of the fashion, for some of your fashion needs, I think it's a great place. We got you all locked down. Don't you even sweat it. Of the fashion arc, may the haters be damned. Dang those haters. Heck 'em even. Fashion stream finally over. I just checked. What do y'all talk about? The fashion stuff. Did he give you any good fashion advice? What was the number one so true Vaush banger when it came to fashion advice today? Oh, yo. Did you see that the Cybertruck is a death machine?
This meme is very real.
Yo, did you see the Cybertruck is a complete death machine? Like, it's crazy. So basically, tests of crash tests of the Cybertruck have come out, and it has like negative crumple zone. It has like no crumple zone, and it's the scariest thing I've seen in my entire life. He's just autistically and enthusiastically info dumped with his hyperfixation. Well, come on. Well, what are you ableist or something? You didn't listen to his autistic rant? You didn't have anything that you can tell me that was a big so true meme from his show? The denim jeans. Let's heck and go. I loved it so much. Bro likes his browns, reds, and yellows. I did see some of that. He dresses like an autumn tree. And I love that for him. Oh, he's wearing high-waisted pants now. I love watching him speak about fashion. It's so cute. That's cute. I'm glad he's happy. Fashion's very fun. Once you get into it, once you honestly get into it and you have some of the money for it, you'll come to understand that it's actually like really fun to be able to be a part of. If you can actually, and even if you don't have the money, even like going to thrift stores every like couple weeks or something is super fun. Me and the girlie went to a thrift store not too long ago. Yo, baby doll, we went to the thrift store and we got some really cool stuff, right? I was struggling, don't you? Well, I got some really cool stuff. I got that jacket for one. I got a shirt for two. I didn't find any pants, but I found like a couple really cool jackets and a couple really cool shirts, right? And that really cool pair of pants that was like a dress pants, but they were kind of sweats. Those are really cool. And she got some really nice sweaters as well there, and some pants, right? She found a couple of nice outfits for pretty cheap. Well, you spent like $50 and you got like a whole wardrobe of stuff basically. Yeah, she got a lot of stuff. She was pulling left after right. She had the hot hand that day. She was pulling things left and right. But also what sucked is that almost all the thrift stores, it's like a corner is the men's section and 80% of the store is the women's section because women be shopping apparently. And so like there was almost no men. And you know what? You know how they make women's only stores and stuff and they have like women only sections? I hate to be the one to say it, but like we need to ban women from going into the men's section sometimes. Maybe they should be allowed like once a week on like Sundays or something. That's the day for the Lord. And so we could all rest and they could go in. But like women just shop too much in the men's section. It's just not fair. Women get the women's section And then they also get the men's section. Like, women go shopping in the fucking men's section all the time. They'll like pick up their little girl shit in the women's section, and then they go to the men's section and then pick up our shit and then leave none for the rest of us. They suck up all the water. They leave none for the whales. And I'm just like, what am I gonna do with my dry blowhole? And they say, fuck me. And I'm like, no, fuck you. Maybe a little bit of segregation. Maybe segregation isn't that bad after all. That's basically all I'm saying here. Go shopping in the women's section for what? Their shitty pants with no pockets and their shitty shirts that aren't like normal sized. Their shitty jackets that cut off halfway down. Is that what? There's a reason why they go shopping in the men's section. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Skirts, sweaters. I have no need for a skirt. What'd I do with a skirt?
This meme is very real.
The fuck would I do with a skirt? Fuck you. Get there earlier. No, fuck you. Get banned. Ooh. Men do have nice cardigans. You shouldn't be allowed to have them. Or you should be at the back of the... Listen, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to have them. You should be at the back of the line. All I'm saying is that you should be forced to the back of the line. Like, there are men in need out there who really need to up their fashion, and women are just sucking up all the good clothes in the men's section. It's just not fair, honestly. That's all I'm saying, is that it's just not fair. In a push for fairness, don't you little socialist weirdo freaks love your fairness and whatnot? Don't you love your equality and shit? So much for the tolerant left. No, I want to be stylish too. Men have better quality clothes, but women tend to have a way cooler option. Men have better quality clothes. I wouldn't really say better quality. The only thing is, I wouldn't say better quality. Women have more clothes, so you have more bad options. That's what I think it really is. We don't have as many options, but a lot of the options we have are just dog shit. All right. Let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of men's fashions are the shitty Walmart graphic tee that's like you doing homework, and you could be that says I could be gaming right now, and you wear it. If you're like over the age of like 23 and you wear it as a man, you look like a you look like a guy who's going to solicit children's nudes on Minecraft, you know? Like, it doesn't work. You either get like cast as not a functional human or a pedophile, which is also not really a functional human. So like there's no good place. That's like 30% of men's fashion anyways. Okay, another 30% are like polos. It's like another 30% look like you're about to sit down at a table and then tell somebody to cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks in a sit-down restaurant. Just tax the women higher. We may need to do this. Maybe instead of maybe we do need to actually institute a pink tax. And what that is that if a woman goes shopping in the men's section and then picks out men's clothes, that the clothes should be 20% higher price. Maybe not ban them, but just make it more expensive to where like the frugal queens out there will just find it not economical to be able to shop there anymore. Maybe that's what we need. Just a little just like a balancing act, you know? And if you think about it, it's kind of a progressive tax. And the reason why, and you may be like, Shark, what are you talking? It's a progressive tax, okay? The reason for why is that, remember, These days, women in their young 20s are actually out earning men in the same age range. And so if those two people go to a store, statistically, the woman's gonna have more money. And so technically, you're charging the people who make more. They don't really need it. And so you're leaving it for the have-nots, actually. Because when it comes to clothes, the girls have. They have a lot. That's the wrong type of progressive. It's fairer this way. Logic, you're right. It's in the room with me right now. Oh no. We can use this tax hike for new social services. yeah, like the Get Drip Foundation. The Get Drip Foundation will be great for young guys out there to be able to finally well, as the name says, get drip. Just so you know that the money that you donate will be sitting in an account for 10 years. So keep that in mind when you donate. Women are actually the 1%. Wrong. When it comes to clothes, women are actually the 0.1%. I hate to say it. I don't want to be this guy, but like women are actually the 0.1% when it comes to clothing. And to illustrate my point, have you ever walked into like a Rue 21, Forever 21 thrift store, American Eagle, Gap? There's a corner for the men. It's the men's corner. It's literally a single corner, and the entire store is women's clothes. Every single clothing store is a women's clothes store that has a men's section. I hate to be the one to say it, but it's true. 80% of the stores, you've seen it, right? Have you ever walked into a clothes store and you've seen it? I've seen it. If you've walked into a clothes store recently, you've seen it. I am the chosen one. Somebody has to say it. Clothing is a feminine trait. I didn't say it, but she is the chosen one. American Eagle, yeah. Macy's, JCPenney, yeah. The children's section is larger than the men's section, and the girls section is larger than the boys section. And honestly, this is all you need to know to know that my pink tax theory holds some weight. You may not agree with it, but you gotta admit that I'm spitting a little bit. You may not want to eat it, but you gotta agree that I'm at least I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking. I'm flipping the pan. I'm stirring the soup. I'm tasting it. Chef Shark. Thank you, sous chef. Cook. Yes, chef. Yes, chef. Anyways, did you see that the Cybertruck is a death machine? Look at this crash test. It's crazy. Look at this. Did you see that? Bro has no crumple zone. The craziest thing about it is I'm like, why in the world would this have no crumple zone? Because it has no engine. All of this should be crumple zone, but it's just not. It stops like here. Actually, my bad. It stops here. Yeah, there's like negative crumple zone. It's so weird. Wait, so aluminum foil over a cardboard box isn't a 5-star safety rating? I wouldn't listen. If it was aluminum foil over a cardboard box, it'd have more crumple zone, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It's like It's like a 10,000 pound death machine with terrible visibility, no crumple zone, no nothing. It's just a death machine. Yo, dude, look at the kids in the back with the whiplash, man. I mean, look at that. It broke the seatbelt. These kids are dead. It popped your head off like a bottle cap, man. You won't live. You won't survive a crash like that. And guess what? Wait, let me move my camera. Guess what? Guess how fast they're moving. For this type of crumple zone and to like break the seatbelts like that, guess how fast they were moving? Just take a guess. A little wild guess. All right? Because I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to show you. They were moving 35 miles per hour. Broke the goddamn seatbelts, snap your neck on the back of the driver's seat at 35 miles per hour. I'm telling you, this thing's going to explode when it gets into a crash at 60. It's actually going to explode. 53 kilometers per hour. For the non-Americans in chat. Oh, Paparino has arrived. Hey, Stinkoid. And for comparison,
another car.
And for comparison to how Cybertruck compares to other cars, look at this. These are normal crumple zones, okay? And this is Cybertruck's crumple zones. This is just. I can actually see the wheels compressing here to act as part of the crumple. When it comes to the Cybertruck, the axle is it stops when the axle starts. That's crazy, dude. What the fuck? It's just a bro built like $100,000 coffin and is going to sell it to you as the coolest car in the world. These are crash tests from the 2000. They're not even modern. So they're some of the worst crash tests that we have on the road today. And the Cybertruck has the type of crumple zone that you would imagine the original Ford would have. Maybe when Elon heard crumple zone, he thought the people were supposed to get crumpled, not the car. I guess so.
And if you're ever in an argument with another car, you will win.
I promise you, if you hit somebody in your car, they will die. I promise you, you will be held by the state for 3 counts of vehicular manslaughter if you get into a car accident. I promise you. Everybody that you hit in your car will be turned into red mist. I promise you, you will end an entire bloodline in a single car crash. I'm promising this to you now. For my name is not Elon Musk. You will turn a nuclear family into particles if you hit them. I promise you. I'm promising you now that you're going to turn them into paste and then the car will explode and kill you inside of it. I'm promising this to you now. I promise you this. Yeah, they're atomic. Yeah, they're an atomic family now. You separated them into their individual particles. I promise you. He's such a character. I was watching some pro Elon Musk content after his interview where he said that he's happy to kill Twitter as long as as long as the left don't win. And they were like trusting the plan. Everybody who doesn't like Elon Musk is an NPC cringe lord fool, and they're going to be proven wrong soon when he turns everything around and doesn't kowtow to the evil mainstream media or something. I was like, what the hell are you talking? I've never seen somebody with Elon's cock so far down their throat. And he was like an Elon Musk channel. His whole channel is dedicated to like loving Elon Musk. That was literally the purpose of his entire channel. It was so weird. He's such a peculiar guy. I don't know why. I don't know why he chooses to be like that. But anyways, we won't have time for it today, unfortunately, but we'll pick it up tomorrow when it comes to this, okay? So we're going to be able to watch the entire Elon Ma interview where he says that everything is actually falling apart. And I think that's it for the politicking. I'm going to have to ask the editors to help me out, because I've actually decided to institute the help of the editors when it comes to putting together seggies, well, bigger seggies. And so I thought that could be really fun. I just have to figure out exactly what seggy I really want to put together or think of. I think a segment about how, well, there was an article that came out recently about how conservative policies in states are lowering life expectancy. Either that or the idea that murder is down, but nobody cares. Which is something that a lot of I haven't thought about, honestly, and a lot of people haven't thought about either. Is that it's super interesting. Compared to what it was, murder's kind of non-existent, but nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. Nobody could give a shit less, honestly. Yeah, it's just super interesting. Wild stuff. Open source films. I want to see if I can find this. I saw probably the ones at the bottom. Dutch far right, conservative group. Secret Megadog. FCT Korea. Satire misinformation. This is about satire. Israel. It's Mike Johnson. What was this? Oh, no. More Israel stuff. Oh yeah, shootings are down. Yeah, shootings, why shootings are plummeting in New Orleans and everywhere else. Shootings are just down across the entire country. Yeah. Killings are dropping in the US at a historic rate. Will anyone notice? And the answer is no. Just no one will care. Homicides in the US dropped significantly in 2022 and have plummeted even faster this year, putting the country on track for one of the biggest declines in killings ever recorded, crime statistics show. If that comes as a surprise, you're not alone. Yeah, because just nobody cares. People only care about when things are bad. When things are good, just nobody gives a shit. It's quite interesting. Everyone cares about retail theft instead of wage theft. So hecking true, bestie. So hecking true. I'm still thinking about that Fuentes clip about him saying that working out is gay. I can't believe I actually got it right when I heard him when somebody said that he was like making fun of working out. Article link? Do you need the linky? Sure. Here you go. Guys either joking or seriously unhealthy. I think he's probably just unhealthy. He doesn't seem like he doesn't come off as the guy who likes to go to the gym. I'm gonna be honest with you. He just doesn't seem like that type of guy. Working on is gay, cat boys isn't. Now that's some of the truest things I've heard in my entire life. The guitar's going crazy on this. Okay, here we go. Here's the article I wanted. Okay. You ever thought about playing an instrument, Shork? Yeah, I wanted to play the saxophone a while ago. I was really thinking about playing, like, getting one of those electric saxophones and then just hooking up my headphones to it, and then over time learning to play the saxophone, and then after that buying an actual saxophone and then saxophoning all over the place. I always thought that would be pretty fun. Sax is so hot. Do it. Sax is a great instrument. Yeah, I always thought about getting just like the normal mid sax. Oh yeah, my girl wants to. Melissa, you wanna play the bass guitar, right? So we're gonna start a band, and you play the bass and I play the saxophone, and then we start jamming together. Let's call our band Love Jam. Love Jam? Okay. Nice, I play the bass. Yo, anybody up willing to do bass teaching? Yeah, because you sold your guitar. Are you sure you're even up for it? You sold your guitar. You didn't even want your guitar. Oh, she wanted a 5. Anybody know how to teach how to play a 5-string guitar? Sorry, 5-string bass, not just guitar. Bass guitar. Slap the bass. If you do the trumpet, I should finally start a ska band. I don't know if I have it in me to start a ska band. I don't know if I could. Mods have to snap your bones if so. They're threatening to snap my bones, babe. If I start a ska band. I don't know, what would bass guitar and sax even sound like as a band together? Right? Yeah. Sure sometime. Okay, Bestarinos. I think that's it for me today. I don't think there's any more I can do for today. I think that's it. I think I got to go to bed, and we have to get up in the morning to be able to do some more memes. Yo, when are you giving back your car? Tomorrow. So I'm going with you tomorrow? How about you send it to work? Just drive it to work. Go ahead. You're not doing that? Is she off? Is she off before you? Okay. Do your thing, babe. We gotta wake up at like 10 in the morning. Wow. I have to get up. I have to get up now. Ah! I don't want. Oh, I don't know. 10 is nothing. Nah, we've been getting up before 10, honestly. Right? Yeah. I'm glad I have her because she makes me get up before 10. Because if I don't, listen, back a while ago, like back like 5 or so months ago, my ass, it was hard for me to get up before like 2 p.m. Okay. And not because, and it wasn't a good thing. It was actually really bad for my mental health and physical health as well. That's why I put on not only the most amount of weight, but I felt the worst too. And ever since then, I've been getting better and waking up earlier. So, but I usually wake up at like, my usual wake up time is like 10, 9, 10. Actually, you know, wake up. Yeah, I gotta reset your inner clock a little bit. Anyways, that's all I got for tonight. You guys want me to update you on my fish tank here in a bit? I was thinking about maybe like a week or something. And then I can update you on my fish tank to let you know how it's going. Well, I say fish tank, it's actually an aquarium because there's no fish in it. It's my Detravore tank, actually. But you know, I'll let you know how it's going in a bit. My aquarium. Until then, yo, I think that's all we got. I think that's all we got for tonight. Can I hop into this? Who do you think we should raid for my Twitch viewers? You got any idea about who you want to dump this fat, thick raid on? Canoe. You're right, we should raid Canoe. I love Canoe. We gotta play with Canoe sometime. That make my heart sing. I gotta play games with Canoe sometime. I'd love that. All right. Go tell them that they have the coolest beanie this side of the Mississippi. Thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you all. Love you so much. And it was a fun stream, but as all fun things do, they have to come to an end. So take care. We'll see you later. And I hope to have you back again on another meme stream. Have a good one.